Okay, this is take two, everybody. I hope you're still here. I was having some audio problems. So if you could let me know really quick if you can hear me or not, that would be amazing. I'm here to talk about my garden tonight. I'm Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny, and it is gardening season here in my Zone 9 garden in South Mississippi. So I'm just waiting on somebody to come in and let me know that you guys can hear me. Gosh, please, I hope this worked. If not, I'm going to have to do this on my computer, and I'm not crazy about that idea. Hey, can you hear me now? I see the yay. Does that mean you're glad I'm back, or you can hear me? Oh, thank goodness. I'm so tickled. Apparently, StreamYard thought that I needed to restart my computer or my phone. I'm not sure why. It's never done. Well, I've had audio problems before. Y'all know that. But it's never done that before. So technology, it's my arch nemesis. But anyhow, what I was going to talk about is my garden. And I forgot what I said in the other live stream. Completely forgot what I said. But basically, it's cold, y'all. It's going to be 46 degrees tonight. 46. And it is April the 9th. It is, or 8th. It's not supposed to be that cold. So, I got my tomatoes planted. I got my cucumbers planted. And I got some eggplant planted, which was probably too early to plant it, but I did it anyways. I also planted some sunflowers. Now, they're coming up like gangbusters. They're already about this tall. Excuse me. But I'm waiting to plant these. These are my peppers. I bought, y'all ain't gonna believe this. Okay, so I decided that this year, since Granny's on the budget, that I was not going to plant anything unless it was seeds. Well, I kind of didn't do that. But I went to my favorite, what you call that thing, the farm store that I always go to. And they had these little flats that hold 12 sets of 3. See, there's 1, 2, 3 in each little planter thing. And I got 12 of those in this flat for $18, y'all. $18. Hey, Christina. So I bought 2. I bought this, and I filled it up with peppers and cucumbers and eggplant and all the stuff. Oh, cantaloupes. I got some cantaloupes. But I only bought 1 little container of those because I don't need a lot. And then the other one had tomatoes and the same kind of stuff in it. Because really that's all I bought was tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, cantaloupe, and eggplant. That was it. Oh, I did get some basil. So I spent a whopping $40. Well, $38. But with tax, I'm sure it was somewhere around 41 or 2. And that's all I spent on my garden. That's it, y'all. That's it. Last year, I spent hundreds of dollars on my garden. But one of the reasons that I was able to do that is because I bought 8,000 pepper seedlings for that. I did not. That's hilarious. But I have seeds. I have, oh gosh, y'all. I was supposed to have my box of seeds. I've got a box this big and this deep full of seed packets. You planted 10 pepper plants this year. 1 for me and 9 for the snails. Little bastards are getting on mine. I don't know what you can do about snails. I've never had that problem, so I don't know. But I'll tell you what I did find was slugs eating my kale. So I might have a slug problem this year, and I honestly have never had that problem either. So I'm not sure what to do about it, but I want to try to get ahead of it before they start eating my plants. But so far, my tomatoes have been fine. Those things have grown. I mean, they were just babies when I put them in. They were no bigger than this. And I planted them, all the way up to about here, that deep. So they were just sticking out of the ground about that far when I first planted them. And now these suckers are about this tall, and they've doubled inside. I mean, maybe tripled inside. They're so bushy. They're like this big around. It's 1:40 p.m. Saturday down under. Bit of rain, drizzle. Summer's over. Oh, I'm so sorry. But then again, Snodgrass, when summer's over here, I'm grateful because it gets so hot. And I bet you it's the same way where you live. It's just oppressively hot here. Beer for snails. Snail bait and beer. Hey, can you use the snail bait in your food garden, Grumpus? I'd like to know that because I don't want to put anything there that's going to poison us. But beer, I'll try that. Do you put it ground level? Like take your bowl of beer and like kind of bury it so the rim is right on the ground, or can you just set it out there? Just curious, technique matters. Surely. The snails are eating the bait and you're drinking the beer till it don't bother you no more. I might have to do that. Yo! I was going to drink my Fireball too, and all I got here is tea. 110 Fahrenheit. Good grief. Yeah, I know you're glad winter's coming. I know you are. See, that's the way it is here. It only feels like 110. Usually the temperature is 100, 99. But with the 100% humidity, it feels like you're roasting to death. But you know what? I think I'm going to go do it anyway. Come with me, y'all. This is terrible. I probably should have done this earlier. And please don't look at my kitchen. It's a mess. I bought myself a new bottle, Grumpus. So, anyhow, I'm really, I guess I need a glass. Oh, for the love of Pete. I'm really late getting this garden in. Really late. Usually, I have my tomatoes planted by March 7th at the very latest. However, y'all, I need to find a glass. Oh, I know. Let me see if I got a little mason jar up here. I certainly do. But this year it's been so cold that I haven't wanted to plant anything. What I should have done was plant all kinds of beets and root crops out there in late February. But I missed my window, and it is what it is. But I think I'm going to try it anyway. Just put them in a little later, Oh, y'all, this is so good and cold. It's out of the freezer. Cheers, everybody. Yeast in the beer attracts the snails. They'll crawl in and drown. Bait is okay for veggies because the bait is on top of the ground, not on the plant. Okay. I'll have to go get some. Okay, Snodgrass says at 38 degrees Celsius, which is hot. Was that about 90, 96? No, I don't know. I can't do the conversion, but 18 to 24 overnight, that's hot. I know it is. Hang on, let me see something. What's 24 Celsius to Fahrenheit? That's 75 at night. Wow. DJ said, can't wait for fall or winter because summer is going to be 90s every day. It is. It's going to be terrible. But you are lucky, DJ, because you live close to, well, I don't know if you are or not. You know, when I lived on the Atlantic side of Florida, it wasn't nearly as hot over there as it is here. We don't get any ocean breeze, even though I'm only 0.4 miles from the beach, if that. I mean, y'all saw me walk it one time, and it was a quick walk, maybe 15 minutes. So it just, we get none. We get no breeze. The only breeze we get is a hurricane. That's it. It's 58 there. Grumpus, I'm kind of jealous because it's going to be 46 here tonight. And right now it's, I think 54 is what I read. 52 or 54. I'm not sure why it's getting so cold this late in the year. Have y'all ever heard of a blackberry winter? Just curious, because it's a southern thing. I've heard about it my whole life, but I don't know if everybody's heard about that. And basically all it means is that you get a frost after the blackberries bloom, and, you know, after the blackberries come out. And that's unusual, very unusual, but it happens in the South every now and then. And I am 100% convinced that it's going to happen this year because we're having such a late Easter. And a lot of years that we have late Easters, we end up getting a frost before Easter, right close to Easter. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to be. The climate has just really done some different tricks the past couple of years, hasn't it? And it's really wearing on my gardening skills because I don't know what things are going to do. I mean, last year it was the rain. This year it's been a cold spring. I don't know what's going to happen next, but we'll have to figure it out. Thing is, hey, Terry, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Man, I'm telling you what, I've been looking at your dinners on Facebook, and man, those things look good. I wish I lived close. I'd go buy some. Truly. Y'all, my nose is itching like crazy. My grandbaby was sick. Excuse me. And it was the granddaughter. She's a 5-year-old that goes to school. Actually, she's going to be 6 really, really soon, like within the next week. And anyhow, her mama called me and said, hey, can you watch the Grand Millie because she's not at school today and I need to do X, Y, and Z. And I said, sure, bring her on over. Before it dawned on me, wait a minute, why is she out of school? So, yeah, you would think after having 7 children in the public school system for the last 30 years, that I would be immune to every stinking germ that those kids could come up with. Not true. It is not true. I catch just about everything that comes through this house eventually. So, Terry, are you growing a garden this year? Because let me ask you this. Is your weather as crazy and unpredictable this year as what I think mine is? Oh, DJ said it's 66 right now and the low tomorrow is 50. That's cool, DJ. That is really cool for where you're at. I wasn't expecting you to say that. I figured it'd be 70 degrees at night already down there. I thought I lived in the South until, yeah, DJ. Oh, let me put it this way. I thought I was the most southern on the map until DJ. You can't get a whole lot more south than DJ unless you go to Cuba. So, your dad is putting in a garden. Good for you. I bet you're going to get the benefits of it, aren't you? Climate change is going to separate the gardeners from the planters. Ain't that the truth? That is the truth. God, I hope I'm not just a planter. Now you got me scared, Grumpus. Of course, I've grown stuff in some adverse conditions. I mean, even last year, whenever we had all that rain and all that destruction, I was still able to get some tomatoes, and I was still able to get a bumper crop of squash. Oh, I got squash too, y'all. Hey, Kat, how are you doing, my dear? It's been a long time. Are you doing a garden this year too? Anyhow, I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying, y'all? Oh, fiddlesticks. Oh, growing things in adverse conditions. I got squash planted. I probably put too much in. Probably. Last year, I only had, I think, 3 of each. And this year, I have 6. That might or might not turn out well for me. But I figured, you know what? If the vine-boring bugs get one side, maybe they won't get the other side. And I didn't plant them in the same beds. I planted the squash with the tomatoes this year in the same bed. And then I planted some more squash in one of those great big 100-gallon beds that I've got. And then I planted the yellow squash over against the fence on the right-hand side of my yard. We both know Florida weather can change instantly. That's the truth, DJ, like that. I don't miss it, though. I don't miss it one bit. In fact, y'all, I have to go to Florida in July. And in a way, I'm looking forward to it. And in a way, I'm dreading it. Because my new grandson is going to be born in July. And, of course, my son and his new wife want me to go and visit and meet the new baby. And actually, I have a new granddaughter, too, that I've never met. And, oh, Kat, I understand. It will definitely, it's a busy life right there. She said she's not having a garden this year. She's caring for her dad. And I understand that. So let me know if you need anything as far as out of the garden, because I can do that. I'll share my tomatoes and my cucumbers and my squash. And my peppers, if I get enough. Of course, I've got a lot. I've got, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. I've got 24 pepper plants. I don't know how in the world I'm going to get them all in my garden. You planted marigolds with your peppers. Maybe it will help keep the, let's hope so. Let's hope so. You know what? I planted the squash with my tomatoes, and I also planted basil in and out of there. I also have some chives that I put right close to there. I've got lemongrass in a container at the end of the bed. What else? Oh, mint. I've got some mint out there too. And I'm kind of trying to put all of my herbs and stuff intermingled with everything to try to keep the bugs down. I don't know if it'll work, honestly. Basil seems to be a good, and onions. I don't think a lot of bugs like onions. Y'all. Okay, I posted on Instagram this great big picture of a mutant onion plant that I grew. I am not kidding you. It was 1.5 feet around. It had stems on it, like 2 feet tall. Like, you know, the little grass pieces. Oh, you've got spinal stenosis and other health problems right now, so you're not doing much. I understand that. Poor Poppy, he's probably going to have knee surgery here before too much longer. He is in his 3rd week of physical therapy. He only has 1 more week to go, and then they're going to reevaluate him and decide what to do. And more than likely, the decision is going to be, You have a meniscus tear and we need to go in there and fix it. Yeah. You are not doing, hang on. You are not doing too far south, right? Isn't your son more? Yes, he is actually almost parallel to me, only a few hundred miles east. He's very, very northern Florida. In fact, there's no other town. He's in a little town called Hilliard, which is, if you cross the St. Mary's River going north from Hilliard, you're going to be in Georgia. Hey, Christina, not a whole lot's up. I'm just talking about my garden and, goofing off. And actually, I got to figure out what my computer's doing. Anyhow, yeah, so that's what I'm doing. I spent $40 on my garden. I've got tons of seeds. I've got enough seeds left over from past years, probably the past 3 to 4 years. And seeds don't really go bad. Their germination rate might decrease a little bit, but the seeds are still good. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at once. Reading and thinking and looking at that computer. I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Oh, Lord, y'all, I think I'm going senile. Yeah, I understood what you meant. I did. But anyhow, $40 for the garden, the seeds. I've got so many seeds, and I'm just going to use those to plant my garden. I've got a pepper that I want to grow. It's called a lipstick pepper. Beautiful, beautiful red color. And it's a smaller pepper, but it's sweet. And I've been wanting to grow it for a couple of years, and I've got the seeds for it. So I'm going to go ahead and just plant it straight in the ground and see what happens, because our season is so long here. I think it'll do okay. I really do. Okay, let me see what Snodgrass is talking about here. Fall, autumn is coming, making 3 garden beds, spring onions, radishes, lemongrass, curly parsley, basil, thyme, and tarragon. And a Vegemite tree. Snodgrass, that's hilarious. You know what? Those are great, great, great herbs to plant. You got like a chef's garden. That's what it is. I should plant one of those. I've got some tarragon. I don't think I have thyme. I've got basil, parsley, lemongrass. Oh, I've got some radishes. I planted some watermelon radishes a couple weeks ago when I planted the tomatoes. And they're getting tall now. They're finally starting to grow. And I'm so tickled because, honestly, I've never been able to grow a radish in my life. I know they say they're the easiest thing in the world to grow, but I cannot seem to get them to make radishes. They can make leaves all day long. So it leads me to believe I might have too much nitrogen in my soil for root crops, because beets do me the same way. Beets will give me leaves all day long, but no roots. I have gotten roots out of carrots. I have done that, but seed viability. Yo, that's what I was talking about. Thank you. So anyhow, my seeds are viable. I'm going to just throw them all out there, see what comes up, and try to nurture what comes up. Whatever doesn't come up wasn't worth keeping in the first place, right? But there's no reason not to try to plant them. Charlotte, you got any money seeds? I wish I did, DJ. Man, if I had money seeds, I'd share with everybody. I sure would. Anyhow, you know what I'm going to do, y'all? I'm going to put what you call that thing? I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't seem to think very clearly today. I feel like I'm having a stroke. No, I'm not. Okay. That probably wasn't a funny thing to joke about, was it? I know what's wrong with me. Poppy's not here. I mean, he's here in the house, but he was really, really super tired tonight. Let me tell you, he has had to drive back and forth to Alabama all week long. And today and yesterday, he drove 5 hours, 2.5 to work and 2.5 home from work. Okay, Terry, I saw it and I will read it after I'm done. There's DJ. Let me take this off.
Hey, Charlotte.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, it's so nice that you're on here.
Yeah.
Let's see what the trade-off is. I support natural pest control, birds, reptiles, amphibians. Wait a minute. I gotta go back. Oh, you have to garden organic. I can't risk chemicals around my koi pond. Right. This requires sharing the garden with a few select. And you know something, Grumpus, I don't mind sharing my garden with some pests as long as they leave enough food for me to eat. And you know, those vine boring moths, they don't like to do that. So I will use 7 Dust on occasion if they get too bad. And they will get bad if I let them.
Nice.
I wasn't trying to shoot you a bird. I was just trying to scratch my nose. So what's been going on? What have you been up to, DJ?
Not much. For the past couple of days, I just been relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
did you say you were relaxing?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's what you ought to be doing. Why not?
Well, I mean, normally, pumping out videos, so,
You have been putting out a lot of videos. I've been watching them. You know, didn't you say last week that you had done all of them for the whole month already?
Yes, and here's what I did not say, which will kind of surprise you, but beginning on Sunday, August 10th, I will have 6 videos that week. So from the 10th to the 15th, I have...
the 10th to the 15th?
Yeah, I have 6 videos coming out.
Wow.
And do you want to know what they're all about?
Yeah, of course.
Have you ever heard of Pokemon?
Well, of course, yes. I have children.
Yeah, okay. So tell me this. How many seasons do you think Pokemon has?
Oh, my Lord.
Take a random guess.
Are you talking about the little animals?
Yeah.
65?
No.
Not that many?
It's 24.
Is it 24?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it seems like 65. When my kids used to bring those cards home, I thought there was 1,000 of them. Truly. Because it was just, they would spout off names at me, and I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Son, let the dog out, please.
Yeah. But
So you did a video on all 24 of the characters?
No.
Or you...
So there's not 12 characters. It's a show, a cartoon that has 24 seasons.
Okay. I'm
So
sorry. I misunderstood.
think of your favorite TV show.
Okay.
It might have like 5 to 7 seasons, right?
Right.
This has nearly double to triple the amount,
Wow.
putting it in line with shows like The Simpsons that's been on since the late 80s.
Wow. In that case, people love Pokemon.
Yeah, I know, but
And that's going to make a lot. That subject alone could make a lot of videos for you. A lot. And I'm sure you know that already.
Yeah, I know, because, and I don't even want to think of it, but if I just did episode reviews and not the actual series reviews I'm doing, the episodes would take me approximately, let's say, 3 years to do.
Are you serious?
That's if I do one video every single day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Wow. That's incredible. That's a lot of content, mister. Get busy.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sitting here saying get busy, but I haven't been busy for 3 months. So the only thing keeping my channel alive is these stinking live streams. And I love to do them. Don't get me wrong. I really enjoy doing live streams. I wish that I could just have a live streaming channel. But
so there was actually nothing wrong with doing just live streams. I have a friend, and Pia could tell you this, but we both have a friend who does nothing but live streams once a week. And he hasn't put out a video since Game of Thrones ended.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We talking about initials DN? No?
No.
I'm trying to think of what friend that is.
Well, I don't know if you know.
Oh, I thought you said we. Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
I probably don't know who you're talking about.
But I meant me and Pia.
Okay. Well,
the guy I'm talking about, we have told you about Cult Miscast Entertainment. William.
Yes.
Anyways, Yeah, he hasn't done an actual video since Game of Thrones
Wow.
ended, and that
Um,
was in that was back in
that was a couple of
2019.
years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2019.
Yeah.
So overall 3 years.
Mhm. Mhm.
So yeah,
Well, I don't think that what I do can support just live streams, honestly. Um, but I have a lot more to say when I'm live than whenever I'm trying to talk to a camera that's not interacting with me. That makes
yeah,
sense?
yeah. I could. I mean, if you still do want to do videos, put
Oh
out like
yeah. Well, yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
yeah, and
And I
just
know I need to. I need to do videos so that I can expand on the things that I introduce, like my
yeah.
peppers. People are going to want to see them through their cycle, you know?
Okay, so in that case, would and correct me if you already do this, but would one video a week be the right amount for you to do, or you tell
My
me?
actual intention, okay, when I first started YouTube, the very first year I was on YouTube, I did 3 videos a week, nonstop.
Okay,
Except for okay, I took a month off because I had a heart attack. But other than that, I did 3 videos a week nonstop.
yeah,
The second year, I did 2, sometimes 3.
okay,
Um, well, up until think I will make 3 years in on July the 11th.
of
And
this
from
year,
July 11th of
okay,
last year until Christmas, I really didn't. I tried to do 2 videos a week, but sometimes I didn't make it. You know,
and that's perfectly fine. So
right? But I also did my live streams on Friday, so I mean, I have 1 video and 1 live stream a week,
yeah,
at the very least. And that's kind of where I want to go back to, but yeah, I really need to land on something to do. I need to choose between one niche and another niche because YouTube is very confused about what I do.
okay, well, break it down for me. What all? What is the main niche of your channel?
I think it's evenly split between cooking and gardening. Hey, Marcel, how are you, my dear?
Okay, so
Yeah,
if
cooking and gardening, period.
if you want to cut down to one of those, which one would you prefer?
That's
Tough,
a really tough decision.
tough
And I'll
question,
tell you
I
why.
know, but it has to be asked.
Right. I will tell you why it's a tough decision. I'm a really good cook, and I know that I'm good at it. I don't like to do it so much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fair gardener, but I love to garden.
Okay.
I used to love to cook until until all of these stinking kids decided they didn't want to eat anything that I cooked. So it kind of
Alright.
shook my confidence level. No, what? one of the things I'm trying to do here, and if anybody in the chat has a suggestion, I would love to listen. And including you, DJ.
Yeah.
My goal, I think, is to figure out how to combine gardening and the kitchen into everything I do is low budget, try to save money, and frugal. And it's mostly about saving money. Whether it's making us a very inexpensive meal or how to feed the whole family on, say, $70 a week, which is almost impossible now.
Yeah.
Or, hey, Bozo the Clown, who's old? Who's very old? Am I very old? I could be. But I was trying to figure out a way to combine those two into frugal, how to do everything frugally and save money. Saving money in the garden, saving money in the kitchen, saving money in the household, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcel. Thank you.
I totally get that, but I mean, is it a realistic goal? Because
I'm not sure, DJ, because I can't right now. I've been thinking about this for a couple of months, and I cannot figure out a way to make it all mesh together. So the answer probably is either I'm not creative enough to know how to do that, or no.
Okay. But
So
you totally understand why I'm asking these questions, like, just to help you figure out what you should do. So,
right. Well, and Grumpus makes a good point. Grumpus makes a very good point. He said, cook from your garden and garden for your kitchen. Do both because you love them both. Your channel, your rules, viewers will find you. And so far, that has been the case.
yeah.
He's not playing. I know he's not playing nice. And I have oh, goodness gracious. I love that, Grumpus. I love what you're saying. Oh, I do. I do. He said, open concept channel. You don't need no stinking walls. And see, that's my personality. I'm a rule breaker. I'm a wall destroyer. And hang on, let me see what Kat said. Kat said, all things garden and kitchen on a budget. I know, I'm already doing it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and that's what yeah. Thank you for, you know what, Kat? You are the first person that has actually told me that they recognize that I'm already doing that. Honestly, thank you. And hey, Mojo, how are you? It's good to see you. Thanks for coming to my channel. Are you leaning more towards just a gardening channel? No. Yeah. I actually am going to create a second channel.
Okay, for what?
I'm going to crochet. I talked to Pia about this. She had some really great ideas that I didn't actually think about. I crochet too. That's another love of mine.
Okay.
And hang on one second, please. Just 1 second. Murphy, I need you to go to bed now. Okay, well, then don't burp so loud that you shake the windows in the house. Please. Thank you. I love you. Good night. Did you hear that? Did anybody else hear that besides me?
No, I did
Oh, okay.
not.
I swear to you, I thought when I heard it, I'm like, oh my God, what is that? Um,
Teenage
Look,
boys.
Cat, Rebel Rules. I love that. I love that. Keep the guard. Oh, Marcel says keep the gardening and cooking on this channel, then crochet on the other. That's the plan.
Yeah.
That's the plan. Because the crochet channel is going to be super short videos, and I'm hoping to. I have 2 phones, and I'm hoping to video on this phone, and also you heard it, ZE. Oh my goodness. And use my Samsung vertically so I can take those videos and use them as either shorts, Instagram reels, and TikTok videos.
Okay.
That's the plan. Now, you know that I'm a technological handicap, right?
I'm not gonna say anything, but okay.
You know it's the truth. You know it's the truth. So it might take me a while to figure out how to do all of that. But in my defense, I figured out how to make YouTube videos, edit them, upload them, make thumbnails for them. Are they the best? Probably not. But I learned how to do it. And I learned how to live stream. And so I really believe that I can learn how to do that too.
Now, pardon me for.
Did you see what Grandpa said? He said, grow sheep out back for the crochet. Crochet because the sheep ate the garden.
Okay, now,
Look.
pardon me for calling it Flint Hill, but never felt longer. You, like Peter says, never felt longer.
Yeah.
And that's what you're doing. You're learning something new all the time.
And see, that's where I have really done myself a disservice lately because I got super comfortable with the way I do things as far as YouTube goes. I have a system in place for everything that I do regarding YouTube. And I think that I'm really afraid to step out of that comfort zone and do things a different way now.
I totally understand that.
You understand that, huh?
And I can see where it comes from, but we have to remember that YouTube is always changing.
Always changing, yes. Yes.
We can't get comfortable with how it is today because tomorrow is something new.
Totally different. Yeah. Yeah,
So,
you're right. And well, and also, I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of things that I want to learn to do that pertain to YouTube and the technological end of it, right? Y'all, there's a link down there for anybody who wants to join the live stream. Come up here on panel. I would love to talk to you. But oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. Oh my gosh. What was I saying?
YouTube.
This is becoming a habit.
YouTube is always changing. You are learning stuff, but
that's my first glass Fireball, y'all. There's not a lot of. I have very few resources for education unless I want to reach out to people I don't know, and that's very difficult for me.
I get that. But
Extremely difficult for me. But let me tell you what I have done. I went to the college and posted an ad basically saying, hey, I need help with this, this, and this. I will pay a tutoring fee of X amount of dollars per hour.
yeah.
I got no responses. And when I'm talking, I wanted help with videography.
Okay.
I wanted help with digital marketing. And
Yeah.
there was one other thing, and I forget what it was. Nobody responded to that ad. Nobody. I even put an ad on Facebook in my community. Hey, this is what I need help with. If anybody's familiar with it, I will pay you to teach me. Nobody responded. And I'm like, okay, do these people just not know about this stuff, or they don't want to teach it? I don't understand. Because when I was a college student, I could promise you, if I knew something that somebody needed and they were offering to pay for my assistance, I would show up. I would respond, and I would take their money.
Yeah. It all depends.
But see, that was a stretch for me, DJ, because I don't normally do things like that.
Yeah, and I totally get that. And, it's good you went out of your comfort zone, but,
Mm-hmm.
you basically.
And honestly, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm an old lady, and old people get set in their ways.
I know, but all I'm saying is that you're hoping that someone else will come out of their comfort zone as well to help, which is not always gonna happen. So
Right. Snodgrass said, crochet in the garden while cooking and drinking. I like your style, Snodgrass. But, one of the problems with crocheting, and I'm trying to make some, I finished all of my washcloths, by the way, Grumpus, if you're listening. I made myself 10 washcloths because I had the yarn here and I needed them. I don't know if my children are eating the washcloths or if I'm just not sure where they went. I had a lot of them, but they've dwindled down and I only have about 3 left. And I'm like, where are the washcloths going? I need to go buy some more. And, ever since I started saving money, I mean, hardcore budget since January.
Yeah.
Hardcore. Poppy and I have only been out to eat twice since January.
Well.
We used to eat out twice a week. It's been miserable. Just say it. Just say it. And actually, you know what, though? In that whole process, Poppy has really pitched in a lot more in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And so he cooks maybe 2 nights a week, which is nice, which is really nice. It does sound like a party, doesn't it, Marcel? But what I was going to say is, ever since we started doing that, oh my God.
What?
Oh, this is my life, you guys. Give me 1 second. My computer just went dead. Absolutely dead.
Okay.
But anyhow, let me get back to my point. I made all of the washcloths that I wanted. And my next project is to make these they're little bowl koozies or cozies. They call them cozies. And what you do is you set your bowl down in them, and you can pick your bowl up after you pull it out of the microwave or after you pour a bowl of really hot soup or something,
Yep.
and you can pick it up and it won't burn your fingers, which I think is an ingenious idea. I'm sorry to say it wasn't my idea, but I found a pattern for them. Really, really cute, really simple to do. And I thought that, oh my gosh, I can show people how to make these. This is great. So, also, I'm actually making some, what do you call them? You know the plastic bags you get from Walmart?
Yeah.
And you always just wad them up and throw them in your pantry so you can put them in your garbage can in the bathroom so it's easier to empty, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yes, Dwayne, kind of like that. Yeah, that's a great, yeah. But anyhow, I'm making these tallish, they're probably about 18 inches long, and there's a hole in the bottom, and there's a drawstring at the top. And what you do is you stuff your bags in it, and it dispenses them at the bottom.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm crocheting those and making those. I have a really great pattern that I absolutely love, and it is not frou-frou. It's very simple, but it's classy. It's not dumpster fire. You know what I mean? It's a very classy looking thing.
That also sounds quite useful.
Super useful. In fact, I made one for my daughter about a year now. No, it's been more than that. It's probably been 2 years ago.
Okay.
And I used to go over to her house and I'd look around in her kitchen. I'm like, hey, where's that thing I made you? She goes, oh, it's in my room. I'm like, well, I ain't doing you no good in your room. Why don't you bring it out here and use it? Probably 6 or 8 months went by. And I kept saying this to her over and over every time I go over there. Finally, one day I walk out in her kitchen and there it is. She said, Mom, I never realized how useful this thing was until I put it up here and started using it. I'm like, well, you think I did that for my health? I knew it was going to be useful for you. So, but the thing is, I never made one for myself. I never, what's so crazy? When I do those projects and I make things for other people, I just give them away. And I never make the same thing for myself. I have given away so many blankets, baby blankets, kitchen items, like hot pads and trivets, like crocheted trivets that you keep from burning your counters or your table.
Yeah.
I've given away so much stuff like that and never made a single one for myself. How crazy is that?
Not that crazy. I mean, that only felt just like the mobile in you.
Well, that exactly. Oh my God. Speaking of kids, my daughter, the middle one, the one that's a social worker, bought herself a saltwater aquarium about a month ago.
Okay.
And she got herself 3 little clownfish. This aquarium's huge. To me it is. It's about 60 gallons, I think.
Yeah.
She got her 3 clownfish. One of them is a regular Nemo-looking fish.
Uh-huh.
And 2 of them are this beautiful burgundy color.
Nice.
I didn't even think that was a thing. She showed me. I'm like, oh my God, that thing's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, she sent me a picture this morning. And apparently yesterday afternoon, her husband took her and got her a sea anemone. And it is gorgeous. She has these beautiful purple rocks in her aquarium. And this anemone has attached itself to the rocks. And it is absolutely gorgeous. Oh, she does have 2 different corals too.
Nice.
And she's just adding to it very, very slowly. But man, oh man, I wish I had a picture on my computer so I could share it. I don't. Hang on, let me see something real quick. I just got to make sure nobody's in the basement. Look here, y'all.
Look, it's just me. I don't know what she did, so.
Well, I had to hit the wrong button there for a second. Wouldn't be a Gulf Coast Granny live stream if I didn't make a boneheaded mistake, right?
Yeah,
I think I missed a comment back here a little bit earlier.
okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know what, Grumpus? That is great advice. He said, follow your gut.
Yep.
YouTube is not your livelihood. You got nothing to lose by trying something different. That's true.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, really.
I watch a particular channel. Not because I like the creator, but because she does things similar that I do.
Okay.
She cooks, she gardens, and yeah, that's pretty much it. She cooks and gardens. She has over 100,000 subscribers, but she's been doing YouTube for 11 years.
All right.
She also has 3 or 4 other channels.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But I'm trying to see what she's doing to become who as popular on YouTube as she is. Number one, I think, is time. The time that she's invested. That 11 years is huge.
I mean, when it comes to that type of time span, you can't really be comparing yourself.
Well, no, and honestly, DJ, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not comparing.
Okay.
What I'm trying to do is figure out what she's doing other than just the longevity.
Yeah.
Because honestly, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, but this individual to me is extremely abrasive.
Okay.
And bossy. And I'm just going to say this one thing. Okay, her husband had a heart attack about a year ago, not even a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
She was petrified. She said she's going to change the way he eats. She feeds this man out of a pie plate. A pie plate.
Okay.
Nothing but carbs. And not super. I mean, we're talking macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes and gravy, which is great stuff, and I think is wonderful in moderation. But it's all the time, and I'm thinking, you're trying to kill your husband.
Yeah.
I just don't eat like that. I don't eat like that. I didn't eat like that before I had a heart attack, and I don't. I do even less of that kind of eating now.
Okay, well, with this channel you'll talk about.
What did you say, DJ? I'm sorry.
I would hate to suggest this to you.
Right.
But what are the chances that she's trying to portray that as a character? Because, we'll just see her on a screen people could definitely portray themselves differently on a video.
You're right. You're right. And yes, Grumpus, she is still having fun. Yes. Only one of the things that concerns me, she's not in this country. And when YouTube did the whole thing about filling out tax forms because they were going to start charging creators in other countries the taxes, etc. Remember when that happened about a year ago or so?
Yeah.
She filled out tax forms and did not know that her country has a tax agreement with the US. Basically, they don't have to pay the taxes. So Google AdSense has been taking 30% of her income for the past year, and she's really, really hot under the collar about it. But she made a mistake and filled out the wrong form. Which is, people do that. It happens. It could happen to me.
Yeah.
And also, she's been trying to correct this for almost a year now. But every time she comes on there, she talks about how YouTube this and YouTube that. And sometimes she'll post in her community tabs, YouTube needs to get its head out of its behind and it's censoring me and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you know what, lady? You're biting the hand that feeds you. See, Grumpus says the same. She created a channel that is now a JOB. I'm sure at this point she's lost the options to try new things. You're right, Grumpus. You're right. You're right. Yes. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I agree with Simona content.
Hey, Mona, how are you?
A bit, but the way those two ways to look at YouTube video, at whole level, you can look at it as a job. You do hours, you get paid, and that's it. Or you could look at it as a career and say, I'm gonna enjoy this. I'm gonna make it what I want and not worry about making some type of quota. So that's.
Hey, Karen.
And
I'm glad you're here too. That's so nice. How are you doing, my friend? Look, y'all. See this lady I just put up on the screen, Karen Hawkins? I've known her since I was in the 7th grade. Can you believe that?
I actually.
That's a long time, ain't it, DJ?
Yeah, but I actually can because me and my friend are on that path right now.
Are you?
Yeah, we met in middle school. He was in 7th. I was in 6th. And
Right.
We've been friends for the past 14, 15 years now.
Oh, wow.
So,
yeah. Well, Karen, tell them how long it's been since we were in the 7th grade. I don't have the guts. Do you?
1999.
Oh, yeah, 1999. That's it. Right, Karen? Okay, I was in the 7th grade. I started the 7th grade in 1977.
Okay.
87, 97, 2007, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Holy crap. Karen, I've known you for 45 years. I know, right?
45.
I'm not old enough to know somebody for 45 years. You hear me? You hear me?
Yeah, well, I hate to say it.
Look, I don't look old enough to know somebody for.
Hate to
You too, Mona. Go ahead. I'm sorry, DJ.
Yeah, but bad news, but what?
That's funny. That is funny. And I thought, no, it wasn't 6th grade. Karen, I went to OPHS in 6th grade. I think you were already at the middle school, weren't you? Not OPHS, OPES. I'm sorry. That's the year you were born, Terry? Well, look, my husband wasn't born too much before you were, Terry. Yep, a little fish in the garden, a party. Marcel, you're going to be gardening before too long already. Yeah, I thought you were, Karen. I thought you were at the middle school by then. Your eldest cousin was 30 in 1977. Well, you know what? Your eldest cousin's older than me. Look, I get tickled now when I meet people older than me. I used to be, this is no lie, I used to be the youngest person in all of the crowds that I hung with. When I was in middle school, I was one of the youngest people in the whole middle school because my birthday is at almost the very last day of the year. And back then, if your birthday, you know how when you have kindergartners now, if their birthday isn't before September, they have to wait another year to go to school?
Yeah.
Well, back then it was December. That was
oh my God. So you...
God. Yeah. Can you guys give me 1 second? I need to text him real quick.
Okay.
Tell him I'm live streaming and, oh God, how do I do this?
Yeah, you all kind of mess up there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
DJ, something happened. I can't hear you.
Okay, just mess up again.
I don't know what it was. Oh my. Oh my. I'm going to go out and come back in, guys. Just hang out 1 second, okay?
Okay. So yeah, girls, I get what she's nice. And, you know...
Okay, I can hear you now, DJ.
Okay, good. I hear you too.
You can hear me too? Okay, great.
Yeah.
It probably had something to do with that phone call.
Okay. Yeah, it dropped below what I was hearing you at, so.
Uh-huh.
But yeah.
Oh gosh.
No.
You were born, wait a minute. Karen was born before 9/1, well, September 1st.
Yeah.
And one after, and even though they were the same age, they're in different grades. Right. My birthday's December 29th. So basically, I graduated when I was 17.
Okay.
And still had 7 months to go before I turned 18.
Yeah.
And so I was always the youngest person in my class, except for one girl that I remember. Her name was Kim. And her birthday was on December 31st. So we were 2 days different.
Okay.
But back then, can you hear me now, Karen? My nephew is 37 this year. I hear you fine. Okay, great.
Yeah.
You just turned 57 in March. Girl, don't be giving away my age. But I'm not 57 yet.
But you'll give away your age now.
It's okay. I'm 56. You know what? And this is something young people will learn as they get older. But getting older is a privilege. And once you live past a certain point, you're like grateful for every single day that you wake up, because you realize that, number one, time is not on your side anymore.
Yep.
And number two, you realize that there are no days promised to you. None. It can all be taken away that quick.
Yes,
And I learned that twice in my life. I was in a car accident when I was 16 years old and could have died very easily. But I didn't. And all I did was break my leg in a bunch of places. Took me a really long time to recover, but I did. And now, Karen, that's hilarious. And now, you know, since surviving a heart attack, that was your car, Karen. Oh my God, that was your car. Look, this is so funny. Karen sold her car to my ex-husband, who was my boyfriend when we got in the car accident and wrecked it. Oh my God, that is so crazy.
Okay, so.
Isn't that funny? That scared the bejeebies out of you. Really? It scared me too.
I bet.
But you know what, Karen? I'm going to tell you something. Oh, you turned 57 in March too, Mona. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Nice.
Getting older is I love, you know, and I'll be honest with you. This is the God's honest truth. The best thing that ever happened to me was turning 50.
Okay.
Because, how do I say this delicately? All of the girl things stopped. And I was no longer a slave to my hormones.
Alright.
And I'm also in a very, very happy place. And, you know, for the past 3 months, I've been really battling some depression. And I don't like saying that out loud, because I usually try to just figure it out on my own and be done with it. But that's one of the reasons that I haven't been posting videos, because it's very difficult. It has been very difficult for me to get up and motivate myself to do a dish, let alone anything else. I mean, I've had to convince myself that it was a good idea to get in the shower a couple of times. So, and I know that sounds terrible, but it contradicts what I just said, that I'm in a very happy place, but I am. And one of the ways that I've been dealing with this depression is to remind myself every day, whether I have to say it out loud and talk to myself or write it down in my journal, is that you have it better now than you have your entire life. And it's true. It's true. We are financially stable. I have a husband who loves me. I have grown children. I have grandchildren. I have babies at home. And I still call them my babies, you know. But I have a charmed life right now compared to what it was 25 years ago.
Yeah,
And
I could see that, and I'm not gonna pretend like I'm upset. I obviously don't. I'm not real new your age. I'm not real near 50 yet, but you know, I do understand with me, and I could see that. So,
well, thank you. I'm glad you can, because I really have no reason for this stuff that's been going on the last 3 months. And I keep trying to convince myself that it's just plain stupid. I know you used to live next door to them. I do. Hang on, let me go through these comments real quick. You're welcome, Mona. I hope you had the most wonderful birthday ever. Dwayne, wait a minute. Look, I love being in my 50s. I can't wait until all my kids are grown when I'm 62 and they're graduated from high school and I'm not legally responsible for anything they do ever again. That's going to be the day right there. That's going to be the day. My late cousin, okay. I'm blessed to make, yeah, all of us are blessed to make it to 50, Mona. All of us who are there and beyond. You know, the average age for people back 200 years ago was about 35 or 40.
Yeah.
It was very rare for people because, you know, they didn't have antibiotics. They died of the dumbest things. You know, like, I don't know, getting kicked in the head by a horse or chicken pox. Well, that's a virus. Let me go back.
Yeah,
but the flu. My God, look how many people passed from the flu. Just the flu. And look, the flu's serious. It's a serious illness.
Yeah, it is.
But now they have antiviral medications that can treat it. You know, you're in a funk too. It's okay, Karen. Talk yourself out of it, girl. Talk yourself out. My mom, not my grandma, didn't make it to 50. See, my mother didn't either, Mona. In fact, well, that's a whole different story, but my mom was only 26 years old when she passed. And so I've almost outlived her twice, you know, or lived 2 of her lifetime.
Yeah.
In fact, I have lived 2 of her lifetime.
Yeah.
So, but that's not true for, which part's not true for you, Karen? I'm sorry, Charlotte. I've been there too. Better. Yeah. Look, Marcel, I'm trying really, really hard not to marinate in the, whatever this is. I hate calling it depression. I really do. I just want to say I'm out of sorts. And I'm getting better. And I'll be honest with you. 2 of the things that have helped me get better without taking medication. I hate taking medication. Hate it. And I've only had to take it twice in my life for depression and anxiety. I have anxiety all the time. I'm not going to lie. And I can talk myself out of that too. But if anybody needs to know how to fix an anxiety attack, just ask. But a lot of my depression comes in the wintertime when I'm not outside and I'm too cold and the sun's not shining. And this year has been a very wet, stormy winter. And it doesn't surprise me at all that I ended up in this funk. But one of the things that has totally helped me is getting out in the garden this past couple of weeks and cleaning up my yard, getting my tomatoes planted, getting all of the things done. And let me tell you something. It was a battle. I had to battle myself to get out there and do those things. I mean, sometimes I would go out there for 10 minutes and come back in the house and want to lay down and go to sleep. And then I would say, okay, just give yourself 10 more minutes. Just 10 more minutes. And I would set the timer on my phone so that it would go off in 10 minutes. It was a little crazy, but I'm doing better. I'm doing a lot better. Yeah, you have your health and a beautiful, healthy family, but I'm alone. I don't make enough money to pay my bills. And my only option is to work more when I don't want to work at all anymore. Karen, I get that. I do. And there are ways to make money. You need to call me. I don't even know if you have my number. Text me on Facebook. Message me on Facebook. Because I know you're on Facebook. At least I think you are. Yes, you talk to your mom on Facebook. Text me on Facebook and I'll give you my number and I'll give you some tips. I don't use them myself yet, but there are tips. And if you have any computer savvy at all, you can do this easily, where I will struggle with it. So just give me a call. I will message me and I'll give you my number. I feel like if this is all there is, then what's the point? And I get that. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. And I feel like that sometimes too, Karen. You know, I wake up every morning, I get my kids off to school. I stay in my house all the time because I can't drive and I can't go places that I want to go with my friends, and I can't take road trips by myself like I used to. And I really miss, you know, there was a time when I'd get in my car and go to Florida by myself if I wanted to see my sons or whatever. And I can't do that anymore. And sometimes I think that's a lot of my problem sometimes, is I just feel really trapped because of my limitations. And I'm sure people in that situation can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Because and the thing is, I'm not, up until 20 years ago, I wasn't used to having any limitations. And sometimes I still really just want to go. I really just want to go and be by myself and take a long road trip and just do the things that I used to do. But you've been there a long time, yeah. I think when you're here another day, yes, Dwayne, it is a blessing. It is a blessing to be here another day.
Yeah, it is.
I used to think being in your 40s and 50s was old, and that changed when my grandma lived past 90. Yeah, people live so much longer now. Thank you. Okay, I confirmed it, Karen. Where'd you guys go? Did I do it again? No, I'm still here. I used to say that I was going to drop dead at 56 because I don't eat right, I don't sleep well, and I don't take care of my body. I was glad to make... Well, Karen, if you know all those things... See, I don't sleep well either. That's why I'm up at midnight. And I'm always...
Same.
Y'all, DJ knows I can stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning. So does Grumpus. Grumpus knows that.
Yeah,
Marcel knows I can stay up with the best of them.
Yeah, I've seen your friends that go for hours.
Hours!
Yeah.
But you know what, DJ? That's something that gives me socialization. I don't get that during the week. I talk to my husband. I talk to my daughters.
Yeah.
And I don't get out and about. You know, I don't get to go shopping. I don't get to go have coffee with my friends. There's a lot of things that trap me.
Yeah.
Mainly not being able to drive.
And so I hate to say this, but we're in a similar boat, you and
Yes.
I.
Yes, to some degree. Yes. Because you have to depend on other people.
Yeah.
To take you where you want to go.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So.
And you know, and I get that. I so get that. You have more limitations, obviously, but
yeah, but you know, that's the limitations are not my part.
It's just getting around other people and making friends and just talking to folks.
Yeah, I told Gina just the other week when I was talking to the phrase "don't talk to people on the internet." Is completely obsolete now.
Right. Okay, I got new comments. Hang on.
Go ahead.
Wow, I don't think I knew that. Wait a minute. Okay, Karen, I don't know what you didn't know. I'm lost. Dwayne, your mom passed away at 35 due to an accident, and that happens. God love her. I'm so sorry. And yeah. I deal with depression every day. I'm sorry, Terry. It's hard, isn't it? It's so hard. That's why I say I'm in a funk. I don't like the word depression. Right. Seasonal affective disorder. Woo! Girl, I'm the poster child, okay? Because I am so happy during the summertime and the spring and most of the fall. And there's reasons that the fall kind of wigs me out. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But usually I get better by the 1st of January. Honestly. From November 1st till January 1st, I'm usually kind of out of it. Some years are worse than others. But it's a triggered thing. It's a very triggered thing from trauma. But usually by the 1st of January, I'm so excited that it's about to be over. And the 1st of January somehow just changes something in my mind. And it's like, oh my God, I got my whole life to look forward to. And that didn't happen this year.
Yeah. And
I kept waiting for it. And it just didn't happen this year. So I had to make it happen on my own.
Yeah, I get that. And I will also say I never knew because some years December and January are hard for me as well with people who have passed away. I mean, my aunt and my best friend both passed away in December.
I'm sorry.
And, it's hard because with my friend, I always surpass the age she was because she died at 22.
Mm-hmm.
And, my aunt died, I believe, in her late 20s, so it's hard to go into December, January, and not think about them and everyone that I have lost around, well, any time of the year, really. So,
I'm sorry, DJ. God. Oh, wait. I've got some comments I need to catch up on. Give me a minute real quick, DJ.
okay.
Terry says he's got depression, ADHD, anxiety, PTSD, and bipolar. That's a lot, honey. That's a lot. That is a lot. Plus the back problems. Oh my. And the back problems are probably a lot of your anxiety and depression too. Well, and the bipolar. Tanning helps the seasonal affective disorder. We're not friends. You haven't accepted my latest request. I left. Oh my God, Karen, I thought you'd been hacked. Okay, I'll get it. I'll get to it, okay? Dwayne said, I see what's going on in Ukraine and I feel, oh my God, sad is an understatement, Dwayne.
Yeah.
Oh my, it is so devastating to see. And I don't watch the news, y'all, but I do see videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
And dear God.
Yeah, I mean,
it's heartbreaking. And war ain't no joke. And but I don't think we've ever seen war. We watched Desert Storm and Desert whatever, all those other ones, the Iraq. But it was all from a distance. This stuff is up close and personal. And I'm not sure I like it that way. I can't watch it. Things will come on and I have to turn the YouTube channel off and go see something else because to me it's just freaking disturbing.
Yeah, and
the thing is, those poor people over there are living it every single second of every day.
Yeah.
They're living it.
My father had told me, hey, DJ, do a news channel report on the news. Like, report on this stuff. No.
Me too, Marcel. Go ahead. I'm listening, DJ. I'm just going to catch up on these comments real quick.
Okay, but yeah, I would never do a news channel because reporting on stuff like this would not be good for me. So,
Right.
yeah.
Honey, it's not good for anybody, I don't think. Y'all, I'm snipping the tops out of these peppers. Do y'all know that if you snip the tops out of your peppers, just the very tops, that at first you think they're not going to grow, and then they start growing branches, and you get more peppers that way.
Really? Cool. I did not know that.
It's the coolest thing ever.
Nice. But hey, so
yeah, babe.
I'm gonna head out. It's almost 1:20.
Oh, it is at your house, isn't it?
Yeah, so
yeah, Karen, I'm
gonna say good night and hope to see you again, alright?
You know you will if we're breathing.
Okay. Keep on.
Alright, DJ. You better say it. You better say it, mister.
I'm trying to.
I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
Keep on watching cartoons and anime. Bye, guys.
Bye, DJ. Mwah. I love that kid. Devastating. Yes, Marcel, it is devastating. Guys, my computer is like totally dead. I don't know if there's anybody who wants to, come on, stream with me, but I'm about to find out. Don't watch the news. The way the media is exploiting Ukraine's tragedy for ratings. Oh, yeah, yeah. I get it, Karen. I get it. Your grandfather was in World War. Okay, what's going on here? Let me see something real quick. I'm going to look at my computer. It's so dead. Y'all, I need a computer so bad. And you would think with all this budgeting that I've been doing that I'd have one already, but no. But oh my God, I got to tell you guys something. Hang on 1 second. This is amazing. Hang on, let me see what Karen had to say. That happened to a family at Christmas in Maryland one year. The mom, dad, and grandma were on their way to a party. Oh my God. Oh, Karen, that's terrible. So anyhow, what I was going to say is I have to move some of my stuff around over here. Look, that's another thing I need to buy. I need what do you call it? Good night, Terry. Take care. Y'all know I've been saving a lot of money lately because I've never saved hardly a dime in my entire life. See that? This is called the Honeycomb Savings Challenge. Save $1,000. Each one of those little hexagons is a $10 bill. I got 1,000 of them. Shut up! Okay, I got 100 of them, but it makes $1,000. I finished it today. Y'all, I'm so excited. I cannot even stand it. So this is to pay for my trip to Florida. I started this in the middle of February. And booyah! Boom, 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 boom. So I got that done. and I have to do another one. However, this month is a 3 payday month. We only get 2 a year, and there are no bills due on the last payday of the month. So I'm going to use a lot of that check to supplement. I'll probably put $500 out of that check with this, and then over the next 2 months before the end of June, save another $500. So I'll have $2,000 to go to Florida. I hope that's enough, y'all. God, I hope that's enough. Because if it's not, we're in deep trouble. I'm actually only going to stay about 2 days. No, sorry, take that back. 3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days. Look, y'all, hang on. I got to get up here. StreamYard's up. Come on. Technical difficulties. Housekeeping. Oh, God, Karen, I don't know, sweetheart. I don't know. I'm going to be in Hilliard. So I'm going to see my new grandson, who will be here sometime in July. And of course, I'll have to see my sons. I have 2 sons still in Jacksonville. And let me do this. I'm going to put a link up. I need some company. Come on, y'all. Marcel, I need a friend. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make time to do that, but I will do my best. Okay, Karen? I promise. I will do my best. But they demand a lot from me. You'll work around my time. Okay. You're fresh. Okay, sounds good, Grumpus. I put a link in. Just scroll up and get it whenever you get a minute. I'm hoping my computer holds out. Karen, click that link and come on stream with me. Just your face. Just your face. It's easy, trust me. So easy. And you have a great personality. You would do great with this. I still like Leonard Skinner. I like different. Dwayne, you better be quiet. I'm so sick of Leonard Skinner I could throw up. But that's because I used to work in the bars in Jacksonville where they're from. And you can't go in a Jacksonville bar without hearing "Give Me 3 Steps" about 65 times a night. And Freebird and Sweet Home Alabama. Why? I don't know. Your daughter's asleep in your room and Evan is asleep in the recliner behind. And I got a big mouth and I will wake them up, girl. You know I will. Oh, God, what have I done? This is not funny. Do you know how bad I hate having a handicapped computer? I hate it. My computer just went dead on me again. This is insane. Insane. Did you ever meet or see Butch Trucks from the Allman Brothers Band? He's from Jacksonville. He passed away. So no. But I did go out on a date with the manager of Limp Bizkit. And my daughter was totally pissed that I didn't want to go on another date with him because she thought that would be the coolest thing in the world, that her mom was dating the manager of Limp Bizkit. That was a long time ago. In fact, he was a lot older than me and is probably dead now. Oh no, wrong password. No, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Ah. Remember computer punch cards from... No, Dwayne, I don't. But considering that you know my technological handicaps, you would probably understand that I don't know what a computer punch card is. So, yeah. Are you talking about like when you used to punch in on a time clock? Because I do remember those, but I'm not sure what that is. However, Dwayne, I want to give you a little bit of trivia about Leonard Skinner that you probably don't know. My dad was best friends with Ronnie Van Zant in junior high school. Yep. And he used to call my dad occasionally, maybe once every year or two, and catch up. How cool is that? Just a little trivia. My dad, who's almost 92 this year, unplugs something if he can't turn it off. I do that too. Shh. 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 I do that too. Y'all, it's not even gone yet. I've been streaming for 1 hour and 45 minutes. I've not drank a half a glass of Fireball. Okay. Okay. If anybody knows how to do this, my computer is dead, and that's usually how I get people up on stream with me. I know my phone will let me do it, but if I don't remember how. So when Grumpus comes back and he says, "Ooh, it's lonely down here in the basement," or purgatory, because I call the waiting room purgatory. Somebody please let me know how to get him in here. Marcel, I know you have to know how to do this. You have to. But, or Karen, when Karen comes on. Karen, are you on yet? I don't see you. Look, y'all, I have to run to the potty. Somebody come up here quick. So you can carry the stream for me while I go take care of business. Of course, I guess I could take y'all with me, but that would be kind of gross, wouldn't it? It'd be super gross. Ah! Hey, Karen's on. Oh, hang on. Add to stream.
Oh my God, look at my hair.
Of course, I guess look at your hair. Look at my hair. Hey, Karen, how are you? You're in the dark. Hey, Karen's on. Oh, hang on. Add to stream. Oh,
look at my
whatever noise device you have on, turn it off. You're in the dark.
Turn what off?
Hey, Karen's on. Oh, hang on. Add to stream. Whatever noise device you have on, turn it off.
Is that better?
You're echoing.
Okay.
Hit the mute button.
Huh? Okay. Wait, is that better?
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
2 windows open.
Look, Karen, don't worry about it. I do it all the time. I'm sorry, Mona. I'm so sorry that I didn't know you were in there. Oh my God, I feel terrible. Grumpus, come on up.
Hey everybody,
Hi,
what's going
Grumpus. What'd you have for dinner?
on? I had veal Siciliano.
Shut up. Shut up.
No, really, I did.
I lived in Sicily for 5 years, but I don't even know what that is.
It's pan-fried veal with mushrooms and artichoke hearts and capers
Keep talking. Keep talking.
on
Right.
pasta and a lemon cream wine sauce.
Oh, wow. Where's my plate?
Okay. When Wesley and I come to visit Spring, Texas, you're taking us to wherever that is. Okay? We'll pay for it, but just show me where that is.
It's just
Okay.
a little local Italian dive here, not too far from me.
Oh my God. See, I'm really kind of ticked off, and I'll tell you why.
Well, I didn't eat all of it.
No, not about that. I would rather spend. Did you see my thing?
I saw
My
that.
Honeycomb savings challenge?
I saw that,
Look, I am so stinking proud of myself. I cannot even tell you.
as you should
I
be.
can't tell you.
I'm
Turn
impressed.
off. Yeah. Good job,
You're-
Mona. You know what you're doing, don't you? What was I going to say? Oh, I'll tell you why I'm aggravated. I'm not pissed off. I'm aggravated because my son's having a baby and I have to travel to Florida, Jacksonville of all places. I would rather stick needles. I would rather stick needles in my eyes than go to Jacksonville, Florida.
You're breaking my heart.
I'm sorry, Karen, but I'm over it. Look, the last time we almost connected. Oh, by the way, Grumpus, this is Karen. Karen Grumpus.
Right.
Karen, how you doing tonight?
Good.
You can
This
tell
is
us
the young
secrets about
friend-
Charlotte when
look,
she uses
this,
it.
this is the young lady that I met when I was in 7th grade. We're still 12, by the way.
Right.
But anyhow, what is the name of what? What is Mona? I don't know what you're talking about. What is the name of it? What did I? Was I talk? Sounds like a crappy meal. Just kidding. Just
Oh.
oh,
Oh, you'd have hated it, Marcel.
Marcel, I agree. Sounds like it tastes like crap. What is the name of it?
The veal recipe, the veal Siciliano.
Oh, veal Siciliano.
That's it.
And
That's
I'm
the
not
name.
sure if I
That's what
said
we're
that
calling
right,
it.
but I'm trying. So anyhow, I'm irritated that I can't go travel somewhere else that I really want to go. Like maybe go visit you and Marcel or go to Little Rock, Arkansas. No, Hot Springs, Arkansas, and take a bath.
I'm not having
in
no
Hot
baby
Springs.
just so you come see me.
Huh?
I'm not having no baby so you'll come see me.
Right? Can you just not have a baby next year and we'll come next year?
There you go.
That's funny.
Because I'll be honest with you, I'm about over some babies.
How many do you have now?
What do you mean?
Grandbabies.
Oh, well, I've got Millie and Ollie.
You have a Millie?
Well, that's not really her name, but it's a nickname I gave her based on her name.
Okay.
Her name's Amelia.
Oh.
And Erica named her Amelia because she didn't think anybody could make a nickname out of it.
That's funny.
And the day we went to find out if it was a boy or a girl,
Right.
we were in because she had already told me that she wanted to name a girl Amelia
Right.
and a boy Oliver.
Oliver. I have a
And so we go to the ultrasound and we're sitting there and it's on this great big TV screen in front of us. It was a real fancy place. I never had anything like that.
Was it?
And yeah, it was 3D.
Mhm.
Yeah. And they said it was a girl. And I said, oh my God, it's Amelie. And that's been her name ever since.
Well, I have a friend whose daughter's name was Amelia and they called her Amy. So it's nicknamed.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
It's nicknameable. But my granddaughter's name is Blakelyn Millie. Millie's her middle name.
Oh, how precious.
And they spell it.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story.
Yeah.
My stepmother's mother, who was always been my grandma,
Right.
she passed a few years ago at 90 something,
Right.
and her name was Mildred.
Right.
But everybody called her her other name, her middle name. But I think it's kind of funny because my Millie was born on her birthday.
Oh, how cool is
How
that?
crazy is that?
It's so neat.
I know, I love that. But you come to Spring and your family comes stay with you. Oh, God bless your heart, Mona. That is so sweet. But you know, Granny gonna have to stay in a hotel room because I don't share very well. But I appreciate you so much. That was beautiful. Okay, it's called Adriatic Cafe Italian Grill. Adriatic Cafe Italian. Oh my God. See, now I know where to go. Now I know, and I know he did that for Mona. Mona is sifting some soil 55. And
Now
because she
y'all don't be
asked,
showing up and making my place busy now.
look here,
I won't be able to get in.
you just gave us the stinking website. So okay, Marcel just posted a video for homemade egg McMuffins.
Ooh.
Ooh, do you know I have an egg McMuffin video too? Marcel, great minds think alike, my dear. But I made mine like 3 years ago. Truly. Look, y'all. Have y'all seen how many subscribers I got?
I saw that. I saw that. Wow.
Where you
I
at
know.
now?
Wow. I know. I've
Nice.
got 1,205. I probably lost about 3 since I started live streaming.
No, you didn't.
Well, I always do. I always lose them when I'm live streaming.
You lose,
but I always get them back. Huh?
You lose subscribers?
Yeah, it fluctuates.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's got to be a YouTube thing, because I have never unsubscribed to anybody in my life. I don't understand that.
I might have.
I forget about them, but I don't.
Oh, I've
unsubscribe.
unsubscribed to a few people, but
Well,
I watch controversial YouTube.
I don't subscribe to very many, so.
Oh, I'll need to Google the recipe. What? Oh, the egg McMuffin recipe?
No,
You do? She actually, look,
meal-
Marcel has a website called Little Fish in the Kitchen. It's a blog.
Right.
And she's got a bazillion 100,000 recipes
She
on
got
that
some
blog.
good stuff.
They're cooking again.
And it is fan-freaking-tastic.
Right.
Fantastic.
And they're doable.
She's a great cook.
That's what makes
And of
it
course,
so
I
nice.
haven't
They're
tasted
doable.
any of it. I'm sorry, what, Grumpus?
That's what makes a recipe so nice. They're doable.
Right.
Exactly.
You
Super
generally
easy,
have
simple
this stuff in
ingredient.
your pantry.
Yeah. Nothing crazy. I've run your playlist several times. You've got lots of. Thank you, Marcel. Thank you. That's why my watch time went up, right?
You need to start cooking again.
I do. I will.
Okay.
Actually, you know what's funny is y'all, this is crazy. So I ran out of a lot of stuff in my pantry because I haven't been grocery shopping, and I'm trying to just cook with what I have in the house instead of going out and buying stuff every single time I run out of something. I'm just like, in between paydays, if I run out, well, too bad, heifer, you need to make do, right?
Right.
Figure it out. And that's what I've been doing. So the other day, I needed Lipton onion soup mix. Now, I didn't have any. I thought I did. It was supposed to be in there. But apparently, the food thief, who is a ghost that lives in our house, took off with it.
Who steals that?
I know, right?
But
They probably did. They probably used it for something stupid like a witch ritual back at, I don't know. But anyhow, they're teenagers. What do you expect?
No.
So, by the way, Fireball number 2. Love it.
Right. I thought you had some shine there.
No, look, that's 2 glasses. I need to get bigger bottles, don't I?
Mm-hmm. It's cheaper in bulk.
You got a lot of honeycombs there. You can get a bottle.
Right? No, that's for the trip.
Yeah, get your 55-gallon drum.
What? Shut up. Hey, where's Patrick tonight?
I have not seen Patrick in
I'm
a couple
little
of nights.
offended. He might be here around 1 o'clock. But anyhow.
1:30. Oh, you're an hour behind me, aren't you?
I'm in Central Time
Where
now.
are you at, Karen?
I'm in the 228.
Jacksonville.
She in Jacksonville. She's never going to leave Jacksonville. Well, she did for a while.
I did, yeah. 23 years.
23?
In Maryland for 23 years. And every day I said, I'm going home. And then when I stopped at my youngest daughter's house to say goodbye to her and the grandboys. And she said, all my life I have been hearing you say, I'm going home. But I never believed you would do it. And now that you're doing it, I don't want you to go. And I'm like, you can come with me, but I'm going. And and I came home to take care of Tony's mom.
Oh, yes, I remember. Yeah,
When Mr. Gagnon fell and broke his hip.
right.
Yeah.
That's my ex-mother-in-law. She
Right.
came
So
to take care of.
So
Yeah,
where is home? Jacksonville?
Orange Park, yeah. Jacksonville.
just south of Jacksonville, the next county down.
So yeah, but
Oh no, Marcel! Her daughter's running 101 fever. You know what? My grand Millie had 101 fever just on Monday, and it was only lasted for a day, and now she's a little bit stuffy. She's been sneezing a lot, and she told me, let me tell you what I had her here, was it yesterday afternoon or Wednesday? It was one of those days. And I told her mom was getting on to her about something, and I said, honey, lay off. I said, she doesn't feel good. Can't you tell?
Right.
I said, she's stuffy. She's tired. She's been at school all day. She's just done. And so she did. She backed off a little bit. And Millie said to me, she goes, Granny, every time I sneeze, snot comes out my nose really fast. I said, you mean you got snot rockets? She said, yeah, that's what it is. I said, you're cool, girl, because not a lot of people get those.
You're
But she came over. Well, actually, I did have her Wednesday and Thursday because Erica, I had Oliver. Erica had to volunteer at the school for the book fair. I would rather stick needles in my eyes than do that. And she got voted in as the treasurer of the PTO. Look, we're talking about my goth, emo, dresses all in black, listens to thrasher metal music, okay? And now she's the treasurer of the PTO. And I'm like, who are you and what did you do with my daughter?
Right? Why would you want to either?
That is exactly what I said. You know why she said? She goes, well, if you're in the PTO, you get to pick your kid's teacher every year.
Really?
Yeah.
My mom was the president of the PTO when I was at SBJ. But
God love her.
But my mom, this, long time ago, but my mom raised enough money as the president of the PTA to put air conditioning in the whole school.
Shut up.
When I was in elementary school, my mom put air conditioning at S. Bryan Jennings Elementary.
Oh my God, that's amazing. She was really dedicated.
My mom was really good planner and stuff, and it's funny because I could take care of every elderly person on the planet, but I get 5 minutes for one kid. 5 minutes is
right.
No,
I can handle them for about 2 hours at a stretch.
Yeah.
Of course, I had 7 of my own.
Yeah, right.
And that didn't seem near as difficult to me as taking care of 2 grandchildren. Truly. And I figured out something.
Yeah, we're not as young as we used to be.
Not just that. I don't like little kids.
Right? Me Mine all live in Maryland, and they're on the phone and on YouTube or FaceTime. Hi, I love you guys. Yeah.
Long distance. Look, in fact, that was something funny. Erica said, hey, Mom, what do you want the grandbaby, Millie, at the time, we didn't know what she was. What do you want the baby to call you? I said, long distance. She said, Mom.
I love that. That's awesome.
Well, I just don't like little kids. Now, I like them once they turn about 12. Because, look, I have always loved a teenager. Yeah. Always. I love them. I relate to them. I just want to raise 1,000 of them. But you know what's so funny? My daughter, my daughter V she'll be 17 in August.
No way.
Yeah, way.
Holy crap.
Doesn't seem like it's even possible.
And Murphy?
13.
No way.
He turned 13 in December. Yeah.
Whoa. You blinked
Yeah.
and you blew up.
I know. It's crazy. And you know what's so funny is when they were tiny little kids. I mean, Violet was 3.5 when he was born. And they were itty bitty kids. And I said to myself back then, I said, you know what? You are in the unique position to know exactly how fast this time is going to go.
Right.
Because I already had grown children.
Right.
In fact, 2 of them had already graduated high school. 3.
Wow.
2 or 3 of them had already graduated high school by the time I had Violet and Murphy. And
You're crazy.
I'm what?
Crazy. How?
You're right.
What's the gap between the oldest and the youngest?
23 years.
Holy crap. And how old were you when you had the oldest?
I was 20 when I had Erica,
Yeah.
and I was 2 weeks away from being 43 when I had Murphy.
Oh my God.
I didn't even think old ladies like that could do that. And when I got pregnant with my son, see, when we had Violet, look, this is crazy story, y'all. It's crazy. So I had 5 kids when I met my husband. And after I had that 5th one, I wanted to donate my uterus and my tubes to somebody who needed them. I was done.
Right.
So I had my tubes tied, and I said, are you sure you don't know anybody who needs this stuff, right? No, you have to keep it. I begged them to give me a hysterectomy. No, they wouldn't do that. Because I was afraid the tubal ligation wouldn't work.
Right.
Because I'm like that lady who... Never mind, I'm not even saying that.
Well, that happened to me when I had my son and I had my they made me sign a piece of paper that said I could not sue because one lady had her tubes tied and then got pregnant with twins.
Right. And it happened.
Right.
It happened.
Right.
So anyhow, so my baby son was 9 when I had Violet.
Okay.
But it took Wesley 4 years to convince me that it was a good idea to have another baby. I had to have my tubes surgically put back together, a reanastomosis.
Wow.
And I will never forget having that surgery. And I woke up in excruciating pain.
Wow.
Look, let me tell you something. I'm a big fat baby when it comes to medical procedures.
Right.
I don't like people touching me. And when I woke up from that, the first thing I said was, I can't believe
I'll let you talk
that you allowed me to sign up for this shit.
Right. That's funny.
To my husband.
To your husband.
This is torture. I can't believe I'm going through this. It's not going to work anyway. I was 38 years old.
Right. Now, do you know Sheila Lemons?
Huh?
Sheila Lemons. Do you know Sheila Lemons?
I don't believe so.
She's class of 84. Do you know Lori Cunningham?
Just the name through Cindy and you and
Right.
and the Ganyans.
But
yeah.
Sheila did the same thing, and she had twins.
Wow.
She had her tubes untied.
Well, I wasn't about the hat. Look.
Yeah, but that happens.
You're supposed to gain wisdom when you get older.
So I got pregnant right away after the reanastomosis, putting them back together.
Right.
But I lost that one. And it was really unfortunate because I really wanted an April baby, and that one was due in April. I was a little sad about it. So we tried again. I mean, we kept trying and trying. I don't care if I ever do that again. But
No, you don't.
But I ended up pregnant in, I guess it was the end of November of that same year. I had the tubal ligation in April. I got pregnant in June, lost that baby, and then I was pregnant again in November. This is a 38-year-old woman, almost 39, getting pregnant twice in a year.
No.
Who does that? Yeah, that's my genes.
At
So anyhow,
19-year-old, right? No, thank you.
so we had her in August of the following year, and so we discussed whether we wanted to do one more because we weren't sure if we wanted to just have her grow up as an only child, because she would have.
Right.
She would
We're
have.
going for a whole baseball team.
Right.
Well, we just thought she might be lonely and spoiled, and she
Hire a
is.
puppy.
And she is. So, so we decided to try again, have some more babies. Well, it wasn't working. I couldn't get pregnant. It took 2 years, and finally, I went through all this testing. One of my tubes was blocked. The other one was only about 5 centimeters long. They're supposed to be 10 centimeters long. Because of the surgery, I had to put them back together.
Right.
And the doctor said, you've got about a 0.2 chance of ever conceiving another child.
Right. Not to mention the health risks.
Right. Well, I ended up having an ectopic pregnancy the
Ooh.
next month.
Wow.
So after that ridiculous situation, I told my husband, we're done.
Right.
I'm not going through this again.
Right.
I could have died.
Right.
I've got 6 kids depending on me. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. No more kids.
Right.
Well, then we decided, okay, we'll just adopt some kids.
Mm.
So we got these 2 teenage girls from foster care. We went through all the stuff,
Wow.
We got these 2 kids. Well, the oldest one was batshit crazy, girl. I ain't even playing. So after about 5 months, well, okay, they were in my house 6 weeks when I learned that I was pregnant with my son.
Oh.
They were in our house for 5 months, and at the end of that 5 months, it was so chaotic and so stressful, and so she did everything that she possibly. Look, at the end of the 5 months, I wasn't sleeping at night. I had to sleep while she was at school and wake up 30 minutes before she got home because I was afraid she was going to accuse my sons or my husband of inappropriate behavior. And I wanted to be awake while she was there to make sure that I was monitoring everything.
Wow, that's not good.
So I ended up having to call her social worker and say, look, you need to come get this kid. She can't live in my house. And we were totally committed to adopting these kids.
Wow.
One of them was a special child. She had cognitive delays and fetal alcohol syndrome, the whole 9 yards. But she wasn't, a lot of fetal alcohol syndrome children are behavior problems, bad behavior. And she was so the opposite. She was the most compliant, beautiful, wonderful. I loved her. It didn't take me but a second to fall in love with that child.
Were they
now living with her was like living on that movie 50 First Dates.
Right.
Because I had to retrain her every morning and she would forget it by the next morning.
Oh.
It's fine. I know, right? I did it too. But I loved her and I wanted to keep her. But because I wanted to give the other sister away, because she was freaking crazy, they took her too.
Oh.
Because they thought they were doing a service by keeping the 2 kids together. And what they really didn't understand was that the older one would have thrown the younger one under a bus to get what she wanted.
Yeah.
But
That's
it
sad.
worked out the way it did. I was probably 6 months pregnant by the time they left. And so I ended up having Murphy. And honestly, if he'd have been first, he'd have been last. Because
about my youngest daughter.
It was the hardest
Right.
child I ever brought into this world.
Right.
Backwards, upside down, sunny side up, breech, you name it.
Ouch.
14 hours of labor. I never had a labor longer than 4 hours before him.
That's funny.
No pain medicine. And I thought I wanted to die.
Mhm.
And actually I had one other child without pain medicine. and it wasn't nearly as agonizing. But that being said, that he was a Pitocin baby, the other one was not. So anyhow, I have this kid. He's perfect.
Right.
He's quiet. He sleeps. Well, okay, he doesn't sleep through the night. In fact, he's 13. I don't think he's ever slept through the night since he was. But he didn't care. He was easy to take care of. He is the most precious boy I've ever owned in my life.
Ever owned.
He loves me better than Peter loved the Lord. And like I said, if he'd have been first, he'd have been the last, because he is such a joy to raise. Other than the fact that he's addicted to video games, I'm good with him.
I got a great boy like that.
And the only thing I hate about the video games is I have to listen to him hurling insults at his friends and making crazy you know how boys make noises for no reason?
Yes. My grandboy.
Come on, Grumpus. You know what I'm talking about. Weird freaking noises out of the blue. Nobody knows what they mean or why.
That's how we bond.
It's the guy thing.
That's a guy thing.
I don't get it, because girls do not do that. Girls bitch, they moan, they complain, they are depressed, they're moody, they're premenstrual, they hate their mother. But you know what? They never leave us.
Humble to ourselves.
Do what?
Why we sit in rooms by ourselves with video games and just mumble.
Right. It's crazy. But you know what? He is so obedient. He's like the perfect kid.
Yeah.
If I could get him to pass English, we'd be good.
And you said he's 13?
Yeah.
Overrated.
What year was he born? 2008?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, my grandboys were born 2009. So they're only a year.
He'll be 14 in December.
Okay.
Yeah. And let me tell you, Grumpus, I really wish that you were on Facebook.
Why?
What?
So you can see my video of the kids. I can't download the video because it's in a private group. I can only post it. I wish you could see. Marcel, tell him about the video of the kids. They did their indoor percussion competition in Oxford last weekend.
Oh, yeah.
And they came in. They weren't last place. Yes.
Right.
There you go.
And for what they've been through, and look, they just started this indoor competition group 2 years ago. He had gone a while without doing it because apparently there were some problems and some crappy teenagers, and just he said, forget it, I'm not doing it anymore. Right? That's what the band director did.
Oh.
Well, the year my daughter was in 9th grade, she begged him and got all the rest of the kids to say, come on, let's do it. So he said, okay, let's do it. So he ordered the music, he got the costumes, he got everything he needed, and he trained these kids. And they were 4 days from state competition before COVID killed everything.
Oh, man.
They had won first place in every competition and got promoted to 2 classes. They were in the beginner class and they got promoted. And they were still first place in both everything.
Wow.
Up until that point. And my daughter sat in her room and cried for 3 months.
Yeah.
So last year they didn't do any of it because of COVID. This year they started over again. They did the same performance, the same music.
Right.
They ended up getting promoted to A class, which is the competition class. It is the same class that colleges perform in.
Wow.
So they got promoted to that class. And for the last 3 competitions, the first of the 3, they got last place, which was number 8. The second to the last one, they got last place, but they were in the high class now.
Right.
They weren't in the novice class or the beginner class or the scholastic classes. They were in the real class.
Right.
So they got, and every single time, well, this last one at state competition, they came in next to the last place.
They're moving
And let me tell you something. Every single time their score improved.
right.
So basically the difference between first place and where they were at this state competition was about 6 points.
Out of how many?
Out of 14, I think.
Okay.
14. Well, no, it was 12 because they were 11th. They were 11th in the state, and there was one under them. So 12. But I couldn't be any more proud of them, truly. A lot of the kids this year, all the seniors had graduated. All the juniors from the previous year had graduated. So we had one senior in this group that had been to competitions before.
Right.
We had some juniors that had been to competitions before. The rest were sophomores, lots of freshmen,
Right.
2 7th graders, and 3 8th graders. My daughter's a freshman, and my son's a 7th grader, and they were both in the same. They competed together, which really, really made me happy.
That's kind of cool.
Well, when my daughter graduates, my son will start the 9th grade.
Hmm.
And this was the only opportunity this year and next year are the only opportunities that I will ever have to see my kids play in the same band.
Right.
And I was just really, it was special. It was really special to see both of them doing their thing in the band. And I mean, there's only 32 kids in this indoor percussion group. But boy, they sure put on a show. Oh. Marcel said it was so cool. They were so coordinated. Takes so much work with all that choreography. Exactly. And that's one of the reasons that they placed as low as they did, because indoor percussion is a very theatrical production.
Okay.
And it's not just standing there playing an instrument. There are movements. They're basically trying to tell a story through the music, and almost like opera, except without all the backdrops, or without the scenery. And they practiced every week, 3 nights a week, 1 till 6 in the evening, 2 nights until 8 in the evening. Saturdays. It was insane. Hundreds and hundreds of hours since December.
Right.
All of that culminated into all of this, and it was just, I'm sorry, Grumpus, I know you've heard all this before. I apologize.
I'll try to get on my wife's Facebook account and see if I can look it up.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish you would. All you got to do, oh, you don't know what my name is. Yes, you do. You sent me mail.
Yeah.
Did you send it to Gulf Coast Granny, or did you send it to my name?
Well, I know both.
Okay. First and last?
I probably got it wrote down here somewhere.
Okay. I don't want to broadcast it all over freaking YouTube,
I'll track you down if I need it.
Well, ask, well, I don't know. Patrick, when he sent me stuff, he sent it to Gulf Coast Granny.
But your
I
married
did.
name is not what you have on Facebook anyway, is it?
Do what?
Your married name is not what you have on Facebook anyway.
I don't go by my married name.
Right, that's what I just said.
Yeah. Well, even in real life, my name is my name.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Really forward progressive woman you are.
Well, my kids' names have both of our names.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
That's cool. So does Tony's kids. Tony
What?
Bond. Tashelle and
And Ryan?
they have Tony's both dads' names.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I did know that.
I kept my
Good
father's
Lord,
maiden
girl,
name.
you're bringing back too many memories for me. I'm going into freaking. Buh.
I've known you since before.
You know the only person I loved in that whole family was Mom, right?
Oh no, I loved her. I still think about her all the time. She used to
There's
sit.
not a day that goes by that I don't say something about her. She was,
I loved
she
her.
was, and you know what's so funny is I met her when I was 16 years old after me and Eric got in that car accident.
After the accident? Oh wow.
Right? I mean, that night.
Oh wow.
She came to see me. She came to see, of course, she went to check on her son,
Right.
and then she came to check on me. And that's when I met her.
Oh.
And
7.
she was all over me. Oh my God, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Blah, 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 blah. You know how she was.
Yeah.
Overdoting. And of course, my parents walked in, and my dad walks in, and he's like, you mind telling me what the hell happened? And I looked at my dad and I said, hey, Dad, we ran into a pole. Of course, now, mind you, I had a broken leg in 4 places. They had already administered lots of morphine.
Right.
And honestly, if you knew my dad, I never would have said that to him had I not been high as a kite.
Right.
I would have said, ask him.
Right.
Because my dad was not to be trifled with.
I don't remember anything happening to Eric.
Yeah, he got a few stitches in his chin.
Okay, because I only remember you. And
he what happened was his chin, it hit the steering wheel and just ripped it.
Ooh.
Like, he had quite a few stitches in his chin, but that was it.
Yeah.
I had we wrecked in an ant bed. Okay, that's not.
No.
What the engine moved and kind of came catty corner.
That's my
in the car. But it didn't come into the seat. It just pushed the firewall.
Right.
It pushed everything forward. And that's how my leg broke. It just, and I was in the middle, of course, on the hump.
Right.
And it was so crazy because I remember waking up because it knocked both of, I think it knocked him out. I know it knocked me out because I still have scars. Look, the year that I moved to Lake City, I was 15 years old.
Right.
And I got bit in the mouth by a dog and got stitches. I still have scars on this side of my face from the teeth marks. And I got a scar on my lip from it. But that happened. The very next year, I was in a motorcycle accident with my brother. They were digging for cable in our neighborhood. And he was taking me to the store. I was riding on the back of his dirt bike. And on the way back home, apparently that front wheel got stuck in one of them ruts that they were digging, and it threw us. And the bike came, it just tumbled. And I came down and hit my head right here. And my entire face. My dad didn't make me go to school for an entire week. Look, y'all, I never missed school for nothing.
Wow.
If I was sick, I had to go to school. But that, he told me, he said, oh, I can't send you to school. You are ugly. I looked like Quasimodo, man. My face was so swollen. You could not, it was swollen. You couldn't even see the bridge of my nose. It was like crazy. And both of my eyes, the whites of my eyes were red. It stayed like that forever.
Yeah.
I had a severe concussion, but I wasn't brain damaged, I don't think.
Yeah, incredible, right?
Who knows what the effects were, But there was one side of my face right here, right along this jawline was not swollen. The rest of it was enormous. And Marcel said, yes, I had to go to school unless I was bleeding out my eyes too. So, but it was so funny because my friends would try to come and visit me that week that I wasn't in school. And I'm like, no, I don't want to see anybody. I look terrible.
Right.
And you know me, I was a really vain teenager. But I was cute, man. I was cute.
You were.
I was adorable.
Yeah.
Goddamn old age.
You were petite and tiny and.
Oh God. I had my senior pictures done right
Yeah.
after the accident.
Right.
And I remember going to the doctor the week before that. I weighed 89 pounds.
See? I remember in 9th grade, I weighed 117 and thought I was fat. I'm like,
Oh, come on. You were so cute, though.
well,
And you haven't changed a bit.
well, mine is,
You look the same as you did
yeah.
30 years ago.
Probably
Swear
have
to
a
God.
hairstyle too. I just
What?
I had it 2 years because of COVID and being lazy. I didn't cut my hair for 2 years, and it was down to below my waist. And for Christmas, my client's daughter paid for me to get my hair done, so I just got it all cut off.
Oh, Karen, that's so
All
nice.
flat and whatever because I've been working all
Well,
day.
it looks the same as it did when we were in middle school. It's the same haircut, girl.
Yep.
But it looks good on you. It always has.
Look at
Look at all this. You see this?
yeah,
I got to do something with this
yeah.
because it's making me crazy. Look at that, Grumpus. This ponytail has probably grown twice since I met you. Because I remember when I started YouTube, my hair was about that long. And
you're blaming me?
yes, I'm blaming you.
There you go.
Because I always take it up like this and I clip it. And the with one of those banana clip things.
Right.
Or those hair clips. And usually it would just stick up a little bit right here, and now it's doubled up on itself. And I keep telling Wesley, I'm like, man, I need a haircut. He's like, well, go get a haircut. I'm like, do you know them haircuts are $50?
If you're lucky, if you don't get any.
Yeah.
I'm not spending that on a friggin' haircut. I'm on a budget.
2 years I went without a haircut. I used to spend more money on my dog than myself.
Right?
In a year,
Right?
I would spend more money on my dog one time than I did on myself for the whole year.
Didn't you get another dog after Cookie?
I have Izzy is the toy poodle, and then I, like an idiot, rescued another Shih Tzu after I had my other. She is a mess. Oh my God. I will never. This is it. I am so, just like you and kids, I am so done with dogs.
Look,
No more.
I have a baby dog.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's not a baby. She's old as the hills. I'm just waiting for her to die so we can get a real dog.
Oh, no more for me.
I'm going to get another standard poodle if it kills me.
Yeah.
We've had 4 of them throughout our marriage. We love them. My house does not feel like a normal house without one, and I need another one.
Come here.
If I lived in a bigger place, I'd already have one. But that's not going to happen until I only have one dog. One dog. Oh, God. Marcel said she's getting ready to cut her hair really short. You want all the blonde streaks that lady put in. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I love you, Marcel, and I love your hair. You are not meant to be blonde.
That's funny.
And I say that from look, you see how dark my hair is. And it's even lighter now that it turned gray. See, look.
Yeah,
do you see my stripes?
Yeah.
It's awesome. I love them.
I love it.
I'm never coloring my hair again.
That's what I said.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Look, I earned every one of those stripes.
Yeah.
Every one of them. I earned them. I love them. They are me. I'm keeping them. Now, might I get a facelift? If YouTube decides to pay me enough money, probably. Because I want all, see, I tell people this all the time.
Right.
You see this right here? See all this right here? This used to be my face. It was.
No. You know what I said? Everybody says.
I want my neck back.
People say. One, I don't smoke, but some people used to say, because I don't feel that way anymore, but they would say, you look so young for your age. And I would say, well, that's because every year I gain a few more pounds and keep the wrinkles
and it stretches it out. My aunt told me that. My aunt was always a heavy lady from,
Right.
I mean, from the time I was born. And she passed away about 5 years ago from colon cancer, which is
Aw.
just an ironic, cruel joke. But she told me one time, she says, Charlotte, if you ever want your wrinkles to disappear, just gain weight.
Right.
She said it smooths out everything.
You
And
know,
I told her, I said, well, Aunt Ann, I would love to do that, but I just have a problem gaining weight. And I know a lot of women hate hearing me say that, but I can't eat enough.
we don't hate it. We're just jealous.
Well, and believe me, I'm not near as small as I used to be.
I know you used to be little.
I mean, but I was a kid back then.
You were.
Metabolism eventually catches up.
Right.
But I'll tell you this, I remember when I got pregnant, no. After I delivered Violet, and when I got pregnant with Murphy, I was 139 pounds.
Right.
After Murphy, I am the only woman alive who ever nursed a baby and gained weight.
Wow. Now, I'll tell you, when I was pregnant with Heather, I weighed more the day I got pregnant than I did the day I delivered her.
Wow.
I had a
Oh.
infection the whole time.
Marcel said, I never wanted to be blonde. I know you didn't, sweetheart. I was teasing you. I know you didn't. She went rogue and I paid her $160.
Whoa.
$160?
The last time I paid to get my hair done before COVID, it was $200.
Shut the front. Y'all need to move to Mississippi. Shh.
Well, I'm not paying. I'm not. Yeah.
I think the last time I had my hair colored, and they did a great job, and great cut, great job, great everything. It cost me, I believe, about $75.
Yeah. Yeah, that was COVID.
But honestly, things are cheaper here.
Yeah.
Except property seems to be going up and up and up. But that's everywhere. You know, my son lives in Jacksonville, and he keeps complaining because he can't find an apartment that is affordable.
Well, there's nothing below 1,400.
That's exactly what he told me, and I told him he was full of crap. And then he sent me, I believe it now.
I can't find it. You know, I'm supposed to be renting an apartment from Cindy. She told me in August that I could rent this place, and it's still not ready.
Still?
And it's like 900 square feet, and she told me I could have it for $1,050. I don't know if I should say that out loud, but it's still not ready. But I've looked for other things because I'm supposed to have been out of here a long time ago.
Right.
And, you know, luckily they've been really, you know, because I live on the property of a former client that I used to take.
Right.
He passed away, and his kids inherited the property.
Is that Lori's parents?
No, this is Mr.
Another one?
W.W. Gay. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
No.
Anyway, so I used to take care of him for 5 years, so I got to live in one of the houses on the property. But anyway, the kids inherited. They want to sell it, you know, and so there's like.
But they're letting you stay there.
Yeah, there's 5 of us. So we're all having to move when they sell the property, but.
Everybody hit the thumbs up button for Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny.
I've done
Thank you, Marcel. I know you already did, Grumpus.
I did already.
We have 6 watching and 11 thumbs up. Look at there.
I did already.
How many?
6 watching and 11 thumbs up.
Oh, okay. Y'all, tell me how I get more live stream viewers.
It's 2:00 in the morning. I don't know how. How do I share it? No, I don't want to share it with my friends.
Don't share it with your friends, because they're probably my friend. No, I'm teasing. And I know Cindy's in bed.
Oh, yeah.
She gets up with the chickens.
I think she was on vacation this week, though.
She was?
I think she was.
No wonder she didn't answer the phone. I tried to call her this morning.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcel. Look, guys, I'm going to the potty. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
All right, now we can hear Charlotte's stories.
Oh, right. Oh,
from
well.
someone besides Charlotte.
I can't tell any ones that I know. Yeah. She was my best friend one year. I guess it must have been 7th grade, but I don't remember. But I owned the car. So I lived next door to her first husband, ex-husband, whatever. And we moved overseas, so he bought my car, and then they wrecked it. And so I've always been like, and of course, what do you call it? Hearsay, gossip. We heard about the accident, and I was told that she almost died, and we didn't know she was going to make it through the night, and all this kind of scary stuff. So, and I was we were 16, 17 years old. It was very scary, and I've never forgotten it. And because it was my car, I somehow felt like not responsible. But what if I hadn't sold it? They wouldn't have been in it.
They'd have been walking and walked into a pole.
I know, but I've never forgotten it. But that was also my first car. That was my 1970 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, and Eric had 71.
It was
his, not mine, because he bought mine. You wrecked in mine, but I think
the 70, right?
Mine was a 70. I think his was a 71.
Yeah. Well, he had a 71, and then he had a 64, and now he's got a Hurst Olds.
Does he?
69 Hurst Olds.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let me tell you something. The only thing that I got from those years with Eric is I can tell the Oldsmobile and what year it is.
And that's too funny.
From 64 to 76.
Yeah.
And his daughter, Erica. Those are the two things I got.
Yeah.
And I know a Hurst Olds, and I know a fake when I see one.
Right.
And I know the difference between an F85 and a Cutlass Supreme.
That's right.
And I know how to work on all of them. And I can tune a carburetor by ear.
Wow.
That's why my husband married me.
Really?
Yeah.
He needed a tune-up.
Okay, when I first met my husband, I had just left a crap relationship that had lasted for 7 years and brought me nothing but pain, agony, and 2 kids. And I was basically running for my life. So I went to another state. And my car was leaking from everything that could leak. It was in terrible shape. I took my girls with me. My son Logan had already gone to Puerto Rico and stayed with his dad. And so got a job up in Georgia. And I was living I was living better then than I had the past 7 years. I was doing, I wasn't making a lot of money, but I was able to allocate it where it needed to be better,
Live with you. Right.
Because it was just me and the girls and nobody messing with everything.
Mm-hmm.
So anyhow, I'm up there. I'm happy. I don't want to date. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. I want to raise my girls, live in peace for the rest of my life. So then Wesley comes along, and he shows up at my job, and he says, "Can I speak to Charlotte?" And I looked at him, and I went,
"Oh, God.
You're looking at her. What can I do for you?" Because I ain't playing, right? Mm-hmm. I'm a woman of the world. I've been lived 14 lifetimes.
Right.
In that short 34 years, excuse me. And he says, "Well, I just wanted to know if you wanted to go have some coffee." I said, "Coffee?" And I'm thinking to myself, what planet is this kid from? Because he looked like he was about 19.
Oh, wow.
He was actually 27. But He didn't look 27. And so he had already called me earlier in the day and tried to ask me on a date, and I said no. Done. I'm not in the market, right?
Right.
Well, just between you and me and everybody on YouTube.
Everybody on YouTube. 6 of us.
He walks in, and before he even opened his mouth, all I could see was those big, huge green eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Oh God, those are pretty." Because I'm a sucker for a dude with some green eyes, okay?
That's how I got
a sucker.
For me, it's blue, but yeah.
Doesn't matter the hair, the arms. I do like big shoulders.
Right. I like.
God, I love me some shoulders. But that was back in the day when I was young and I could be picky. So anyhow, I thought to myself after all of this conversation, which was actually just a phone call and him showing up at my job, I said, damn, this guy's pretty persistent. And he just wants coffee. I mean, it's not like he said, hey, let's go have a drink, or hey, let's go shack up together, or, let's get busy and do the nasty or anything like that. He just said coffee.
Right.
And that kind of impressed me a little bit, because I'm a woman of the world, been around the block a few times, and I'm thinking, well, geez, if coffee's all he wants, shit, I can do that.
Right.
So I said to him, yeah, I'll go have coffee with you, but I'm not wearing this uniform, because it was an ugly uniform. It was a dark green top with red and gold stripes on it and khaki breeches. And I'm like, this is not how you want to go have coffee.
All right.
He said, don't worry about it. I got you. I'll bring you one of my t-shirts. And I'm thinking, all right, I'll wear a t-shirt. So he shows up at 10 o'clock when I get off work. And he's got a t-shirt in his hand. I'm like, get out of here. Nobody does this. No men do this. So I tested him. That first night I tested him. So I'm in the parking lot next to my car. He hands me the t-shirt, and I said, hey, turn around. I'm going to change my clothes, my shirt. So I'm in the middle of this parking lot. I pulled off my shirt, threw the t-shirt on, and he keeps his back turned the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who does that?
There's a gentleman left.
A gentleman.
I know. That's what I'm making a point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd have been just like Wesley. I'd have been looking in that mirror.
The reflection of the window, right?
But he did. I mean, he kept his back turned the whole time. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of impressive, right? So I went and had coffee. We had this, it was at Applebee's.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the best coffee.
No.
But they were open.
Right.
And we had a dessert. They're a little blondie with ice cream on top. Mm-hmm. It was delicious. And we sat in Applebee's almost until they closed, talking with each other.
Right.
He drives me back to my car, and I said, thank you. And he got in his car and drove off and didn't make me think he was going to follow me home, which was freaking awesome.
Right.
Because in my past life,
right,
they would have tried to follow me home and,
right,
made problems.
So how
but
long
I had 2
from that
kids
time
at
from
home.
that you got married?
Do what?
How long from that first coffee to the time you got married? Right?
8 months. 8 months.
That's a pretty long time, though.
If it would have been up to him, it would have been sooner, but I couldn't decide yet if I wanted to marry a guy in the Navy
Well,
because you know my history.
right. And how long have you been married now?
21 years.
Wow. Amazing.
Just made 21 years in February the 2nd.
All because you agreed to have a cup of coffee.
I know, right?
Never know.
And see, I was dating this other guy when I met him. And he was this British guy. He was actually from Ireland.
Okay.
And he was so smart. And I really respect that. I love smart men.
Mhm.
I've always loved smart men.
Right.
In fact, when I was a young adult, right after high school, my celebrity crush was Alex Trebek.
That's funny.
But I swear to you, stop laughing.
That's funny.
All of my friends, they would say, hey, who's your, because, you talk about this stuff when you're a young single
You know who mine was?
female.
You know who mine was?
Who?
John McEnroe, the left-handed, because I'm like
Oh, my God, the tennis player?
the player that was always talking back and saying
Always a
The
jerk.
bad boy of tennis.
tantrums. That was my guy. I swore I
Okay.
would marry him.
Look, mine was Alex Trebek.
Yeah.
And actually, I shed a little bit of a tear when I found out he was sick and he passed away.
Yeah.
But because he was my lifelong celebrity crush.
Right.
Well, that and Mel Gibson, but Mel Gibson was crazy
He is crazy. Not
and
was.
still is, right?
Is.
And off the wall crazy.
Right.
I think he got crazier as he got older, or he hit it well when he was younger. But anyhow, he was really handsome. And actually, when I met my second husband, he reminded me of Mel Gibson.
Right.
Just his look.
Yeah.
Boy, he was handsome. But then I married him, and you know how they get uglier the longer you know them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Less attractive.
Yeah. And by the time we were no longer a couple, he wasn't the most handsome guy I knew.
Yeah.
But when I first met him, he was.
Right.
But my grandma used to say, and this is so funny because it's so Forrest Gumpish.
Right.
But I heard this my whole life before Forrest Gump was even a thing.
Right.
She used to tell me pretty is as pretty does.
Right.
And God love her. I miss that old lady.
Yeah.
Shit. But yeah, he was a handsome guy. And actually he was a wonderful husband and a wonderful dad. He just wasn't the wonderful husband for me.
Right.
I
have.
And to this day, he's still a great person.
Yeah.
And a great dad. And honestly, I've never met a kid yet who didn't love him.
Really.
Yeah. But yeah, what Wesley kind of just ran with it. My husband, he just ran with it. And I will never forget the day we got married. Because we didn't have really a wedding.
Right.
We just went to the little, that little place in Kingsland, Georgia, where people go to get married. It's not the courthouse, but it's a little
City
wedding
hall.
chapel kind of thing.
Right.
That's where we went.
Yeah.
And we went in there and we filled out the paperwork a couple days before. And I will never forget question 5. Because, you have to fill out this questionnaire thing.
Yeah.
And question 5 was, what is your relationship?
To each other.
And me and Wesley looked at each other and said, well, what does that mean? What is your relationship? And we asked the lady at the front desk, what does this mean? Because, we have a pretty good relationship. We're getting married.
Right.
And she goes, oh, no. They just want to know if you're related. And I'm like, isn't that illegal?
Yeah.
She goes, oh, no, I just married second cousins the other day. And I said, please don't tell anybody that. Please. Because that's just weird. But, they do that stuff in Georgia. I don't know if it's legal everywhere.
Yes. My second husband's ex-wife married her first cousin. Their dads were brothers. And they had the same grandparents, same last name. It was gross. And then they had a baby. Ugh. Yuck.
That kind of reminds me of the royal family.
That baby was so
You know?
cute. He has learning disabilities. He is not, but he was really cute when he was born. But I hated that woman. God, I hated her. She was good.
See, I can't even understand.
I don't get it.
Because I grew up with all my cousins.
I don't have any.
You don't have any cousins?
Not one. My mom has a brother and a sister who never had kids, and my dad was an only child. So I have no cousins. I have one brother, no sisters, no cousins.
I have at least 40 cousins.
I have none.
But my dad was one of 10.
Wow.
And my stepmother was one of 12.
Wow.
So there were a lot of cousins.
Wow.
And yeah, I have 7, so I kind of kept up with them. Generationally speaking, I might have outpaced them a little bit. Because, back then, there wasn't a lot of TV.
Right.
So, how else do you entertain yourself? But, no, I had tons of cousins, and I can't even, we were all very close, at least until my parents were divorced. Even after, really, we used to go visit each other all the time. Like, they would come to our house, and we would go to their houses, and I had one aunt who lived out in the country, and everybody would gather at her house on Sundays, and we'd all have dinner, and we'd play together, and ride horses and motorcycles, and shoot guns, and just do the things. And I'm not sure if every family does that. I don't know. But that's just how ours was.
Right.
There were the cousins that were creeps, and there were the cousins that were bitches, and there were the cousins that you liked, and but it was just all the cousins, and I can't even imagine trying to get in those kinds of relationships with my family members that I grew up with.
Right.
It's gross.
That family tree looked like a light pole.
I know, right?
I didn't hear that. Yep.
And see, I made sure that my family tree was extremely diverse.
Yeah.
At least my kids.
I think I have I have 6 grandchildren. But there's
wow, really?
Yeah, Heather has 2 and Haley has 4. They have a
4.
Well, they have his son, her son, their son, and their daughter. So there's 4.
Well, and see, that's funny because I'm the same way. My son just inherited a daughter,
right,
from his marriage, and to me, that's my new granddaughter.
Exactly.
Because
that's
just how it's supposed to be. When
Bentley's my baby.
I have kids from different dads.
Right. Me too.
And all of my kids are brothers and sisters. They don't make a distinction.
Right.
Oh, that's my half brother. That's my,
right.
They are family. They are brothers and sisters.
And then, like, when I married Randy, I had the 2 girls, and he has 2 boys that were Heather and Brandon are 2 days apart. She's 2 days older than he is. And then Heather and Brandon were 10 when we got together. And then Brian was not 8, 10, 8, and 7. So they were 10. Brian was 8. Haley was 7. But Brian was held back in 1st grade. So he and Haley were in the same grade, and Heather and Brandon were in the same grade.
Oh, my God. Look.
Sisters.
Marcel said the house directly behind my old house was shot up in a drive-by last Monday. Holy crap. crap, Marcel.
Where's that?
In Texas.
Oh, saying.
Somewhere close to around San Antonio, I think.
It's between San Antonio and Houston.
Okay. That's insane.
That's
That
crazy.
is insane.
That's scary.
Of course, now, when I was a poor, young, white, single mom and living in the ghetto in Jacksonville,
Where?
that was a daily occurrence.
On the west side near me? Yeah.
Girl, you know it was. Right off of Cassett Avenue.
Where?
Right off of Cassett Avenue.
I could walk there from where I live now.
Girl, I lived 4 houses away from Eureka Gardens.
Oh, my God. You're crazy.
4 houses. Do you know I never had nothing stolen out of my yard?
Really?
Nobody ever came to my house for nefarious purposes.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's because my daughter had a gang member that had the crush on her.
Oh. I live right off of San Juan.
Okay.
Cassett and San Juan intersect, and
Down by the,
you know where Lane Avenue is?
who?
Lane Avenue.
Of course.
Okay, so there's Cassett, San Juan, and Lane.
And then Lane.
Yeah, I lived on Hyde Grove, which is a block before Lane.
I know where that is. Yeah.
Hyde Park.
Yeah.
There's Hyde Grove,
Yeah.
Hyde Park. I live off of Hyde Park. Oh my God.
Okay.
I told all
I
6
know just where that is.
all 7 people.
I lived on Hollycrest.
I know where that is. I can
My
walk
dad
there.
owned that house. He bought it when he was 18 years old,
Wow.
when I was 1. And he owned it and let me and my kids live there after, yeah, he let us live there. And I lived there for 3 years. And the year that I left, the reason I left was there was a family. When you go down Hollycrest,
Mhm.
you got the apartments at the top of the road, right?
Right.
You come down and there's a field. There used to be, now there's houses there. They've built some houses. There used to be a field right in front of my house. And this is the house I grew up in until I was 13, till I moved to Orange Park.
Right.
And the street across was, I want to say Red Rack,
I don't know that one.
but I might be wrong. It was the street across from the field. The house in front of me, oh my God, this is terrible. Somebody broke into the house,
Right.
attacked the mother and the daughter,
Wow.
kidnapped the husband, took them out to Yellowwater,
Wow.
took him to a bank where they made him withdraw as much funds as he could get and dropped him off out in Yellowwater. He got to the police, phone call, you know.
Right.
They went to the house, caught one of the guys because they went back to the house for more
Wow.
action, so to speak.
Right.
They caught one of them. One of them escaped. Now, this is a block over from my house. I could see their house from my front door.
Right. Right.
And then a couple of weeks later, you know how you go down Hollycrest and it turns a corner and there's a stop sign at the end of the road.
Right.
A guy, an elderly gentleman, had gone around that stop sign, stopped at the stoplight, and got capped in the head.
Oh gosh.
My kids were going to Lakeshore and Hyde Park at the time.
Yeah.
But the 5th grader was about to go to middle school at Lakeshore, and the Lakeshore kid was about to go to Ed White. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's not happening.
Right.
I got to get out of here.
Right. Why didn't you go to Orange Park though?
Because I went to Georgia.
Well, yeah. Well, because I went to Georgia.
Well, I'll tell you why. I had a friend who lived in Georgia, and I
Right.
was going to go to Cocoa Beach.
Right. Ooh.
Well, at the time, it was the most educated county in Florida.
Right.
And I thought, well, that'll be a good place to catch a husband.
Out
And
trolling.
he won't be stupid either because he works the Space Center, right?
Right.
But my girlfriend, who I worked at AOL with back in the day, she said, Charlotte, this is stupid. Don't go to Cocoa. Come up here to Georgia where you know somebody. I can help you with the kids. You know, and she did. God love her. She did. She helped me so much. On the nights that I had to work at night, she would go get the kids for me so they wouldn't be alone. And she was just a huge help.
Right.
Not just, you know, with the kids, but moral support
Right.
as well. And she was somebody that I could go hang out at her house on the weekends and just relax. And I wouldn't have had that in Cocoa.
Right. Right.
You know. So so I did that. I moved to, what is so funny, dang it. I'm missing something. Hang on.
You might have had a rich husband instead.
Some high school kids and some 20-somethings are at war. Oh my God, Marcel. You can take my message down. I'll feel less ghetto fabulous. I'm sorry. I forget sometimes that I leave them up there. But that's why I ended up in Georgia. And had I not ended up in Georgia, I wouldn't have met my husband and
had 2 more kids.
Had 2 more kids and been saddled into retirement with responsibility and liability.
21 years of wedded bliss. I'll trade you.
Well,
I'd rather have that than 4 husbands and I've been by myself.
Well, you know, I think, what do I think? I think everybody always thinks the grass is always greener on the other side.
I know.
I mean, no lie. My husband is salt of the earth.
Right.
He is a wonderful, amazing guy.
Right.
But if anything ever happens to him or between us, yeah, I'm not doing this crap again.
Right.
I will rent a husband when needed.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Right.
I'm done.
Right.
I have enough kids that I will not die alone.
Yeah,
and
but
that
I
is,
want to be my.
that is fine with me.
Right. Right.
You know. In fact, when I had that heart attack a couple of years ago, I was about to die alone, and I was perfectly happy with it. Mm. Now, mind you, that could have been from the lack of oxygen to my brain.
You're funny.
But God is merciful, right? Because I'm going to tell you something. When I was laying there in that bed, I knew I was about to be dead, okay? I knew it. I said, dang, this is it. And I'm okay with it. Just don't let my kids come in here and find my dead body.
Right.
You know, that's the only thing at the time that I was concerned about. I'm like, but then I remember praying and I said, Lord, if you got to take me now, just let me go now because I do not want to break up with broke ribs.
Oh, right.
That had me absolutely scared to death. But you know, through the whole thing, I never ever lost consciousness. And I never quit breathing. Now, the paramedic that came couldn't find my pulse, but I assured him that it was there because I was conscious.
Right.
You know, it's there somewhere. It might be thready, but it's there.
Right. If you were talking, you shouldn't even been checking for a pulse. Obviously, you're breathing.
Well, you know, they have to do it.
Yeah. But
I mean, they have to take vitals as soon as they get there.
But I mean, it's not like he was going to do CPR because he can't find.
I know, right?
Sorry.
Hey, here's this lady who's conscious, but I can't find a pulse. Let's do some CPR. Oh, shit.
That's funny.
Oh, my God. But that was crazy. I can't believe. But I'll tell you what was the craziest thing about that whole situation. was that, and it took me a while to realize that the lack of oxygen to my brain slowed everything down. It was hard to talk. It was hard to think.
Wow.
It was hard to, I felt like a wet noodle everywhere. Everything in me felt like it was a struggle to do. Even just lifting my hand and putting my phone up to my ear was a strong arm act, you know? Thinking was hard.
Right.
And that's something I've never experienced before, where thinking was really hard, because I'm usually
Right.
really quick to, really quick. And that was crazy. It's crazy. The whole thing was crazy. I hope I never have another heart attack.
Why did you?
In fact, y'all come with me while I take my blood thinner so I don't have a blood clot.
Okay. Isn't that funny?
I forgot it.
You wear Teds?
Look, what?
You wear the Ted socks?
Oh, God, no.
You should.
No, I shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine. Actually, I was very, very lucky. Oh, that's my son's ADHD medicine. I don't want that.
Oh no.
I hate speed, man. Give me some Xanax. Nope, wrong one. This is his, not mine. Look, this is crazy, y'all. You want to see something funny? I have 3 of these baskets right here. See them?
Yeah.
One is for one child, the other is for the other child, and one is for me. But it's the only way I can keep all the medications straight. And see this? Oh, nope, I took it down because the instruction. I used to have the instructions for all the medications right here. Because changes so often.
Right.
They haven't, my kids are on medications that they haven't really tweaked yet. In fact, Violet was on Latuda up until 3 weeks ago.
What is that for?
Well, interestingly enough, for mood disorder.
Oh, okay.
They don't know exactly what kind of mood disorder, but they have their assumptions, and I think they're wrong. I think she has severe PMS.
I was just
like
thinking that.
Almost a PMDD thing.
Right.
This is not mine. I don't take that. What is that doing? Shh. Y'all. They keep messing up my medicine. But they had her on Lamictal. They had her on oxcarbazepine. They had her on Latuda, all within the last 4 months. And I'm like, okay, it's time to quit.
Right.
These are severe, serious psychotropic drugs. And until you decide what's wrong with her, she ain't taking none of this crap no more. Because it was messing with her so bad.
Yeah, she's too young for that many.
Exactly.
For that many.
And I told him, I said, you can give her something to help her sleep, because both of my kids are insomniacs and have a really hard time getting to sleep and staying asleep.
Right.
I said, and you can give her something to help her with her anxiety, because she's had it since she was 3 and it's part of her life. I know that it exists. But other than that, we're done.
Right.
But now they're sending me, in fact, it should be here on Monday. You ever heard of a genetic test that you can do to determine what medications, mental health medications, are genetically compatible with you?
Oh, wow, no.
It's a thing. And I didn't know about it until 3 weeks ago.
All right.
Well, y'all, listen to this. They did the test, okay? She swabbed her cheeks and she did the whole thing. put it in the tube, sent it off to the gene factory or whatever, the testing place.
Lab, right?
So I get a call back about a week later from the doctor's office that said, is this the parent of Violet? Blah, 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 blah. And I said, yes, it is. This is so-and-so from such and such a clinic, her doctor's office. And she started it off like this. This has never happened to us before.
Uh-oh.
And I'm thinking, what? You know, apparently they were not able to extract any DNA from her swab.
What?
I said, so you're saying I have a genetic freak, right? She's
As a zombie.
a mutant. She's an alien. Right. What's going on here? Well, no, probably something happened to the sample in the mail or blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, whatever. What do you want me to do about it? He said, well, you could bring her in. I said, no, I can't bring her in. I don't drive. And my husband's out of town for the next week.
Right.
So what do I do? So they talked to her doctor, and the doctor, I just got a call from the genetic testing company yesterday. They overnighted, quote, overnighted,
right,
a gene test. I'm going to do it here in the house. Apparently, my daughter does not know how to scrape her cheek with a swab. We're not collecting saliva. We're collecting skin cells.
Oh, okay.
And that's probably what happened. She was probably just soaking up all the spit instead of really doing the job.
Right.
So we're going to overnight it back to them on Monday or Tuesday.
Right.
Hopefully we will have some answers as to not to her diagnosis, but to what medications
right are compatible
with her DNA.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
It's an amazing thing, honestly. I forget the name of the company. It's Gene something.
Right.
But had I known about that, I would have requested that test a year ago.
Right.
But I didn't know about it, and nobody suggested it until, 3 weeks ago. But she's been seeing a different doctor for the past 3 months, probably since January. The other doctor was having a lot of personal problems, lost both of her parents to COVID, divorced her husband, and discussed it in therapy sessions with us. And I'm like, yeah, that's not feeling right, you know? Oh, no, her laptop died, Grumpus.
I thought she looked a little frozen there.
I lost Karen. Oh, my God. So anyhow, yeah, that's how that went. But I'm glad that we are on the road to at least finding out what's compatible. Ah, she did go away. Oh, my God.
She did.
My laptop died too, Karen. I'm sorry. You can get on your phone if you want, if you can hear us. Grumpus, you're awfully quiet tonight. Am I talking too much?
No. It's been a long, long week. I'm just kind of chill.
Really? Okay, good, Karen, good. So anyhow, that's how it worked out. Hopefully we'll have some answers soon.
Well, I've been, me and the wife's been together about 18 years now, and we're just now getting her medication dialed in. And
yeah.
So I would not want her to go to a different doctor and change up stuff now because it's taking too long to get her normal.
And I get that. And I'll tell you what, if it's a shame that they don't just offer that testing right off the get-go. The testing costs $375. In my opinion, it is super worth it.
In fact, I went to the pharmacy tonight to pick up some tooth prescription for her, and they didn't have anything for her ready. And it turns out that, you know, she's been seeing the same doctor, but he's changed locations. So he's got a whole new support staff.
Don't you
And-
love that?
And apparently, somebody that was supposed to have their prescriptions sent over to the pharmacy and all that, it kind of dropped the ball. So I'm talking to the pharmacist because she took her last pill last night.
Mm-mm.
And he was letting, well, and this was after 5 o'clock. So I'm trying to get a doctor on Friday night and get all this stuff. I told him, I said, I can't wait till Monday or Tuesday.
That's right.
He said, well,
And you know,
we can try to get hold of this and we can do this. And I said, look, he said, well, I could maybe get you a few things to get you, 2 or 3 days down the road till we can get it straightened out. I says, whatever keeps her out of my colon for the weekend, I'm in. So he gives me a bottle with 3 pills in it and didn't even charge me.
Good. He should have given you a week's worth of samples.
I told the wife, I guess he could see and smell the fear.
Ain't that the truth? Because look,
one of us would have had to find a place to go for the next couple of days because I was not going to go through that.
Well, and this is something I've learned from my own experience and with my kids. If you stop that stuff, number one, it messes with you, especially if it's stopping it like that. Then you got to let it build back up to full potency once you do. I mean, those 3 or 4 days can be crucial and miserable.
And the thing is,
for not only the family member, but the patient as well.
The thing is, when this stuff wears off, she still thinks she's normal.
Right.
They don't see the changes that you change.
Right.
That you can see.
Right. And I get that. I get that.
Like I said, we've been together 18 years, and she's been to several different doctors, and they'll try this and they'll try that and change the dosages up. We just now getting it dialed in to where we can stand to live together.
Right.
So,
my God. What happened for 18 years? How did you see? That's what I don't understand.
I would take her to the doctors and I would go with her because I had to start doing that because I didn't get the straight story from her.
Right. Right.
And part of the problem is she loses focus a lot.
Right.
And she would miss some crucial details.
Right.
Such as you got to take it with food, or was it 2 pills once a day, or 1 pill every 2 days? I think, and there was all that kind of stuff. So I would go with her and like a parent to make sure that I got the straight story.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'd flat out tell the doctor, look, I got to live with this. We need to get it fixed.
Right. Well, I'll tell you this. My daughter's going off to college in a year. Well, a year in May, June, July, a year and 4 months. She's not going to live here. She's going to live there. And I am petrified to send her.
Yeah, but sooner or later, you got to let them out of the nest.
And I get that, but she needs more support than your average normal kid.
Well, you might have to put her to the test now.
Right.
And let her trip up now, so that at least you're here to help pick her up
and
make
that's
her realize
one of the things that we're trying to do. In fact, I told her the other day, and I know this is cruel to some people, but perfectly normal in my head. You need to get a job.
Oh, exactly.
It's Patrick! G'day, Patrick!
He's alive.
My second. Look.
She's
number 2.
She's only had 2 drinks all night. It's been 24 ounces, but still only 2.
I know, right? Well, it hasn't been. It's been 8. It's been 8 ounces. Why can't she go? She is going to go to school locally. She's just going to live on the campus, Karen. Well, locally is relative. It's about 45 minutes away, but we can be close and I can get to her quickly if I need to. She's not going way far away to college. She's going relatively.
Marcel
What
may
do
be
you
on
say?
24 ounces.
Look who's here. I can't say the same. Okay, how many have you had, Marcel? It is size. You darn right it is, Patrick. Jeez, who lied to you? Mhm. Yes, Karen, a very happy medium. And we aren't 100% sure what college she's going to go to yet, but there's a choice of 3, and they're all within like 30 minutes of each other. So we're good. Patrick, it's so good to see you. Thank you for coming. We've missed you this evening. What time is it in Australia? 5 o'clock?
Time is it here? It's 2:04 here.
2:04 here. Look, I'm just getting started, y'all.
You're getting cranked up.
I'm getting cracked. Patrick, Karen is my friend that I've known since the 7th grade. And I'm not going to tell you how many years that is. You're almost, She said I'm almost of booze. That means out of booze. She is almost out of booze.
Well, she wasn't very well prepared then, was she?
I was going to say, you should have went to the liquor store this evening. Stop it, Karen. Stop it. Stop it. Do you see what she did? Did you see what she did? Look, 45 years. Big mouth. It's okay. Marcel's laughing her fanny off.
Well, I bought some beer this week for, the dude, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's been talking about New Beer's Day this week. I guess he just made that up, but it's New Beer's Day was Thursday. New Beer's Day, and he was celebrating Prohibition.
Prohibition.
It was the anniversary of Prohibition, I think. So, of course, everybody's been practicing all week.
Well, of course.
And they were going to do a collab, do some videos and stuff. I bought beer and forgot all about the collab.
Oh no!
So I got some beer in there I probably don't even like.
What kind of beer did you get?
Well, the whole deal was to try a beer you hadn't tried yet.
Oh.
So there's a small brewery up in Magnolia, Texas, that does
Magnolia beer.
Does some pretty. It's Lone Pint, I think. Lone Pint Brewery.
Yeah.
But they do some pretty hoppy IPAs and stuff like that.
Okay.
And normal IPAs are like
light.
Well, they've got I think it's called a BI units or something like that. It's some kind of scale that they rate the bitterness. And a normal beer like a Budweiser is, something like that's going to fall in around 5 to 10. And some of your pretty hoppy IPAs, a lot of them be up around 30 or 40. Well, the one that I got's 114.
Holy Toledo! Are you serious?
I'm afraid to try it.
You might need to mix that with some vodka.
I mean, I normally drink if I'm out hanging around the pit all day. I'll drink Busch. And that alcohol content, I think it's 4.3. I think a Budweiser is like 5. This here's 8.5.
You know what? My daughter
16-ounce bottle.
Lambic. You ever had that?
I've heard of it. I haven't had it.
My daughter loves that stuff. And she always buys it for Wesley. And I'm not sure why. because Wesley's not a huge beer drinker. He really likes hard cider, but he's not a huge beer drinker. He loves rum. In fact, let me tell you what my husband did tonight. So he had a drink with pineapple juice and rum, which makes sense, right? It's Captain Morgan. Right. Nice, you know. And then this is insane. He wants to go to bed. But before he went to bed, and I only have one of the pineapple drinks, okay? So before he went to bed, he opens this coffee. I had some cold brew coffee in the refrigerator that I had bought for my daughter a few weeks ago. She apparently decided, I don't know if she forgot it was there or decided she didn't want it. So he opens it up, he pours it in a cup, puts ice in it, and pours Captain Morgan on top of it. I'm like, are you freaking serious? That sounds disgusting. I mean, to me. But then again, I have an aversion to rum from many, many years ago. Way back in the day, once upon a time, I drank rum and did not fare very well. And now the smell of it makes me gag. So there's that. But
I'll tell you what. One of my favorite hard liquor drinks is I like Myers dark rum and butterscotch schnapps.
Shut the front door! You just said the magic words.
About 50-50 on ice. I could drink that until I pass out.
I'm a butterscotch and vodka girl.
Well, try it with good dark rum.
They call that a buttery nipple. And it's delicious. It's delicious. Man, it's delicious. And it will mess you up.
Yeah, Karen, together. Mix it.
Yeah. You like Bailey's and milk? See, I'm not a huge fan of Irish cream. Any kind.
I like Bailey's and coffee.
Bailey's and coffee is fair, but I prefer Frangelico and coffee. Frangelica.
Yeah, I like that too.
That is my favorite. In fact, I like Frangelica in anything, and I have a great big Monk bottle in my liquor cabinet. I love Bailey too. That's my son's name. I was going to name him Reuben, but his father refused to let me name him after my favorite sandwich. So Bailey's it was. Bailey it was.
Yeah, my wife loves the Bailey's. A bottle of that don't last very long around here.
I bet. Now, I like Frangelica, and I like butterscotch. Oh, my God. That's one of my favorite flavors all around, though, as far as a desserty thing. I know when I was a kid, my grandmother used to give me those little butterscotch candies, and that was heaven. And as I got older, I went to school, and they would have butterscotch pudding. Yes, lots of it. And then, of course, I grew up and found butterscotch liqueur, and I'm like, oh, my God.
I put, I guess it's been about 10, 12 years ago, made cupcakes with my granddaughter.
Mm.
And nobody knew it, but I put butterscotch schnapps in the buttercream icing.
That's awesome!
Them kids slept all night.
I should try that the next time I've got the grandbabies.
I didn't tell anybody for about a month because they were sure pissed at me when it.
Oh, they would have got ticked.
They got
Marcel said she wanted to name her son Leland or Leyland. Is it Leland or Leyland? Lee or Lay? My ex-mother-in-law said she had a drunk uncle named Leland. I still love the name, though. It's not a bad name. All of my sons' names are fairly Celtic. Not intentionally. Just, well, okay. I've got, shoot. What are their names? Logan, Benjamin, and Bailey. And then Murphy. So 3 out of 4. Benjamin is fairly biblical. But his first name is Wesley, though. So. Bailey's is my winter drink. In the summer, I like Malibu and pineapple or Angry. See, now Wesley really likes the Angry Orchard. But there's one in particular that he likes.
And my wife likes I think it's peach, Angry Orchard peach, I think.
Oh, I think Wesley it's one of the apples. I think it's the green apple. I think. Leland. Okay. I'm a drunk uncle called Patrick. Yay, Patrick. Okay, I'm going to invite a guest. But I don't know how on this stupid...
Well, you want me to put the link up?
Would you please?
Let me see if it's still here.
I hope so.
Sometimes they scroll off the screen.
I might be able to...
Here we are. I got it.
You got it? Okay,
I
great.
got it.
Come on and join us, Patrick. Oh, crisp apple. That might be the one. That might be the one he likes.
See if that does it, Patrick.
Click on us, Patrick. Come on and join us.
Marcel,
I
you
like
don't have to be
drunk
the guy
uncles.
either.
I am on StreamYard. Yes, I am. I'm always on StreamYard. Look, y'all, I'm debating. This is a question I have. If I don't do 5-hour live streams every week, I get 20 hours of free live stream a month. But I pay $25 a month so I can have as many hours as I want.
Okay.
So Granny on a budget is thinking, hey, I can save extra $25 a month if I don't have StreamYard.
But you got to look
But
at it.
I only have 20 hours a month.
You got to look at it another way. All right, $20. Would you say 20 or 25 a month?
25.
25. So that's what like $6 a week.
Yeah,
That's pretty damn cheap entertainment for $6.
it is, and you are correct.
What else can you do for $6? You can't go to a movie. You can't even buy a Coke in a movie for $6.
No, you can't.
So
What can I do for $6? Nothing.
you got to look at it that way. You get a pretty
Yeah,
good
and I get that.
pretty good value for your money.
I get that. Yeah. I'm just trying to look. I
Now
got
the problem
all these.
is it's the cost. It's the cost of the Fireball on the 5-hour live.
Hey! Don't be messing with Fireball now. I have a buffer in my account of $25 a payday just for
Disinfectant.
disinfectant. Right. I'll charge it to the dude's credit card. Thank you. Tell the dude I appreciate it so much.
There you
man.
go. You never miss it.
Tell the dude he is the most generous soul. Because he was paying for a lot last week on another stream I was watching, I believe.
Uh-oh. Did you see what Karen said?
What'd she say? Less than $1 an hour.
No, come on up a couple more.
You think?
No, two comments above that one.
Oh. Karen, do you know how many coins you could add to your Honey account if you gave up smoke? Hey! Don't leave my smokes alone. This is the only thing keeps me sane and my family alive. I still can't figure out how to just go live. Oh my God, Marcel, it's so easy. It is so easy to go live on YouTube. All you hit is the go live button.
You have to do that from studio, don't you?
Yeah, you go in YouTube Studio. Or, yeah. Well, wait a minute. Yes, YouTube Studio. And there's a go live button, and you just click on it, and boom, there you are. In fact, before I found StreamYard, I was practicing with going live on YouTube Studio, but I didn't have. How many subscribers do you have to go live on your phone? I think it's 1,000. I think you need 1,000 subscribers to go live on your phone. And I didn't have that. And I didn't want to use my computer because the quality is so bad on my computer. Who still hasn't found a second? Wait a minute. Are you talking about the dude still hasn't found a second job?
Yeah, to pay for their credit cards.
Tell him I said jobs are a dime a dozen. There's no reason for that. Every time I do, it tells me to connect something. That's interesting, Marcel. I'm not sure I've had that same experience. I'm going to sign on.
I just did it, and it's asking for the camera and the microphone. You tell it to allow it.
Right.
Make sure I don't get disconnected here.
Yeah, don't do that. Wait a minute. He's being a slacker. I agree, Patrick. Pizza Hut down the road but he won't go for the Look, I worked for Pizza Hut for about 6 hours. This is a true story. This is a stupid story, but it's a true story. I went to Pizza Hut because I really needed a job bad, and I was a single mom, and I was living on $885 a month in child support. Don't ask me how I did it. I don't know. But I needed a job, so I went to the Pizza Hut, and I said, I need a job. And she said, okay, you have any waitressing experience? I said, nope. So she said, okay, we'll train you. I said, okay, great. So I did, that's not true. 4 hours, one night, 4 hours. They trained me. I learned some stuff. I'm really good at customer service because I'm a friendly kind of chick, right?
Yeah.
So the next day I walk in there, and this man comes in with his family, a wife, 3 or 4 kids, I forget, but it was a big table. And I was trying to be nice to the guy, and he kept ordering these pitchers of beer, and I'm throwing down there on the table, and I'm thinking to myself, man, he's drinking a lot of beer. Wonder if he's driving these kids home. Ain't none of my business. I'm just going to give him what he wants. That's what I'm thinking to myself. About that time, I go to his table, I put another pitcher of beer down, and this impolite SOB decides to grab my ass in front of his wife, kids, and everybody.
Wow.
So I said, okay. So I got away from him as quickly as I could, went and picked up their pizza and dropped it in his lap and walked out. I said, nope. This job is not for me. I never, as desperate as I would rather dance in a stripper bar than work as a server again in my entire life. You know what? I should have, Marcel, but at the time I was so shocked that I didn't have it in my head to dump the pitcher on him. But I did dump the hot pizza right in the area that probably would have hurt the most. And I was happy that I did it. I was so happy that I did it. Because you know what? It's bad enough to be drunk with your family. That's fine. I do it sometimes. But to grab a young girl's behind, and at the time I was a young girl. I was maybe 30-ish. To me, that's a young girl. A young woman. And to do that in front of your family, your wife sitting right next to you, I just thought that was the most low-class, ignorant thing somebody could have done. Let alone the fact that I felt completely assaulted.
Well,
That's
I'd
beside
been waking up with a skillet upside my head if I'd done something like that.
I know, right? I know, right? That's just insane. Insane. Oh. I see that picture in his life. Well, you were close, Karen. You're right. You were super close. But it was hot pizza.
Did anybody try that link? Did it work?
I don't know. Let me see.
I tried to see if I could go live on.
Wait. I just heard a beep. Oh, that was me. Never mind.
I tried to go live, but I don't think it'll let me do it while I'm on StreamYard. I think the cameras.
Probably not.
I think all the equipment's tied up.
Yeah.
I need to figure
You know
out
what,
how
Rumpus?
to do.
One of these days, we're going to have a little Zoom meeting so you can teach me some stuff about this when you get a minute.
I'll be the blind leading the blind.
I know, right? The pizza is better anyway. The pitcher in his lap would have only inconvenienced, but the dumping the whole pizza means everyone. Exactly. I wasn't thinking that, but now that I'm, I was just mad. And I didn't care. But, Can you imagine somebody, I
can't imagine anybody thinking they'd get away with it.
Right. But, we were in Jacksonville. Y'all, Jacksonville ain't no place to be. I'm so happy I escaped. Because I tried to get out of that town for years before I finally escaped. And one of the things that were holding me there was my grandmother. She was alive until Erica, my oldest daughter, was 8 years old. I can't stop blaming Jacksonville. I hate it. Jacksonville.
It's hard to move someplace where you're away from where you've grown up.
It is. It really.
I remember making that. I remember making that decision in Indiana.
Yeah. Yeah.
And pack up. You don't have a job. You don't know anybody. Well, I had a job by the time I got here.
Right.
But you're starting your whole life all over again with friends, and you don't know the roads.
Right.
For 6 months, I knew how to get back and forth to work, and that was it. And Houston's a big town to try to figure out.
You mean in Texas?
Yeah.
When you got there? Mm-hmm.
I called ahead while I was still up north and had a job lined up down here.
Look who's here!
There he is in all of his glory.
Yay! Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, now, Karen, I do agree with you that Orange Park is more my home than Jacksonville is. Once I get moved into Cindy's house, I'll never leave Orange Park again. But the thing is, Orange Park just got so big so fast for me that I really, y'all, it would take, okay, I don't know. Karen, how far is it from the mall to the high school on Blanding? Mile and a half? 2 miles? Maybe. It would take an hour to get down from the mall to the high school. That's how bad the traffic was. And I just couldn't live like that. I just couldn't live in that environment. The environment for me is in the country with no traffic and no neighbors. Hello. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, 2 miles. At 3 p.m., it's awful. I know. And I just couldn't live in that environment.
So I'm sorry to be looking up. I'm just seeing what you're wearing, Grumpus.
What am I wearing?
Well, he's not shirtless, and I'm a little disappointed, Patrick.
Well,
The
I'm
night's
seeing
not
what
over.
you're wearing. I'm seeing what you're wearing. I'm just apologising for perving. You look good.
Yeah, he does.
Appreciate it.
Handsome, doesn't he?
Charlotte, I can't see what you're wearing. I don't. There's something wrong with the camera.
Well, I've got a sweater and a tank top. Ta-da!
Oh, that's all right. That's more than what Grumpus has.
Yeah, I've just got
But
a
I'm
shirt.
not wearing pants. So.
Oh,
No, I
you
really.
can't.
I have on
Charlotte,
gray
I only
jeans.
really decided to come on the camera just because I heard you say you were going to start becoming a stripper.
No. What I said was.
That's
What
a
I
different
said
channel.
was, I would rather become a stripper than be a server ever in my life again.
I'd rather you do that too.
Well, yeah, we'd all rather
Well,
that.
I'm a
I'd
little
love to
old
see
for
it.
that now, Patrick. My
No,
dad. In
no,
fact,
no.
let me tell you a
Let
funny
me-
story. This is hilarious. So a few months ago, I called my dad. My dad's 73, still a very vibrant and active and healthy individual. Alistair, do you agree poor people? What? Wait a minute. Ruin society. No, I don't think they ruin society. I do not agree with that, Alistair McMillan. I believe that poor people, because I was one once a long time ago, are struggling and need all the help they can get until they can get better. Thank you. Did anyone see MVG Dominic James? I don't know who that is, Harvey. Sorry, Mr. O'Hare.
The dude-
I appreciate your comment, though.
The dude, just so everyone knows, the dude helps a lot of poor people with the credit card. So if anyone needs money,
I know.
hit me up.
Tell him I really appreciate his funding my StreamYard too, in
Well,
advance. In advance.
Yeah, I might not tell him that straight away because he's
Yeah, wait a few months.
He needs to get that Pizza Hut job. But when he's got that, I'll tell him.
Be less painful.
Deal.
Yeah.
You know, Karen, bartending pays big bucks. And it's easy.
Not if you're a dude.
Well, it depends. It depends,
a-
Grumpus.
I had a 42-year-old dude here bartending.
Nobody's angry, Harvey.
Who is Harvey?
I have
Who are
no
you?
clue.
Hello, Harvey.
Harvey, who are you and why do you think we're angry?
Does anybody here know Harvey?
No.
No.
But he can stay. I'm just curious what he's going to say next. Harvey, what you going to say next? Come on. They don't want
Sorry.
an overweight 57-year-old bartender. Oh, bull crap. Bull crap.
Well, look, age is just a number, and there's a whole market out there, you know, for this sort of thing, Charlotte. So I wouldn't dismiss it.
Oh, I'm not dismissing. No, Patrick.
it's-
No.
I would do it, but it's not in my skill set.
Well, that's what Karen said. Karen said that,
Yeah.
see, look, right on the screen. They don't want an overweight 57-year-old bartender. They could go home to their wives for that. So
But what if-
wrong, Karen.
But what if their
So
wives
wrong.
is... Never mind.
And my husband's wife is not. So, yeah. Look, I'm refilling the fireball, y'all. I'm Harvey O'Hare, the Belfast Brilliance, a youth Jenga champ. And just curious what you're talking about. A youth
But-
Jenga
Well,
champ.
we're talking about strippers.
Harvey, are you a stripper?
Now, look, it's
Harvey should have been here 3 hours ago.
or maybe come back in 3 hours. Maybe come back in 3 hours.
Well, Harvey, I started off talking about guarding and bleh. Fireball. I started off talking about Fireball. And then I started talking about gardening. I don't work. My father is really wealthy. You are a lucky young man. Congratulations. I don't work either. My husband supports me.
Yeah, and the dude.
And the dude too. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how much. I wonder how much Pizza Hut pays. I wonder what the
Very
pays
little.
like.
Very
Yeah, that's
little.
probably why he doesn't want to do it. But as I
However,
said to him,
let me
you've got to
say
think.
this.
You've got to think of others first.
My daughter worked for Pizza Hut for 3 years when we lived in Virginia. That was her first job ever when she was 15. She worked there till she was 18 and was old enough to be a bartender. She made good money. I mean, as a teenager in high school, she was bringing home $200, $300, $400 a week. Bringing it home in tips. And, you know, for a teenager, that's good money. A high schooler,
Oh yeah.
yeah, that's decent money.
My
And then
first
she
job-
became a bartender and decided to quit Pizza Hut and went to a sports bar where she made major bank. But, you know, Marcel, do your thing. And if you see gross comments, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Just take them out, baby. Take them out. Because you got COVID from a yacht party. So bored out of my skull looking at YouTube lives. Well, you know what? There are videos for drunk COVID victims. Yeah. Rich drunk COVID victim. Right, Patrick?
Right.
Yes.
Charlotte. Whatever you say, Charlotte.
Thank you.
I'll just say agree with you.
Okay. I like that. I like that a
because
lot.
I very rarely watch YouTube. I very rarely have anything to do with YouTube unless I'm drunk. So
Me too.
I'm
Me
always
too.
just.
But
you know.
the majority of us don't go to yacht parties and don't get COVID and complain about it, for crying out loud. Just be glad you survived, Harvey.
I will survive. Well, how's it go, that song? Sing it, John.
Yeah, he's probably sipping champagne in a hot tub, talking about how life sucks.
I know, right?
Yeah, I can understand that.
Get
'Cause
a job. Get a job.
I hate hot tubs.
Yeah,
I don't like hot tubs either.
my
Hot tubs are
I
overrated.
remember my neighbors a few years back. They got a hot tub,
Mm-hmm.
and they just kept inviting us down, and I never would go. And finally, she got her feelings hurt and said, "I don't know why you guys never come down and see us." I said, "Whatever gave you the indication that I wanted to take a bath with y'all?"
I know, right?
Exactly.
There are very few people that I'll take a bath with, okay? However, I will say this.
Charlotte.
No, I won't. No, I won't.
Charlotte.
Yeah.
Marcel's got her steel cap boots on tonight. She's kicking everyone out.
She got a
girl, you
You
go.
go, girl. You go. Don't kick me out.
You go. God, I love her.
If I say anything offensive, Marcel, I'm sorry in advance. Don't kick
Marcel,
me.
Patrick's off limits. You can't boot
Please,
Patrick.
Marcel.
Can't boot Grumpus, and yeah, you can boot me though, because
you can boot me if you need to.
No, then I'll be here alone.
Boot myself.
I know they were trolls. I know, Marcel.
Oh well, you get that.
Oh well.
Oh, well, she's mixing wine and Cheez-Its. Now that explains a lot.
You know what, Karen? Karen said, "I love the way he says your name." Say Karen, Patrick.
Kieran.
No, Karen.
Hey, Karen, how are you?
Stop it. Say it in Australian.
There isn't an equivalent word in Australian. I don't know how to say it.
You don't know how to say Karen?
It'd be something like, I'm listening. That
Look,
would be Karen.
don't pull out your Australian on me, mister.
Good day,
Hey, do you know there's a I don't know if this is in America, but they've opened up a restaurant chain in Australia called Karen's Diner or something.
No, I haven't seen that.
You go into the restaurant and the waitresses just abuse you the whole time.
That's my kind of restaurant.
And apparently people love it.
It's a what now?
It's fair. I don't know what sort of food it is, and I think it's just like a diner type food. But you go in there and the waitresses just tell you to piss off and just treat you like crap.
Yeah. Marcel said it's the wine and cheese. I'm out of control. She nearly choked on a cheese.
There's a place like that on the Riverwalk in San Antonio. I think it's called Dick's Bar or something like that. But they're sarcastic and
they just make fun of you. Like you'll go in there and they'll say, what were you thinking?
Bar.
They'll have a go at you like, what were you thinking wearing that dress? Stuff like this. And they'll say, look, I'll get to you when I feel like it. Okay. So
you know what's funny?
And all this, they just abuse you, and people love it.
Yeah. When I was a bartender 100 years ago or so,
100.
I used to do stuff like. Well, see, I worked in a different kind of bar though. It was like an old bikers bar, and those guys are a little different.
Expect that.
Yeah, they do. And the more abuse you dole out to them, the better they like you. Until there's more women in the bar than there are men. And then it starts to get a little hanky.
A little territorial.
Last time I showed up to work, there was a fight between two guys over this one woman who was trying to bait both of them. And one of them went out to his car and tried to drive his car into the plate glass window. And I was hiding under the bar thinking, oh my God, I'm going to die. And I'm like, yeah, I'm done. This ain't happening. But yeah, it was great. But then it was, wait a minute. Karen, I don't call the manager, but I can be a real Karen. But then it was called being spunky. Yes, or bitchy, which was me. Oh, yeah. And then you were the epitome of spunk. Wait a minute. I was never the epitome of spunky. Never. Not me, Karen. Not me. See,
no
Patrick,
way.
I don't know if you're up on all the deets, but I've known Karen since I was in the 7th grade.
Yes, you did say that before.
She does remember me as a young, nice person. You know what's so funny to me?
But you're still a young, nice person, Charlotte.
Oh, thank you, Patrick. That's very kind.
Well, I'm just saying that so I don't get kicked out.
I know.
Marcel,
no, I didn't take a lot of sass.
You don't mess with Marcel tonight, obviously.
I never took a lot of sass.
Let me tell you, I've never seen Marcel get angry, but I'm just, you know how you meet some people and you go, I don't think I want to upset Marcel.
Right.
I think that would be a mistake. And look, I'm right. I'm right.
What do they say?
I think you are correct, sir.
Always on the lookout, Marcel. I know that.
My only problem as I've gotten older is I have a very sharp tongue.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
I don't
thought
have
that was just you. But
patience I used to have.
I know you
I just
don't
thought
believe
that-
it, Patrick. I
I
know
just
you
thought
don't believe
was you
it. but
being. That's just
Trust
you being
and
American,
believe.
isn't it?
Do
You're just
what?
American. All Americans are like that, aren't they?
Are we?
Just a little bit of sass, a little bit of, you speak your mind.
A little bit of get off my lawn.
You get a bit of that, bit of the old.
Darn right. Turn down that damn music, too.
And by the way, you'd never, I don't know if you've ever played Xbox or have an Xbox, but
Nope.
on the Xbox you can create your own avatar. It's what the kids do. I did it once, and I've got a little saying next to my avatar, and it says "Get off my lawn." That is one of my favourite movies of all time. I will cry every time I see that movie.
Which
It
one?
is Clint Eastwood's. I mean, it is it's a Clint Eastwood movie. What is it called, Grumpus? I can't remember now.
Torino.
Gran Torino, of course.
Gran Torino?
And if you haven't seen Gran Torino, see it.
I have not. But I
Oh,
have
my God.
seen the
It
one
is-
where he says, improvise and overcome. Adapt, improvise, and overcome.
That'd be.
That was a Dirty Harry, I think.
No,
No,
that was the war
Heartbreak-
movie where they went into Grenada and
Heartbreak Ridge.
yes,
Oh, okay.
amazing.
That's a good
Oh God, that was a great movie.
If you haven't
But if
seen
you-
Gran Torino, you need to see it.
You have to see it. It's just
You're
his
right.
best. I think it's his best acting, and it's his best.
Oh,
I
You
just
mean
think
Gran
it's-
Torino is his best acting?
Charlotte, you'll cry your eyes out. It is superb.
I'm gonna have to watch it because I've never seen it.
Oh my God.
Charlotte doesn't need the stupid comments from troll. You're darn right. I can make my own stupid comments.
People here to make stupid comments.
That's right. We all make our own stupid comments.
I can make my own dang stupid comments from the. I can be a troll too. You know what?
And
I haven't
and guess
decided. What is a troll anyway?
Oh,
Is it just
you-
somebody who goes into a live stream and causes problems, or?
Yes.
Shut up.
Yes.
But here's the thing.
A troll is anyone that will harass you, whether it's in a live stream or in comments, or they're just out to sort of cause misery and
And
pain.
hate and discontent.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
It's actually, I
Well-
think it's unfair on trolls because trolls are really cool. The monsters.
Some of them
medieval-
are, because look, that's
like
how
the
I
trolls
met
in
one of
Lord
my
of the
very
Rings.
best.
They're
I have a
great.
super great friend on Facebook that I met probably 25 years ago. He is, well, first he thought he was going to be my boyfriend, and then I met him in person, and he ended up being like my older brother that I never had. And it's been amazing. The whole 25-year friendship has been just amazing. And because we're the same, and we met each other trolling in AOL chat rooms. And it was great fun. But anyhow, one of the much earlier was being what? Marcel, I missed that. I'm glad I missed that because that would have gotten real ugly real quick. Oh my
Yeah, well,
God.
Well, isn't that typical though of like someone like DJ? It's so easy for these trolls to just say something sarcastic or stupid.
I didn't say
Yeah.
that.
I would have had a come undone.
Mm.
But then again, that's what they would have wanted. But I'm telling you that. Thank you,
Oh, no,
Marcel, for checking that.
Play their game. You just dump them.
I get it. But by God, that would have pissed me off.
And just getting back to that movie, Grumpus, isn't that Gran Torino one of the most? It's got so many good lines, so many quotes.
Yeah, it's been. I saw it right after it come out, and I haven't seen it since. I need to go back and watch it again.
Watch it again, you'll like it even more. I've watched it the second time
And
I watched
it's called Gran
I liked it.
Torino.
I loved it even more the second time.
Like the car,
'Cause you-
Gran Torino.
Because there's so much in it that you don't notice the first time. There's so much nuances, and it's.
Oh, you God! Like that movie, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
That's a Coen
Have you ever
Brothers
seen
movie.
that one?
Don't think it's a comedy, isn't it?
Well, no. It's based on the Odyssey. And oh my God, that is the greatest movie. I love that movie. If you haven't seen it, please go watch it.
Coen Brothers.
The music is amazing. The storyline is phenomenal.
Okay.
And George Clooney really should have won an award for that. And I'm not sure he did. Pete!
It is. Well, it's classed as a comedy
Them
drama.
sirens done turned him into a toad.
It's a
It's
comedy
so-
drama musical, right? Has it got
Yes.
a musical element? Because
Sort
that
of,
puts me
yeah.
off. I don't like. The only musical I've ever liked is The Sound of Music. I think that's a great movie.
Oh God. The hills are alive
Yeah.
with the
see?
sound of music.
Sing it, Charlotte. That's right.
I
think it's a
love
brilliant-
that show.
I think it's
I
a brilliant
love
movie.
that movie. I love
And I
it.
hate music. I hate musicals.
Well, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is more movie than it is musical, but it's an amazing. If you haven't seen it, please go see it. Honestly, it is, and watch it 3 or 4 times because you will miss the first time you watch it, it's like great, but then the second time you watch it, you catch things, and then the third time you watch it, you catch more things, and it's just an amazing. In fact, Karen says,
That's gonna add up if I have to watch it 4 times and paying for it. But if that's okay, I'll just put it on the dude's card.
put it on the dude's account because it is so worth it, and you can even convince the dude, hey man, this movie was worth it.
The Coen Brothers made his favorite movie of all time, The Big Lebowski. So he might have even seen it. He's probably seen it.
He probably has.
Mm.
And I went down to the river to pray, praying about that good old day. I know all the songs. They're amazing, and the songs are actually super bluegrassy songs. Totally bluegrass, Kentucky, Tennessee vibe. And it's amazing. It's wonderful. It's wonderful, wonderful music. And you love music, Patrick, and you would love this music. You would love it.
I love it, Charlotte. I love it. I can tell already I'm going to love it.
I'm telling you.
I'll watch that, and you watch.
And I will watch Gran Torino.
I was going to say, I nearly said, and you watch Grumpus on Fire. No, it's not Grumpus. It's Gran
Grumpus
Torino.
on Fire!
Watch
If
Grumpus on Fire as well.
would put out a video, I would definitely watch that movie.
Hey, Grumpus, in your next video, you got to slip that line in. Get off my lawn.
I want to hear it.
Just slip it in.
I want to hear it. Get off my
I've
lawn.
already filmed everything I need to film.
You could do a voiceover. Just
I
to
guess
write it again. Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn.
What a great line.
Make my day. Make my day and get off my damn lawn.
It makes me want to watch it again right now because it is just got so many.
You know what
from
movie
beginning-
I absolutely loved? What was the name of the movie? God dang it. It was a military drill instructor. Oh, God.
What, the Clint Eastwood one?
No. It wasn't
Metal
Major
Jacket?
Payne. I love Major Payne. Have you ever seen Major Payne?
No.
Shut up.
Shut the front door.
Shut the front door. You've
Yeah,
got to
comedy.
watch Major Payne. Payne.
This is going to cost the dude a lot of money.
It is, but man, it's good. Hamburger Hill is good too. Yes. Go ahead, get off my lawn. Oh, and another movie you need to watch, if you haven't already, I ate 50 eggs. Yes, I did.
Oh, what's that? No, that's what's his name? He's
Cool
dead.
Hand Luke.
Cool Hand Luke. I've seen that. That's great.
It is.
But go back. Oh, by the way, do you know what my favorite Paul Newman movie is? It's The Hustler. That.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
My God! If you have
Isn't
not,
that a 70s movie?
no, that's back in the 50s. Oh, it would be 50s. 60s.
Really?
Oh, and it's all about he's a pool shark, but you don't have to like it. The fact that he's a pool player is irrelevant. It's the story is it's really dark.
Okay.
If you're into, yeah. Have you seen that one, Grumpus?
I have seen it years and years and years ago.
That is Paul Newman.
Wait a minute.
Paul Newman, Jackie Gleason.
I love
Really?
Jack. My name is Buford T. Justice. That's
Yeah,
from
that's-
Smokey and the Bandit.
Smoking a Bandit, yeah. My favorite, I've got my two favorite. Smokey and the Bandit. Who was in that?
Burt Reynolds and Sally
Burt
Field.
Reynolds. My two
Yeah.
favorite Burt Reynolds movies is Deliverance
Yeah. Oh,
and
I can't
Squeal
watch
Like
it.
Squeal Like a Pig, boy.
You
and,
sure got a pretty mouth.
Oh, you say that far too well, Charlotte. That's creepy. Being
That
from
rolled off there
Mississippi,
pretty natural, didn't it?
being from Mississippi and all.
You sure got a pretty mouth. Yeah.
What you folks doing around here?
Look.
And so there's
I
that, and
can't
also
watch that movie. It triggers me so bad, and it just brings up anxiety like crazy because of the
Yes.
abuse that happens in that movie. I can't watch it. Can't.
yeah, but
The scenery is
I-
beautiful, and look, Patrick, if you've
I paid-
ever been to Tallulah Gorge in Georgia, it's where they filmed that movie, and it is
But you-
beautiful.
why the hell would anyone go there after watching that movie?
I don't know, but it's beautiful. I've seen it. It's beautiful.
I'd be taking a machine gun with me and 20 men with machine guns like that. Don't want
Yeah,
to
but
get
the
near me.
thing is, and see what those people are really not in Tallulah Gorge.
I know.
You know what I mean? It's
It's a movie, but
it's
still.
a movie.
But the other one,
Tallulah Gorge is beautiful. Oh my God. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, Deliverance, Karen.
And to think that,
yeah,
there's so many beautiful places in this country. And I've only seen this much of it.
me too.
This much of
I've seen about 1,000. I mean, Australia, I've hardly been anywhere.
Right. And I'm sure it's the same way there as it is here. There's so many beautiful places,
Oh yeah, I've hardly seen any of Australia.
right.
Now the other, just before I finish this
Except,
thought, yes,
what is the name of it? 31 Wallaby Place, Sydney, Australia. Sydney. 31 Wallaby Place, Sydney. What's that movie? Escape! Nemo. Finding Nemo. Come on.
That's a
You haven't
cartoon,
seen-
isn't it?
You've got to see Finding Nemo.
No, people don't watch cartoons.
Oh my God, yes they do. I
You
just
watch-
watched with
you
my
watch cartoons,
granddaughter. I
Grumpus?
watched Encanto.
Cartoons are silly.
Beautiful movie. It wasn't silly. It was beautiful.
Now,
It was
okay,
amazing.
I've heard Finding Nemo's wonderful and all that, but I'm not in on.
Finding Nemo is an amazing movie,
Cartoons.
and I love it. It's one of my
I've
favorites.
seen all that stuff with the grandkids, but
You
they
didn't like
hadn't been
Finding Nemo?
if they hadn't been there, I'd have been watching something else.
Yeah, Gran Torino or something.
Yeah.
What is the name of that movie? If Poppy was awake, he would know. The Drill Sergeant. It's not Apocalypse Now, but it's something similar.
Full Metal Jacket.
That's it! Full Metal Jacket.
That is in my top 3 war movies. Of
Oh
all
my
time.
God. I love that movie.
Have you seen that, Grumpus?
I don't think I've seen that one.
Do you like war movies?
I can take them or leave them.
Right, yeah, because it's full on.
I love war movies.
The movie's sort of
The
like
only one I couldn't watch, Patrick, was Ryan Saving Private Ryan.
That is a masterpiece.
The opening
I watched
scene
Saving
of
Private
that
Ryan.
movie, I know it was a masterpiece, but I'm sorry. Okay, hang on. There we go. Sorry about that. Saving Private Ryan, the opening scene of that movie just gutted me. Absolutely gutted me.
What gutted you? Sorry.
It was the Normandy. It was the
the opening battle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just couldn't.
Yeah, it was
It's
great.
the most amazing piece of cinema I've ever watched.
And I agree. I agree. It was cinematically beautiful, but gut wrenching.
Horrific. Yeah. But the rest, I just loved the whole movie. But you know what? I thought, so you've never seen the whole movie then?
No, I couldn't.
You've seen it.
It's a good movie. It's worth watching.
Well, what did you think? This is what I've always thought about this movie, is that that final battle was underrated compared to because it was all about the Normandy at the start. It was unbelievable, but that final battle when they're sitting there and you start hearing the rumble of the tanks.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was full on.
That make the hair on your arm stand up.
Well, it did, and I loved how that they're all just there's this build up to it because there's just silence. They're sitting around, they're listening to Edith Piaf's. So, on the record player, they're just talking. It's nice and calm, and then the stones start rumbling, and because they know it's coming. They know the tanks are coming, and then it's on, and it's just, brilliant stuff.
That was a pretty good movie, but I kind of felt like after that, it spurred a bunch of other war movies, and
yeah.
Kieran wants to know, Patrick, have you ever been out of the country?
Which country?
Of my country.
Kieran, Patrick used to live in the U.S.
Yeah, just listen to.
How many years did you live here, Patrick?
You should know, Charlotte.
Well, I'm thinking about 3.
5.
5?
5.
Close enough.
Yeah. I lived in New Jersey.
Considering a lifetime,
I worked at a deli with a bunch of Italians in a traditional deli.
Yeah.
And I was married for about 5 minutes. And the rest of the time I wasn't married. And I had a great time. Yeah, I loved it. I loved living over there. My only regret is that I didn't travel more because I was so caught up in my own life and stuff. And I was in bands, played in heavy metal bands and stuff over there while I was there. But I would have loved to have traveled more down south, particularly. But I just never did.
Forrest Gump.
Come to Texas, you probably never left.
I know. It's biggest regret that I never went there. Imagine that, Grumpus. We could have stumbled into each other one day.
I know, right?
Unbelievable.
Texas is a big place now, Patrick.
Yeah.
It's bigger than I can even imagine.
Well, did you know that
it takes a couple of days to get across it?
Yeah, I know. But did you know there's a state in Australia that's 3 times the size of Texas,
No, I didn't. Which one is it?
called Western Australia. If you look at the map, it's
We don't
practically
cotton to
half.
that kind of talk around here.
Isn't it mostly desert over that way?
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
yes, yes.
You live in a great place, though. I
Who
mean,
does?
the ocean is right there. How far are you from the ocean?
We got them cut off from civilization.
Probably, well, it would be if there's no traffic, probably a 15-minute car ride
Yeah, yeah.
to the ocean.
How beautiful.
Oh yeah.
See, I'm a half a mile from the ocean, and I feel the same way. Yeah, it's a beach.
Well,
So what?
it's only good. I mean, I never go to the beach. I mean, I would like to live in a place that had a view of the ocean. That would be
Right,
awesome.
right.
But as far as, I mean, it doesn't matter if I'm 15 minutes away from the beach or not. I don't ever go there I mean, people love it, of course, that love doing that sort of thing. But
Well, you know, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, excuse me, I'm not a huge fan of the beach per se, but I live a half a mile from the beach. And now our beaches here are nothing compared to Florida beaches or even Virginia beaches or Maine beaches. It's very different here. There's no waves. There's no sound of the ocean like what I'm used to.
No.
But it makes me so happy to drive along. There's a road, State Road 90, that travels the coast of Mississippi. And nothing in the world makes me happier than to drive that road, because you can see the water and you can see the beach and you can see the homes on the other side of the road, and they're all very historic homes with big oak trees that hang over the road, and they have the Spanish moss, and it's just really beautiful. And that's the one thing that makes me so happy about it. Now, if you were to ask me to pull over and get out and go to the beach, yeah, that's not happening. But to ride and look at it, it's just a feeling that's unexplainable. It's beautiful.
Time.
Yeah.
I've taken that little drive you're talking about. It's like stepping back in time.
It is. It really is. It is like stepping back in.
Look at those big old trees.
And Grumpus, did you come before or after Katrina?
After.
Yeah. Yeah. So then you know what I'm talking about. The Spanish moss is coming back.
Yeah, it was just maybe 3 years ago I was over there.
Really? Gosh! You could have come by my house if I'd have known you.
I could have, because I went to Gulfport.
I'll be darned. Do you know where the Island View Casino is in Gulfport?
No, I didn't spend that much time there.
Oh, okay.
It was work related. We had an emergency thing, and I had to run something over on a Saturday.
I gotcha.
And I mean, we left and drove straight over to Gulfport, turned around, grabbed something to eat, and then headed back to Houston.
And then, yeah.
Well,
do you remember where you ate? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Patrick.
No, I want to hear where Grumpus ate.
I don't even remember. It was just one of them little places there on the water.
Yeah, yeah.
Where would be a good place for us? Let's say, within reason, because the dude's paying for us to meet up. Like, if he can pay down, I'd say, it's quite a lot actually that he has to pay down on the credit card. Then we could fund a trip to all meet at a resort or at a casino, or
we could all meet at a centralized area like
that's what I'm saying.
Like St. Thomas.
Well,
oh yes,
that sounds
Bermuda.
Good. That sounds very good to me.
I've always wanted to eat my way to Bermuda and back.
Well, how much would the flights be?
I have no idea. I haven't flown in so long.
Honestly.
We'll have to
Okay, from Australia to where?
Australia to what is it? St. Thomas.
It's St. Thomas
Wow.
and Martinique and all. That's about halfway there, isn't it?
How expensive could it be, eh?
I'll tell you in just a minute.
Money's no object. Look, money's just a number. It's just a
Yeah,
number.
you're right. I've been to a lot of funerals. Haven't seen no money in no caskets yet.
Right?
I'll tell everybody that when I go, I want my last check to bounce.
Thank
Exactly.
you. Me
Thank
too.
you so much.
Pace myself just
Okay. Are you ready?
I'm
Are you
high-fiving you, Grumpus. There you go.
You're in Melbourne, right?
I'm in Melbourne.
Somewhere around Melbourne. How do you say it, Patrick?
Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Yeah, Melbourne. If you say
Melbourne.
Melbourne down here, they just laugh at you.
Well, I said Melbourne.
Yeah, Melbourne. No, it's Melbourne.
Melbourne. So it's
M-E-L-B-N.
Melbourne. Melbourne.
Melbourne. Yeah,
Melbourne. Okay. $2,632.
Is that US dollars or Australian dollars?
I'm assuming because I'm using US.
So that'll be
Google.
about that'll be about 3.5.
Okay. And
Well,
it's
that's-
2+ stops. Flights available 1 day, 4 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
But see, I'll want a sort of a first class. What's it for first class?
How far are you from Perth?
Long way.
How far are you from Brisbane?
Long way. Why do you ask?
How about Sydney? You're a long way from Sydney too,
I'm a
huh?
long way from anywhere, Charlotte. Why are you
How
asking?
about Darwin?
Charlotte, why are you asking?
Well, because that's where the flights are originating.
Oh, so I'd have to get. Okay, well, Sydney would be the closest.
Well, Melbourne is. Wait a minute.
Sydney-
Sydney would be the closest?
To Melbourne, yeah.
So that's $2,126.
Is that first class?
Well, no, it's freaking coach.
Oh, no, I don't do coach.
Oh,
No.
God. Let me
No,
see.
you don't do that. I'd maybe do business class. Maybe.
Business class?
Maybe.
God, you're awfully picky.
Oh,
Okay.
no, it's not. I've got my standards, Charlotte.
Melbourne
Someone like me can't be seen. To
St. Thomas.
Coach.
You're already hanging riff raff.
Let's say Atlanta. You want to go to Atlanta?
And the same goes for you two. I mean, I'm not expecting you to travel in coach. I wouldn't have that.
Australia to Atlanta, Georgia. I'll meet you in Atlanta.
Right, okay, that's fine.
That's going to be a cheap ticket because Atlanta is the hub of all hubs.
but not coach. I don't want coach.
I'm sorry. Too bad. So sad. So from June 2nd to June 15th, okay, give or take one or the other. American Airlines, $1,479.
Really?
One way?
For me?
Yes, really.
But that wouldn't be business class though. That's coach.
Well, no, it's coach, and you know what?
I'm not interested.
Well,
It's got to be
you
business
just
class.
don't
or
want
higher.
to visit bad enough.
Well, can't you? What's the price? Come on, Charlotte. You're the travel expert.
Okay, business class. I'm not going first class.
Karen's
Hey.
offering to drive us there.
This is all about me, Charlotte, not about you.
Look, you heard what I said, right?
Well, you can get there
Business
however you
class.
want.
That's it.
Business. Well, I'm fine with business class. That's it.
Okay,
That's
I'm
fine.
working on
that's good for me.
Working
Because what I
on it.
hear, I've always heard there's not much difference. Like once you're business class, first class.
Delta, $13,303.
That's good. No
Well,
worries.
Karen's backpedaling now.
Just
She's
put
only
it
going to
on
drive.
dude's credit card.
Is that one way?
Well, hell, I don't know.
Because that makes a slight difference.
Wait a minute, round trip.
If you can get a group rate, save the dude some money.
Oh, look, yeah. Well, look, I'm not into ripping the dude off.
Yeah,
I mean, he can only,
yeah, it's round trip.
Oh, that's great value. The doodle, that's not a problem.
Dear God. Wait
Not
a
a
minute.
problem.
Why don't we all meet in San Francisco or somewhere like that? Hang on.
I've heard things about San Francisco. Actually, I've been
heard
to San
things
Francisco.
too.
But
How
I
about
have
San
been.
Diego? San
I
Diego?
I have,
cheaper to
I
leave the
have
West
been.
Coast to go to Australia, it'd be shorter.
Yeah.
San Diego.
No, I've actually been to San Francisco. I've been to the Bay Area of San Francisco. It's one of the
Oh,
most
how
beautiful
nice. Yeah, I've never
places.
been there. Oh, you're going to love this. You're going to love it.
Oh, yeah.
$644.
No way.
For what?
Shit you not. I'm looking at it right here. Expedia.com. Melbourne to
What's that?
San Diego. $644. You're going to have to ride coach. You might have to ride it on the back of the airplane.
Sorry, I'm not doing that.
But I'm just saying.
You seem determined to make me miserable, Charlotte. I
Damn
won't
it.
be doing coach. None of this coach stuff.
How many
No.
hours do you think a flight? I mean, you've traveled it before, so how many hours is the flight from the U.S. to Melbourne?
Well, if it's direct, if you're going, say, Melbourne to LA or Sydney to that, it's like 12 hours, 14 hours.
Oh, that's not near as bad as I thought.
Yeah, that's a long
Honestly.
time.
But the times I've flown over there, it's always been via Hawaii.
Really?
Like you go through customs in Hawaii and then just go across. But I mean, I'm sure you don't have to do that. You could go direct to wherever you want, I suppose.
Interesting. Okay, this is a stupid Google question. Can you fly from Australia to San Diego? Of course you can, you idiot. Oh.
Yeah. Business class only. Or
I don't want cheap flights. I want business class flights.
ideally one of those Gulfstreams. I wonder how much one of them is.
That'd be quicker, wouldn't it?
Well, it'd be more enjoyable.
You better meet some rich friends, Patrick.
Oh, I've already got one, the dude.
There you go. Have him order you a Gulfstream.
Let me tell you, I've checked into it. I'm not silly. He's got a very good credit rating at the moment.
At the moment,
We just have to make sure he maintains that credit rating, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, we don't want
Okay,
to do that.
sounds good. So who's going to build the tree house? That's what I want to know.
Well, the dude with his credit card.
Okay, then.
Once again, the dude, he's a magnanimous
You think
individual.
the dude could fund a trellis for my boards in my backyard?
No, that sounds too expensive.
Good God. Really? Look, I want to grow birdhouse gourds.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the dude would be open to that.
Karen said she flew from Philadelphia to Sicily and it took 17 hours with a layover in Spain. España. Nice.
Wow, 17
I
hours.
probably would have stayed in España. España.
Spain would be cool.
Wouldn't it? My bucket list is Madrid.
Well, why don't we all meet somewhere like that?
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
You'd be up for that, Grumpus?
I'm just thinking, I got a park just up the street from me.
But you're not having. But you're not paying. You're not paying for any of it, Grumpus.
Yeah, the dude's paying for all of it.
Why not go to Spain? You'd like a bit of tapas.
Wait a minute, 13,000 better be round trip. Yeah, Karen, it was. From Jacksonville, it would only take 6 hours by car. Wait a minute. What
So
is
you
6
stay on the
That's
plane.
Atlanta. 6 hours from Jacksonville to Atlanta. Actually,
Marcel's got the right idea. Let's just
Marcel said what?
Vegas.
meet in Vegas.
Ooh,
What's funny is
I hate Vegas, but I'll go.
I love Vegas. That's one I have been to Vegas. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, y'all. I went to Vegas for my daughter's wedding, right?
I tried to
Total
kiss-
sensory overload. The lights, the noise, the people. Oh my God, it was crazy.
Yeah. I had the
But-
best time of my life in Vegas.
I
love
did enjoy shopping in the Tiffany store.
Me too.
I
Now,
was at the B. What's the hotel that starts with a B? With the fountains.
yeah, Bellagio. Yeah.
Bellagio.
Yeah.
They have a Tiffany store in the Bellagio. Holy Toledo. It's incredible.
Oh, there you go.
One of
Karen
these
said she
days,
went-
I'm
Karen
going
went
to
there for a
own
wedding.
a Tiffany
I met.
something.
I think I met Tiffany at a different casino.
You probably did, Grumpus. And it might have been on Fremont Street.
It was her cousin
I bet.
Bambi.
I bet it was on Fremont Street.
Well, listen to this. Listen to this. It's funny this has come up because he, the dude himself, is going to Vegas in the next
What?
few months. He's going to Vegas in the next few months. This came out we did a live stream last week.
Oh my
I
God,
sort
he's
of
not
knew about it.
card out, is he?
Well, that's what I'm worried about. So I'll have to do some work on this. But yeah, he is going to Vegas. So wouldn't it be even better if we could actually meet up with him?
Holy crap.
And we won't tell him. We'll just crash his room.
I know, right?
This is between us. This is between us. And I'm particularly worried about you spilling the beans, Grumpus, because he's in love with you. He thinks because you've given him a koozie and all of this sort of stuff, he thinks that, you're like this. I'm like, no, you're not, dude. Look, Grumpus is,
No, mum's the word.
Look,
just keep
Grumpus.
it
I
between
need
us.
more pens. Grumpus, this
Got a
is
pen?
all I have left.
Down to 4.
You've got
And I know
4?
you sent at least 9 or 10.
I didn't get that many.
But I still have my purple one, which is amazing. I love these pens. However, Grumpus, I got there's a new swag that
pen
you
and-
really need to get. See this? Do you know what this is?
Oh, that's for your cell phone.
Yes. And it
Yeah.
holds your credit cards or whatever you want. These things are freaking amazing, and I need them with Gulf Coast Granny on them. How do I get that?
Was there any markings on that where it came from?
No. And I'm really disappointed about that. It came from Keesler Federal Credit Union.
I would get on the internet and look up, cell phone koozie or some cell phone coolie or something like
Yeah.
the ones that I got are from Coolie Nation.
Cooley?
Yeah, with a C, I think.
Cooley?
IE, I think.
IE?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Karen said that she went to Vegas for a wedding. I actually, friends of mine, went and they would be married for like 30 years or something, went to Vegas and actually got married again in one of those wedding chapels.
Nice.
Elvis
You know
wedding
what?
chapel.
I'm thinking about having a 25-year renewal thing for me and Wesley in 4 years.
So you're going to rub his nose in it.
I am. I'm going to make him remember that he's the one that chose this.
I think that should be done in the park up the road from Grumpus.
Yeah,
You
they
think
got
so?
What is it like, the park? What is it like, Grumpus?
Oh, nobody goes there. We'd have to play
That's
Star.
perfect. That's perfect.
I
But
like that.
Grumpus, is there a reason why nobody goes there?
Oh,
Nobody I knows would see us.
So yes, your reputation
Wait a
remains
minute.
intact.
Wait a minute. Marcel just said the magic words.
Florida Keys.
Florida Keys.
But isn't it humid in Florida?
Look here. Not if you go in October.
We can go.
Oh, okay.
The Florida
Oh.
Keys are oh my God.
I'll meet at Margaritaville.
Margaret
love
Margaritaville.
the Keys.
Now you're talking.
Hey, we have a Margaritaville here in Biloxi. Just saying. Has a water park on the roof.
What's this that Karen's saying, Charlotte?
Huh?
What's this that Karen's saying?
Lori's daughter was married there by an Elvis impersonator. She wore a black wedding dress. Lori is someone that we both know mutually.
An Elvis impersonator, yeah, okay. She wore a black wedding dress.
In Vegas. In Vegas, apparently. Wow. I did not know that, and wow. Look. Just call me a traditional chick, but I'm more of an ivory wedding dress kind of lady.
I can remember one incident when I was in Vegas where I was slumped over a bar. Because all I did was drink when I was there, because I found out they pump in the casinos, they pump extra oxygen into the room so that you stay awake longer.
Okay.
And it works, because I was at the blackjack table, and the whole weekend I was there, I broke even, because I was just betting small amounts of blackjack. And the whole time you're playing, they're bringing you drinks. Here's another one. Your glass is empty, and you go and look, and there's full. Someone's
you drink
filled it up
for free while you're gambling.
Right? So I'm there, and I'm blind drunk, and I've ended up at some bar. I went and saw a comedy show, and I cried myself sober. It was that funny. And came out, and I'm slumped at a bar, and I wake up, and I look up, and next to me is Elvis, some dude, and the next to him is some woman dressed up in a wedding dress like Priscilla, like made to look like. And I'd said they had just gotten married, but they wanted to dress up as Elvis, and it was this surreal. Yeah, it was surreal. It was like I'm like that. Where am I? And I'm looking at Elvis. And tonic.
Thought you died and woke up in Graceland.
Are you sorry? We drifted apart.
Keep going. Yes. What?
Does your memory stray?
Beautiful.
Have you ever heard Sam Kinison do that whole bit?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's freaking classic.
I think I might have.
Patrick, when I used to go to Vegas every year. I went like 7 years in a row.
Oh wow!
I would save for a whole year. I would save $2 bills to take to Vegas with me, and I'd sit at the nickel slots.
Yep.
Tip the waitress a $2 bill, and she'd bring me Glenn Levitt's all night.
Oh, shut up!
That is a good deal.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it is.
I went to the bar. It was $4 for a drink, and it wasn't
right.
the good stuff.
Oh man, Glenn Levitt's.
Recycle $10 worth of nickels for 4 hours.
That's amazing. See, and we have the casino down the street. Me and my daughter used to go all the time. And this is a funny thing.
Oh, good night, Mar.
We're sitting there. Who?
I think Marcel's hitting the sack.
Oh, good night, Marcel. We love you. You know we do. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, we can talk about those two here real quick.
Right? Oh, my goodness. Oh, is Karen leaving too?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Karen's going.
Oh, man. Karen, come back. Come back. I'm here Fridays somewhere between 9:30 and 10:30. From now on. But anyhow, oh God, y'all got to come back tomorrow night because me and Wesley are going to taste his homemade pickled eggs. I know, right?
I love pickled eggs.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? I've never tasted a pickled egg in my life. and I'm petrified.
Well, they're pickled. Anything pickled's good.
Yeah, they're
Well,
good.
the thing is, he pickled them with barbecue sauce.
Oh,
I know, right?
well,
I'm scared.
Vinegar in it to pickle them.
Sweet Baby Ray's mustard barbecue sauce.
it'd probably be great.
How long?
Well, that's what he thinks
How long have they been in the jar?
since last week, remember?
I wonder if that's been enough time.
The
We'll find
website
out, won't
that
we?
he looked at said a week.
Okay.
We'll find
So
out.
we're going to taste them.
Vinegar, right? There wasn't that much vinegar in that barbecue sauce.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. But
Well,
the
this sounds
website
like
said a week. The wet.
CTV.
Well, we might get sick TV. Okay.
Well, that's good too.
Yeah. Well, I know, right? That would be like major views or something.
Well,
I don't know.
it
Um,
definitely makes people want to watch it.
but I'm on Coolie Nation. Woohoo! Come on, Coolie Nation. Okay. And that you got your pins there?
No.
No.
Pens come from Amsterdam printing. Amsterdam pens. I can't remember. Amsterdam
Where do you
something.
find all this stuff?
Just go on the
Just
internet.
curious.
Grumpus is very resourceful.
Because let me tell you something. These are some of the best writing pens
Yeah, I like
that
those.
I've used in very, very long time.
They are very
And if anybody wants some swag from Grumpus, ask for pins.
The last ones I got had the 2 rings instead of the 3. And
Well, I
they're
like these.
gel. They're gels. But I
Oh,
think
are
I
they gels?
like those better.
I really have enjoyed these pens more than I ever thought I could enjoy a pen.
See, I thought your kids would steal them, and take them to school.
I did too, but I've kind of,
There.
I've almost been a pen Nazi. And I tell them, there's a billion Bics in that drawer over there in front of me. Don't touch my friggin' pens. You hear me? That being said, that's all that I can find. It's
Well.
4.
That's not bad.
Not bad, but not optimum. But of course, the colors are nice. I got the red, the green, the blue, and the purple.
I used to have fantastic handwriting, but now, because I hardly ever write with a pen, it's all typing.
You're right. I type.
Yeah.
I have to, if I'm going to compose something in handwritten, I'll often have to rewrite it 10 times, and then I have to realize, hang on, I've just got to slow down. My brain is not connecting. I'm just so out of practice.
Right.
So I have to be, it takes me ages to write something nicely, whereas 20 years ago I just would have been able
It
to
would
write a
just
nice
come
letter
to
or
you
whatever.
naturally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're doing
I
it all the
understand.
time. you know?
Look, Patrick, Grumpus, I know you've seen this already. Patrick, do you see this?
Yes.
Do you know what this is?
The
No.
map of
This is incredible. This is the first $1,000 I've ever saved in my entire life.
Wow.
It's called
What do you-
the Honeycomb Savings Challenge.
Ooh.
And each one of these little
Yeah.
hexagons. And each one is $10.
Why are they
Started-
different colours?
Yeah, well, they look like honeycomb. See? They're gold and orange and silver.
So the
So-
different colours don't matter. It's just they're all the same.
No.
amount.
I just did that to add some oomph to the pattern.
Oh, that's you doing it. Okay.
Yeah, I did that.
Oh.
I had to color in each one every time I had $10.
Ah.
So,
So we may not need dude's money.
right? No,
No, we
this
still
is
need
this
the
money is
dude's
for
money.
my trip to Florida to see my new grandson.
No, we don't tell the dude about this.
Could your
You
grandson
should,
be that Key
because
West?
let me
No.
tell you something, Patrick. This has changed my life.
Yeah.
I have never been able to save a dime. I've always had the money that I needed to pay my bills and to do things that I needed to do. But as far as saving, it's just never happened. I am 56 years old, and finally, it's cathartic. Truly cathartic. I saved this. Do you know that 3 weeks ago, me and Wesley opened a savings account at this credit union. They gave us this little thingy bobber to welcome us. And we deposited $600, which is what I had saved since mid-February up to that point. It was all the $100 that I had saved. There were others in smaller amounts in different envelopes. But this thing here is freaking amazing. And on Saturday, we're going to deposit $1,000 in that account. And
That's fantastic.
I'm really angry with myself for not knowing about this 20 or 30 years ago.
Well, you know about it now.
And I get that, but I keep thinking how much further ahead in life I would be.
Yeah, but you might have known about it back then, but you might not have had the discipline back then.
Well, and you're right, I didn't. I didn't.
Did it different.
I didn't. I had no discipline when I was a young adult. None.
Well, most of us don't.
And I'm just sorry that it's taken me most of my adult life to figure this crap out. However, I'm grateful.
Most people never figure it out.
You think?
Of course. The vast majority of people live in absolute poverty, statistically.
That's
so, like even us talking right now, if you look statistically worldwide, I don't know the ins and outs of all of your finances, but I'm tipping that you're not living on the street.
Oh,
right?
Well, right.
You've got money. You've got money.
Poppy and I make enough to pay our bills, and
right. Well, but that's most people in the world never have a pot to piss in, if you want to call it that.
Right. Well, and see this one here. This one is my savings for back to school clothing and supplies for my kids. And this is a $500 savings challenge. And I am 50, 100, 200, 300. I've got $315 in it right now. And I have until the end of June to complete it and add to it. But I feel like I'm so far ahead because last year when we went to buy school clothes, I had $300, and I did it. It was hard. We had to economize, but I did it. Well, then when school started, I found out what supplies they needed, and that cost me another $200. Not to mention the fees. Let me tell you what I just did. This is incredible. I just paid next year's marching band fees on Thursday. It's only $220.
So many people in the world live paycheck to paycheck.
But I paid it 3 months in advance.
Yeah, I get that. Because I can remember here when COVID first, became a big thing, and people were losing their jobs. People were losing, just places shutting down. All these kids and stuff, and they all seem to be fairly young, all screaming up and down, oh, this is terrible, my life's over and ruined, because none of them had any sort of savings at all. They never thought that something like this could happen. And they had nothing. If they missed one paycheck, they were on the street.
Right.
So the concept of saving money had never entered their minds.
Right.
And that's a lot of people are like that. They never think about just putting it's $1 a week, even something.
Right.
To just start something, and that's all it takes.
Well, and Poppy and I have a 401k and a Roth IRA that we contribute to all the time. And we've done it for years. And so I've always thought, well, that's enough to sustain our, long-term savings. And I got to looking at it in depth and figuring out that, you know what? It's just not enough. It's not going to fund any kind of retirement. Now, mind you, Poppy has a retirement already from the military. And it's a substantial amount of money. It probably wouldn't pay all of our bills now with the kids living at home. But if we had, say, a home that was mostly paid for, by the time they graduate and by the time he retires, then yes, it would pay our bill. Would we have a lot left over? Probably not. But it would definitely sustain us and feed us and make sure we had electricity and, the things you need. But I decided back in December that we needed more. We need to do something else. So I started putting all this money away. And then I realized all the things we need to pay for our kids. Taekwondo. 2 different band fees every year. Trips out of town for band, because that's a real big part of their lives.
It all adds up.
Piano lessons. My daughter's about to graduate high school, so there's going to be there's going to be a cost for a yearbook, for cap and gown, for her. They have, the band does a banner, and basically they take a band picture of her. She's beautiful with her band uniform and her instrument. And it's huge. It's like 3 foot tall and 2 feet wide or something like that. It's a big banner. And they post all these banners around the fencing of the football field during marching season for all of the seniors, the people who are about to graduate. And that's going to cost me $190. So that's another cost that I have. Not to mention band fees, marching fees, indoor fees. Me and Wesley want to be able to attend all of the football games. We want to be able to accompany them on some of these out-of-town trips. That is money I have to save. I figured out about a month ago that the cost, the money that we spend on these kids every single year is about $9,000. And I almost swallowed my tongue when I calculated all the expenses. And I'm like, oh my God, are we really spending that much money?
Oh, yeah.
Saving money's...
And that's not including the roof over their head, the food in their belly, and this clothes on their back. That's all the extra shit.
Well,
So,
saving money is a discipline, just like if you want to be an athlete, if you want to do anything,
right.
You have to work hard at it. But once you start doing it, it's easy because you get.
You know what?
into the
That's what I
routine of
learned,
saving.
Patrick. That's what I
But
learned.
starting, if you've never saved money before, starting is the hardest part. But once you start, it becomes easier.
But you know something? I will tell you
this. The reward.
It's like
when I started this in January,
first,
I had a lot of obstacles in the way because there were unexpected expenses that came up. Like, okay, and I've told Grumpus this. I don't know if I told you this, but every January, our medical deductible starts over again. And it's only about $500, but it hit me like right in the face because my kids needed to go to the doctor. And the cost of that first visit was $300. And I'm like, oh my God, where's that going to come from?
The one thing in my life, and I'm not saying it's a regret because I think we all go through it, is if I had realized when I was 20
yes,
that the importance of money, because as you get older, my experience has been right now in my life, it's all about money. It's
Right.
nothing else matters.
Right.
I have to have, and money is the be all and end all. It is everything, because I don't want to end up homeless. I don't want to end up on the street.
Right.
I've realized that if I don't do something about it, that's what's going to happen to me. But when you're young,
There's
When you're
always
young, you're 10 foot tall and bulletproof.
yeah. But now, wow, it becomes very important, and that doesn't make you a bad person or a capitalist or anything like that. It's just the fact of life.
Yes.
How do I want to live? You know.
Right.
So it's very, money is a big part of my life, and as long as you're disciplined, you're okay. But you can't. It's like anything else. It's easy to spend, hard to earn.
Oh, it's so easy to spend.
It's so easy to spend. I mean, look how easily I spend the dude's money.
Right?
I mean, it's easy. It's so easy.
But you know what? This one is the most important to me. And I don't know if you can see these envelopes.
Mm-hmm.
But they're numbered 1 to 100. And as you fill these envelopes with, like that first one there is $1, and I put $1 in that envelope. I didn't actually put the money in an envelope. I put it in. I will show you. Oh, for the Pete's sake!
Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, fiddlesticks is right. It's an envelope that looks like, it's a clear envelope like this, and it has this little zipper top on the top of it, and it opens up, and I just stuff the bills in there. And so this is a 100 envelope challenge, is what it's called. And I have 100 filled up and 99 filled up. And then I have 7 other ones filled up. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 8 of them. Shut up. So I have number 1, number 3, number 7, number 8, 15, 27, 28, and 32 filled up right now, plus 99 and 100. And this one's for me and Poppy. And that's why it's so special to me, is because this one's for just me and him. The rest, look, this is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. I have an entire book for the kids' expenses. An entire book. All those envelopes have to be filled up. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4.
This is all very disciplined of you, Charlotte.
There's 7 of them right now. 7 of them. There's going to be more eventually, but right now there's 7. And it's insane.
Since doing the job, like my current job,
me and Poppy have 1.
Yeah. Since I've been doing this job, I've been doing now for about 7, 8 years.
Right.
Get a lot of young kids coming along working for us and stuff. Mm-hmm. And they'll come to work and they'll stop off at a 7-Eleven or something and get some lunch, and then they'll end up paying $10, $12, $15
At the
No, they'll buy-
7-Eleven?
Well, they'll buy a sandwich. They'll buy one of those silly energy drinks.
Right.
You know, that sort of stuff.
That's $3 right there.
And yeah. And they're not making much money. They're making minimum wage working, you know, 'cause it's not a high-paid job doing cleaning.
Sure.
And, you know, you'll talk to them and you'll say, do you realise you just spent $6, $7 on this crappy...
And it took you an
pre-made,
hour to make
like,
that
sandwich.
$6 or $7.
Yeah, but like a sandwich that's made and you don't know what's in it, there's nothing in it really. It's a rip-off. You could buy a whole loaf of bread, you know, and half a kilo of ham and have ham sandwiches all week
Price.
for $10. You know, and you try and tell these kids, and they get it. But they're just. I don't even know if half of them know how to make a sandwich.
Well, and it's the convenience factor. Let me tell you, Patrick,
but you see, they're not adding it up because if they do it 5 days a week, you know, 365 days a year, the enormous amount of money that they're spending on stuff that it's just into thin air.
$1,500 a year.
You know, whereas if they bought that loaf of bread every week, put $20, $30 into a bank account.
Right.
But see, no one's teaching they're not being taught that.
You're right.
They're not being taught economics.
I don't think anybody.
And you know, honestly, I was raised in a house where my dad and my stepmother took care of all the finances, and they didn't discuss anything about that with us kids.
Kids never knew anything about the finances.
It was none of our business how much money they made, how much the bills were. You just be glad that it's all taken care of and you don't have to worry about it.
But if you see, I'm not talking about a revolution in education and all complicated stuff. All you have to do is take them on a school trip to a 7-Eleven. It's okay. You buy a $10 sandwich. What do you get for it? 2 bits of bread. And then go to the grocery store and say, okay, what can we buy for $10? And they would be shocked. The kids would be shocked. What do you mean you can buy a whole week's worth of sandwiches for less?
For less than it costs for one at the 7-Eleven.
And it's not hard. You get 2 bits of bread and you put a bit of ham in it and you eat it. You know, I mean, that's better, probably better than what you bought.
You know what I did today?
It's a tenth of the price, but they don't teach that to the children.
Right.
And
what I was going to say is, I grew up in a home where there was always more where that came from.
Mm.
When I was in high school and I needed money for whatever, I sang in the chorus or the choir, whatever you want to call it. And we went on trips and we did competitions just like the band does here. And we did we did fundraisers, but there were other activities that, you know, cost money, like going to football games and things like that. And I had, okay, I need $12. Okay, it was right there in my hand. I didn't have to earn that money. I didn't have to know where it came from. I didn't have to know how hard somebody worked for that money. It was just materialized in my hand. And usually it was more than I needed. If I needed $12, there was a $20 bill in my hand.
Oh, she's gone. Were you going to say something before, Grumpus?
No, I was just going to say, you know, when I grew up, you know, there was 5 kids and my mom and my dad was the only one that worked.
Right.
And he was a penny pincher. He would cash his check at the bar on the way home and sit there at the kitchen table and he'd lay that money out and count it 4 or 5 times. And he'd give mom what she could have, and that was for groceries for the week. And the only education I got was learn a trade and save your money. That was it. Nobody said anything about how to pay rent, how to budget so you got gas to get to work. There was no teachings at home.
Me either.
And there was no teaching in school.
Right.
They had economics class, but that was government economics and things like that. It had nothing to do with working a part-time job.
Personal finance.
Working a part-time job and making $25 a week, and how do you buy a car and pay your gas and
pay your insurance and
you know, my generation, we just learned the hard way by being poor our whole life.
Right. Yes.
But
Yes.
but what that does is sort of say that most people aren't stupid, and you can work out for yourself if you've got the basics. You can work it out for yourself. You go, oh, hang on a minute. If I don't have enough money, I can't do this. I can't do it. So therefore, I better start saving money. I better start getting a job. I better
But
start.
you don't think of that. You don't think of that
No,
when you're
and
17,
Patrick,
18 years old.
when
You're
I
thinking,
was up until a few years ago, when I was a young adult, I got in the habit of robbing Peter to pay Paul. And it became habitual. It became a habit. That's how
my wife's like that.
That's how I lived my life.
She'll
And
borrow
then I
money
met Poppy, and of course I had more
to pay
to
off
work
that.
with because Poppy was in the military, so he was gone sometimes. So he trusted me with all of the finances, and I made sure that the bills were paid. That is something I never really had a problem with. But when it came to all the extras, all the other things, I was robbing Peter to pay Paul. And, like when it come time for school clothes, okay, I'll take it all out of this one check before school starts. And then I'll just rob Peter to pay Paul to make sure everything else was paid. And I don't even know how I started this, to be honest with you. I know that in December, I looked at Wesley and I said, we piss away way too much money.
Most
We
people
need
do.
to find out where it's going because we make a lot of money every year. And why don't I feel like we make that much money? We don't have the things that people who make that much money have. What's going on with it? Where is it going? And I found out after tracking our expenses for a month that most of our money went to stupid shit.
Yeah. Another
Most
good
of our
one
money
is,
went to going out to eat.
well, I tell you what, a good one here is the kids, not just the kids, but anyone, they go out and buy these, the coffee.
Oh, yeah,
from the coffee shop, right?
See, and we don't do that personally, but my daughter loves to do that.
But here it's $5-6
Yeah,
to go and buy a cup
for
of
one coffee.
And there are people that do that several times a day, and you add that up over a year.
Yeah.
When you could,
it's insane.
When I'm working on the road, I take a flask.
Mm-hmm.
I make coffee at home, and I think that's probably
And
3
you
or 4
pour it
cups
in
of
there.
coffee. Yeah, and it's easy to do. It's cost nothing. And I just look at people that, I mean, over a year, that's a fortune.
I make a
absolute
every single morning.
Every single morning.
I make a thermal coffee. In fact, I bought that thermos when I started this last job, and I've been there almost a little over 16 years.
Oh, wow.
Same thermos.
See, and Poppy does that. He makes a pitcher or a pot of coffee and pours it into his thing and does the creamer and all the stuff that he likes, but he doesn't do sugar in his coffee. But
Stanley thermos, and I pour myself a cup that I drink on the way to work.
Yeah, and that's what he does. He has a travel mug, and he takes that with him to work. And
people love it. People love buying. I don't know what it is because I've tried coffee at these sorts of places, and I don't taste that it's much. I don't see how it's much better. I've never tasted one.
Not.
Oh, this is a $5 coffee. It's so much better. What it was like, it's worth it. It's just not worth it.
It's not.
But to me, if you're on a budget, that's the first sort of thing you look at. You go,
right. And we even buy.
Stupid.
In my opinion, we spend too much on coffee because Poppy bought. Let me show you. I'll be right back.
Now, I used to tell my wife, I said, it's okay at the end of the week if you still got money in your account. Because it's almost like, Thursday rolls around, it's almost like panic. I got to check tomorrow and I still got money in the bank.
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you the assortment that we have. We bought this on sale 2 weeks ago. French Market dark roast tastes
buy the
like
good
shit.
stuff. You buy the
It's
good
terrible. It is bitter. It is horrible coffee.
I buy Folgers Classic Blend.
However, they do have a version that is very good, but it's a lighter roast. And it's not a light roast, but it's kind of like in the medium range. It's very good. But this was on sale for $5.99 US. It is only 12 ounces of coffee. It is not a pound of coffee. It's 12 ounces. Then, this is one of my favorites. This is called Copper Moon. And we got this on sale for $5.99. And we've got about 2 pots left. I tend to drink this on the weekends because it's one of my favorites and I don't want to waste the good stuff during the week. However, this is my favorite. It is Javalia coffee,
Well, I used
traditional roast. We got this on sale this week for $6.99. It is 12 ounces again. I wish they would sell it in bigger quantities, but they don't. And then there's also another favorite that I have, Javalia Guatemalan. Very, very good coffee. Very good. Not bitter at all. I don't like a bitter coffee.
No,
I like it to be smooth and strong.
Does anyone like bitter coffee?
I don't think so. Except
I just drink instant coffee.
Do you really? I'll tell you what. My grandmother used to drink. I don't know what the name of it was.
Sanka.
She used to drink an instant coffee that was like really nutty coffee. It had a nutty flavor, and I loved it.
I'll show you the coffee. I'm going to go make another drink.
Okay. I'm going to go run and take a potty break, and I'll be right back.
Well, actually, I'll tell you this one, Grumpus, with kids and their ability to save money when they want to. Back in 2007, we had a massive political election here, which I can't even bear thinking about. But anyway, the guy that got in, he brought in a tax, and he called it an Alcopop tax. And Alcopops here are, those pre-mixed drinks like you get at the liquor store.
Okay.
With whiskey and lemonade or whatever, and it's all in the one can, all ready to drink.
Yeah.
Because the government here did a study saying, well, the incidence of teenage alcoholism is terrible. So the way we'll combat that, because kids just walk in and buy these drinks, it's like a soda can, except it's alcoholic, and they drink it and they get drunk, and we can't have that. So we'll put the prices up. So like literally, and it's still here to this day, the Alcopop tax. It is a fortune to go in and buy, some pre-mixed drinks that a lot of adults enjoyed buying for convenience. You go out to dinner, you might like to take a few of these pre-mixed cans, right? So they put the prices up there. They are now that expensive, it doesn't work. So the kids who were supposed to have been binge drinkers worked out they got that expensive they couldn't afford it, and then they started looking at how much does it cost to buy a whole litre bottle of vodka, and they thought, and then how much does it cost to buy a 2-litre bottle of Coca-Cola? So guess what happened?
The
rates of alcoholism went through the roof because they figured out, thanks to the tax, we should have done this years ago. This is much cheaper. Right? So because they figured it out. If we buy in bulk, we're saving money. And I thought that was hilarious because I thought that's what the message they need to be taught about everything else. But everything strange would happen. Now we've got massive alcohol problems with the youth. And the government's still scratching their heads. Oh, well, why is this happening? Why? Because kids aren't stupid. It goes to show if they can see a benefit, they'll do it. And they didn't need to be taught that. They like getting drunk, and they thought, well, how can we do it cheaply? Right. So that makes me think that you wouldn't have to try that hard with the kids to get them to see the point with everything else.
Right.
in life.
Right.
Saving money on sandwiches and whatever the hell else. All you have to do is put it to them in a way they understand, and they'll get it.
Well, they need to learn the value of a dollar. Too much
and
of
that's
it,
the thing.
too much of it's just handed.
They can learn real quick when they can see a benefit. They can learn.
Let me
Even
tell you something.
even my grandkids, when I'd find out, I mean, we're talking 6 years old, 5 years old. When I'd find out they really, there's a toy they really wanted or something like that. Grumpus is always willing to dig in his pocket and take care of them.
Yeah.
But I would always make them do something to earn it. They'd have to help me clear the table.
Exactly.
And I'd give them the $5, or I'd have them help me out in the back, and sometimes we just pick up some rocks and move them. I'd move them back when they went home, but just give them something to do so they felt like they were earning their money, because I didn't want to be just the guy when they get here. What have you got for me?
Just giving it away.
So I would. Yeah. And I thought, and everybody else in my family thought I was terrible for doing, 5-year-old out there helping me move rocks for 15 minutes.
No, that's not terrible.
No, that's the way it works here.
That's
if
right.
They get in Grumpus's pocket, their hands better be dirty.
Well, I don't want to compare children to dogs, but if you know anything about dog training, it is exactly.
Oh, I know a lot about dog training.
The same.
If you just feed that dog, if you just put the food down and give that food to the dog without making it work for it,
you make it sit.
Woe betide. And it's not hard to do. You just get that dog to do something for the food, and you've got a whole different animal there.
Exactly.
It's
right?
repetitive.
You're teaching it. You're teaching
it's repetitive
it the value of the
and
food.
doing repetitive and do the exact same thing every time. You don't let up.
Every single time. Yeah.
It doesn't get the food for free.
It works with the kids too.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's just so easy.
I always make my dog sit and stay, and I tell her when she's allowed to get her food.
I do that with my cat.
Yeah.
Your cat.
It's like, back up,
with the cat. I'm putting food in her dish, and I'm telling her to get back, wait, and she'll sit there and patiently. I don't let her put her head in that bowl while I'm trying to put food in there.
Right.
And people say, "Oh, you can't teach a cat." I said, "You watch me."
Yes, you can. You know what I do with mine? I spray it with vinegar. No. I do though. When I have one that likes to scratch at the back door.
Right.
And when I hear him doing that, I take the vinegar bottle and spray him with it. And I started spraying the door with vinegar.
Yeah.
And when he smells that, he walks away from it, which is awesome.
Yeah.
But I was going to say earlier that my kids get $15 every payday from us. My son has to empty the cat litter boxes. He has to empty the dishwasher. He has to take the garbage out, and he has to bring the garbage cans in. That's all he has to do for that $15. My daughter has to load the dishwasher, which she rarely does. Okay, let me rephrase that. She rarely does it the way it needs to be done to make clean dishes.
Right.
I'm constantly having to take dishes out of the dishwasher and rewash them because she didn't rinse them out before she put them in there.
Yeah.
But she's responsible for cleaning the bathroom, and she's responsible for cleaning her own bedroom, which she should be anyway.
Exactly.
That's really all she has to do is dishes and the bathroom to earn that $15. Let me tell you something. When little girl gets that $15 in her account, she orders McDonald's from school for band practice because they have to stay late. She will order McDonald's. She will go across the street to Winn-Dixie and get a deli meal. She will do until it's gone. And then she'll ask me, "Hey, Mom, can you put some money in my account?" No, I cannot. Now, before January, I would say, oh, yeah, you need money? Okay, I'll put it in there. Not anymore, sweet pea.
See, my wife's doing that now to her son. It's over 40.
That's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate for me because I can't stop it.
And you can't afford it, for God's sake.
Right now, I'm whirling over gasoline prices.
I understand.
'Cause I spend.
We are, look,
I'd normally
Rumpus,
spend
we are
about.
so lucky.
I'd normally
And let
spend
me
about
tell you why.
$250 a month on gas. My
Right.
gas $500 this last month.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
See,
Same
and
with all of us.
Poppy has a company van and a company credit card, and they pay for all of his gas, and we are so grateful for that, because the only gas that we use on our personal vehicle is to go pick the kids up from band camp, or to go out to dinner, or to go do the things that we want to do. And I recently increased our gas budget from $40 a payday to $60.
See, I fill up about twice a week, and she's been filling up 4 times a week.
Oh my God. That's insane. And so we have a truck, and it doesn't get great gas mileage. You know what? 13, 15 miles a gallon.
26
like
miles a gallon.
Really?
You were saying, you said something before about the 40-year-old Grumpus.
Oh, she still gets up. She gets up at 5 in the morning to haul his ass all the way across town, and then takes him home at night. My gas bill is shot through the roof, and she don't.
Is he still? I thought you kicked him out.
Well, we kicked him out, but it got even worse after he left.
Oh, really?
Now Mama's chasing him all over town.
No,
it's.
But hang on. Why is that? Is he working?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He got him a job on a garbage truck.
But okay, so he can't sort of look after himself, or?
But he's working.
But Mama won't pull her head out of his ass to where he can do anything on his own.
Mm-mm-mm.
They call that enabling.
You know what?
If something comes up and she can't make it to pick him up after work, he finds a ride.
Well, look there. Imagine how that works.
Morning, he finds a ride. I keep saying he'll make his own way if you just get
he'll be
out of
fine.
the way.
Yeah.
But that's her baby. What am I going to do?
I don't know. It's hard, isn't it?
You know what?
I've got to.
It just turns into her baby that I'm trying to
My
come to
son is 13.
kids.
My son is 13, and he's my baby. He's 7 of 7. And I can't wait for the day that little sucker can take care of himself. And I am trying like the Dickens to make sure that by the time he's 20 years old, he is self-sufficient, has a job, and can do the things he needs to do to not depend on me and Poppy to take care of him.
Just between us three, I think she needs him to be dependent on her.
And she might.
That sounds like it.
I think her need to take care of him overrides his need to be on his own.
To be independent, right?
I think it's more about her than him.
Look, I'm not going to lie. If this was 20 years ago and he was my baby, like my oldest daughter did not leave home permanently till she was 26 years old. She came and went and came. We had a revolving door on our house. She would move out and she'd move back, and she'd move out and she'd move back. And it was driving us insane. Because there comes for me and Poppy, there came a point where I'm like, girl, get a life, take care of yourself, and quit mooching off of me.
Yeah.
I'm a selfish lady, though.
No, you're supposed to. You're doing your job. You're supposed to get them ready to make it on their own.
I agree.
Yeah, that's your job. Yeah, but not be dependent the rest of their life.
I mean, the job is to raise kids who are self-sufficient and independent young people who can take care of themselves. That is the job.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. And we'll use your case, Grumpus, as an example, where there's two people involved, right? So whilst his mother might need to look after him or whatever, the motherly instincts.
Right.
He's got the power, if he wanted to stop his mother from doing that. Mum, I'm fine. I don't need, and to reassure her that I'm going to be okay. You do not need to do this.
Right, and that's what my daughter finally did.
He can even do things like, if she was that obsessed with doing it, he can pay it back to her. He could buy her flowers. He could, do that sort of thing.
Take her out to dinner.
Take her out to dinner, all that.
He could fill her gas tank next time they pull into.
He could do that.
He sits at the car while she gets out and pumps.
Shut up.
In other words, it works both ways.
Oh, I have talked to him and bitched about it, and he'll say, "Yeah, but she did this." I says, "What kind of a man would
kind of a man are you?
Let his mother pump gas?"
No, I'm just talking about anything. Giving him money, hauling his ass around,
anything. Yeah.
I says, I won't let my mom spend a nickel on me.
Right.
Infuriates me. I'm old enough now. I can take care of my mom. She don't need to take care of me. And I would tell him,
me and my husband went to Pensacola about a year ago and visited my son. And do you know, he took us out to dinner, and I didn't feel right about letting him pay for it, but he wanted to. Mom, please let me do this.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, okay, if that's what you want to do.
Well, I mean, and in purely mathematical terms, you would have only spent something like, $1 million raising him. So there's no contest there. If he wants to buy you dinner, you just let him, let him buy you dinner.
And I did because I knew it was important to him.
It's not the money.
As a mother, it's the gesture. And a young man growing up wants to show, hey, I made it. I've got a job.
He made it. He's good. He's fine. Yeah. And that's what my son was doing. He was like, I got this, Mom. Don't worry about it. I'm like, oh, you need to spend your money on yourself, son.
I'm dealing with a guy here that has no pride. You can't insult him. He don't care.
My God.
I have had a big conversation with him in the car.
Well,
one-on-one.
And I just got a phone call from my 25-year-old son the other day. The one that's oh God. My youngest of the 5, the one that made me get my tubes tied. He is such an entitled young man. He thinks that the government should pay a living wage to everybody, and he shouldn't have to work for a living, and
he don't have where that money comes from.
But it shouldn't, and he's always telling me, but Mom, it shouldn't be that way. But Bailey, it is that way.
Hey, Grumpus, you remember that video I sent you?
Yes.
Why don't I get sent videos? Shut up.
That's the same story. I sent Grumpus a video about it, something exactly like that.
I'll ask Patrick, would you pull off the tit if you didn't have to?
Well, let me tell you this.
No.
And look, in my defense, my son is only 25. He is still learning how to navigate life. He has a job. He works 40 hours a week. He pays his bills. He lives in an apartment. But he called me Thursday and said, hey, Mom, I don't have enough money to eat. So would you mind putting $10 in my account for me to have some lunch? Well, and of course, I said, it's the funniest thing, because if he'd asked me for money for anything else, I probably would have said no.
But he knew what would work.
He knew that
I'll ask you,
if I thought he was hungry, I would pay for it.
I will ask you, what will he do if you couldn't do it?
I don't know.
He would find it somewhere else.
Probably. He would probably call my daughter. In fact, let me tell you something funny. Me and my daughter were just talking this afternoon. And she said, I'm kind of mad at myself. And I said, for what? This is my social worker daughter that makes tons of money. And in fact, I told y'all she just got this job making $60 an hour.
Nice.
Which is insane to me. Insane amount of money. But anyhow, he called her and apparently suckered her into giving him $20. After he called me telling me he needed money to eat.
And how did that feel?
Like shit.
He's learned the system.
So I called him today and I said, Bailey, don't ask me for any more money.
See,
you can call and talk to me for hours on end if you want to. You can debate politics with me all day long, but do not ask me for another dime.
Do you folks over there have a thing called elder abuse? Have you heard of that?
Yes, yes, we do.
It's a big thing here. They've had a royal commission into it. There's been all sorts of tension. I don't know how much what they can do about it in the end, but the point is that it's a massive problem in this country, with and especially when it comes to things like and it's all inter-family stuff. This is sons and daughters victimizing their own parents.
Yeah.
To the point making them feel like, because you see, I've got all these debts and I've got all these bills to pay, and you're living in $1 million house.
Right.
Now I might inherit that money one day, but Mum, I sort of want it now.
Yep.
Get out of Dodge.
So what are you going to do about it? And the mother might have lost be a widow and sort of starts to feel like, I'm pressured into downsizing so that their children can get money from and like they need the money. All of this sort of stuff, and it can get ugly.
It's guilt.
And they do it because it's an opportunist and it's an easy crime. I've got a great example of this. A friend of mine whose mother was in her 90s, living on her own, had very healthy, all that, amazing woman. But it got to the point where, she's on her own in the old family home. It's him and his sister. This is my best friend, my best mate. Now, he would visit her 2-3 times a week. He'd go over there and find her on the floor. She'd fall out of the chair. She would have been on the floor all night. She couldn't look after herself anymore, They arranged for her to be put into this amazing aged care facility, one of the best in the country, paid an absolute fortune, because here it cost them $500,000 to deposit to put her in to the place, and it was like $3,000 or $4,000 a month after that to keep her in this place, right? And they had to sell the family home to do it. They got about $1.5 million for it. Now here's the rub, right? And I know it happens. Because if my best friend, if this mate I've known for 40 years, if he was a scumbag, all he needed to do was have a bit of a chat to his sister and say, look, if we just turn a blind eye to Mum, we'll find her, I hate it, this is what goes on. We'll find, here's a victim, here's a crime, they could get a $1.5 million house whacked up, just do a deal. You get half, I get half. If we just ignore Mum and maybe we don't go off and go and visit her as much, and one day she's just dead on the floor in the living room.
Oh.
They get away with it. That is murder, but they get away with it. And they get the inheritance. Now, that woman was lucky that she had children that cared about her, and would never do that in a million years.
Right.
But how many people out there have got family? Because I've known people that would kill you for $50.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let alone a couple of million, right? And it seems to be the family breakdown. It doesn't matter. That's my mother. I could care less. People get desperate and they see an opportunity. I want that money. And these are elderly people. They're defenseless. There's no one to protect them.
Right.
So I use that as an example. I've told a lot of people that story, thinking for every one of her that's lucky, there must be 10 or 20 other elderly people in their own homes that they've paid for. They've worked their whole life. Who have got children out to get them, and they just, how do you how do you police it? How do you find out who's done? I mean, because there would be no evidence. If they'd have chosen to do that, they're not up for any crime.
No.
They just would have looked the other way for a while, and knowing that their mother wasn't well and was falling down in the house, and just would have said, "Oh, we didn't know. Sorry."
Yeah, death by natural causes.
Yep.
How crazy is that?
Yep. And because they had to spend a lot, she lived for another 2 or 3 years in this place, and it cost them a lot of money. And how it works here is you get when the person passes away, they'll get a percentage of the deposit back, depending on how long they've lived for.
Oh, okay.
So,
a percentage of that half
they
million.
if you're a criminal, if you're a crook, you look at that and you go, yeah, but if I do that, I'm going to lose a lot of money. So I think I'll just let Mum look the other way, and Mum can just die in her own home, and I'll get the whole lot instead of half.
Here in the U.S., the elder abuse is more of
physical
abuse.
More
Yes.
physical.
Oh, that happens too.
As far as I'm a caretaker of one of my parents, and it's driving me crazy, so I just beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, but it's the other. But the other thing too is with a mother, with a parent, you know damn well at the psychological. If it's your own son abusing you, you're gonna have a very much higher tolerance for that than if it's a complete stranger, because it's my son, I love him. There's all that psychological torture that they put on you. You know?
My baby would never lie to me. My baby wouldn't do anything like that.
No.
Well, how many
let me
interviews
tell
have
you something. I don't care if I'm 90 years old and senile.
Yeah, but I know that you're different, Charlotte. But how many people have you seen? How many interviews, like say with serial killers, where the parents, the mother in particular, they're sort of, you'll see they'll defend.
Yeah,
they're not so much defending them, but they're saying, yeah, but he was such a nice boy, Ted Bundy, his mother.
Right.
Oh yes,
God.
but you've got to see it from his perspective. And I mean, really? But that's the mother. But that, so when it's elder abuse, the children that are doing it to their parents know that they're going to get away with it.
Right. Because
it's mental, it's physical, it's all that.
It's insidious, is what it is.
And I think it's the most underreported crime in Australia, at least.
To me, that's pretty much the situation we're under now, because he knows the problems he's causing here at home.
Well, and Grumpus,
they both
probably knows the problems that are in the home.
They both know how I react to it. They both know he knows his mom and her husband fight about him all the time.
Yeah.
But do you think he gives a shit? No, because he gets what he wants.
What's the end game with that, Grumpus?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure if we run out of money, he won't call no more. But I keep telling her, she says, well, he just needs to learn how to manage his money. I said, he is managing his money. You're part of his budget.
Right.
I said, we need to be removed from his budget.
Let's say, because this is her child, not yours.
This is her child, and we end up fighting because she said, well, you just don't want me to have anything to do with my family. Or you're making me choose. You're making me choose between him and you and all this. And I said, that's not it at all. I said, I don't care whose kid it is. He's too old to be depending on his mother. I don't care if it's a neighbor's kid. I don't care whose kid it is.
Right.
How would you handle it if it was actually your son?
I would, number one, if he was my son, he'd never grow to be that way.
Right.
Yeah.
If he was my son, I'd go over there and kick his ass daily until he stopped calling me.
But you can't do that.
If he was my son, I would sit him down and say, look, you call your mom one more time. I'm going to come over here and we're going to be rolling in the dirt. But I can't handle it that way because he's not my son.
Yeah.
Right.
Very tough.
But
you know what, Grumpus?
But the thing is, my wife keeps saying, he didn't have a man around when he was growing up.
He had you.
And then I tell her, I says, well, now that I'm trying to teach him what he should have learned growing up without a man, you're telling me I can't do that. And I'm telling you, in 42 years, her way isn't working.
Exactly.
So it's a catch-22 for me. If so it
It
boils
is.
down to if I want to keep my wife, I've got to
You
put
got
up
to
with
keep
this
her
shit.
son too.
You gotta shut up. Yeah.
I've got to put up with this shit if I want to keep her, because there's no doubt in my mind she'd rent an apartment tomorrow and he'd move in with her and he'd be taking
Yep.
care of her, or she'd be
Yeah.
taking care of him.
Yeah.
Should be
I
taking
tell
care of
her
you.
all the time. I says, if I drop dead first, he'll be sleeping in my bed before my body's cold.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
it's
know
gotta be,
I know where I am on the food chain. I just can't get her to wake up.
It's got to be frustrating.
It is.
How do you deal with that?
I sit on live chats at 4:30 in the morning and bitch.
Right?
And you
Bitch about it.
and you drink whatever it is you're drinking.
I just
Look.
Yeah, it's not.
it's a situation that I'm into that I don't see an end game.
For
Grumpus?
what it's worth.
Why am I
Yeah.
not drunk?
You are.
No, I'm not.
You are.
No, I'm not.
Maybe just a little bit. Maybe a little
Maybe
bit.
a little tipsy, but not drunk.
You got a little bit left.
That's insane. I gotta get bigger bottles.
So, anyways, I've told my wife before. I said, if I'd have met you and you had teenage kids, this is the kind of shit I would expect.
Right.
Yeah.
When I met
15
her
years old.
But when you met her, they were grown.
her baby was in his late 20s. I didn't expect none of this stuff.
Yeah, but it's been 20 years.
We've been together 18.
Well, for what it's worth, Grumpus, I've got something very similar happening in my family right at the moment, and but it's nothing to do with the fact I'm married or any of that, but it's with a sibling.
Yeah, but you can see the show.
It's almost it's exactly the same situation. Just you've arranged the players a little bit.
Yeah.
It's basically the same story, and it's happening, and it's happening to my mother. And it's at the point where you have to start because I can't sit back and watch what's going on. But there's elements and forces trying to drag me into it,
Right.
and I have to be very strong about
Yes.
it, because otherwise I will get dragged into it.
Oh, it's easy.
And
Sure.
and then once I'm dragged into it, it's a rabbit hole. It's like it's a bottomless pit. And
It is.
it's because of people taking advantage of other people,
Yeah.
and other people feeling like it's their obligation, they're martyrs, and you must help them at all costs, when they're not seeing that all that you're dealing with is someone that's going to keep taking and taking and taking.
Right.
And
My wife says my wife.
At one point you've got to stop. It's either, if you don't stop it, then what can I do?
Right.
I can't stop you from doing this, but don't expect me to replicate your behavior, because I see what's happening. It's just because I'm sort of independent from it. I'm like you, Grumpy. You can see what's really going on. You're
Right.
You see what's the reality of it.
Yeah.
And see, she sees it as, if she's willing to do it, then he's not taking advantage of her.
Yeah.
And I tell her that's ludicrous. That's crazy. He's taking advantage of you. But as a mother, if she's willing to do it.
Yeah, it's a toxic relationship is what it's called.
And I keep trying to explain to her, you may be willing to take him to work and take him home every night, but I'm the one paying the gasoline.
Right. Right.
She's the one going to bed at 7:30 at night because she's exhausted, because she has to get up at 5 the next morning. She don't even have to be at work until 8. But she's getting up at 5 and leaving the house at 5:30 to haul his ass. I mean, she's got to drive in halfway into town to pick him up, and then she drives to another city to drop him off.
Dear God.
There are people, I went through a phase when I was in my late 20s where I realized I just had this epiphany one day where a lot of the people that was so-called friends, and I was surrounded by it, they're all just scumbags, and all just either leaning on me or like, it's all one-way relationship. I was putting in all the effort and they were doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, you know what? It's not even, there's nothing to do with them. It's me. Why am I having all these people in my life that I don't want in my life? And I systematically went through and got rid of a lot of them and never looked back. And that was I don't know what triggered it. It was must have been some last straw type event.
Yeah.
And I thought,
sure.
There's all this toxic crap in my life, and I realized it's not. These people are never going to change, and I should stop blaming them. I should blame me.
Well, you can't. I tell my wife all the time. I say you can't change the game,
right?
But you can decide not to be a part of it.
Absolutely.
I can't change the family drama, but I can choose to not be a part of that drama. That's the only control that I have.
Right.
And that's what you've said just there is exactly my situation at the moment.
And I'd rather have one or two good friends than just a whole bunch of friends. Yes. I don't need a whole bunch of friends. I need one guy that'll get me out of jail at midnight. That's all I need.
Do you know what? Do you know the guy I was talking about before with the mother in the nursing home? 40 years I've known him. He's basically my brother. He may as well be. My closest friend. I've never once, and the reason why we're still friends is I've never once asked him for a favour, and he's never once asked me for a favour. But we both know if that day ever comes, there's no question. I wouldn't care if he rang me up and said, "Look, I've got a dead body. Can you help?" I just stop it dead. I'm there. Where do you want it buried?
Yeah.
That would be it. That's a friendship. But the only reason why it's like that is because it's never been taken advantage of. And he knows it and I know it. And it's never been, if he was watching this right now, he'd probably be, I don't know what he'd think, because I've never spoken about that before. But it is, when I think about it, that is the reality. I've got maybe 2 or 3 people like that in my life. He's one of them. But he's at the top of the list because I just know that if tonight, if someone comes over, if it ends up there's a corpse in my living room, he's who I'm calling him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he'd be around here. He'd be around here. He'd come around with the plastic bags and the shovels. Right, where do you want to put it? But that's a whole lifetime of respect. You just don't get that from 5 minutes of knowing someone, and it's mutual. It's got to be proven both ways. It's a slow process. It's a beautiful thing. I love it, but there's so few people like that you'll ever come across. And but the important thing is he's never once, never, and he's got a lot of problems. This guy, and I've got a lot of problems, but we've never put that on each other. We've never taken advantage of the friendship.
Right.
Like, oh, can I borrow money? If I'm having hard times, or none of that. You've got to stand on your own 2 feet, and then if you've got friends, don't take advantage of your friends.
Right.
Because all you end up with is no friends. They just run a mile, saying, "Oh God," every time I speak.
Well, and you burn bridges.
They want something from me,
Anybody that truly knows me would never ask me for money to start with.
Right. I think with mothers in particular.
I don't get it.
And I'm speaking from my own experience. With my oldest daughter, I was 20 years old when she was born. I was a stupid parent. And in fact, I was not even a parent.
You've talked about that before, where you were.
Right. And
Charlotte, look who's arrived.
I see Christina's here. Look at that baby. Come on up and join us. Can one of you guys?
Is she still up, or is she just getting up?
I don't know.
Probably just getting up.
Probably.
I'm
going to try to put a link in here for her. If she wants to come up here. If not, that's okay too. She can just listen. But for a lot of years, from the time I met Wesley and our life became more stable and more family-like, I tried so hard to make up for the mistakes that I made when she was little.
All right.
And
So
I
let me
felt
stop you right
so
there.
much.
See, that's where Vicky's at, because she's
The
dealing with
guilt.
her own guilt
Yeah,
and being a single mom with
Yeah.
a couple of kids. And I keep telling her that's history. You
exactly.
you cannot let them kids. And to my knowledge, they don't bring that up. This is her trying
No.
to make.
This is
and I
her,
just-
yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what happened in my family. It was 2 days before I had a heart attack, and my daughter who has never come against me a day in her life. Obedient. She didn't like the things I said to her. She didn't like that I required her to do things, but she did them. She was the peacekeeper in the family. She was the one that just did it to shut me up. And there were times when I was freaking crazy. I'm not going to deny that. There were times when I was mean as hell. There were times when I was unreasonable. There were times when I said the wrong things at the wrong time. I hurt her feelings. I did all of that. And also, I'm a parent, I'm a human, and I'm not infallible.
So get over it.
And also,
See,
I tried so hard to make up. Every time she asked me to do something, I would do it. Every time she asked me for anything, I would do it. Every time. And then she had a come undone like I had never seen from her. She screamed at me over the telephone. And this was all on the telephone because she knew if she was in my face, I'd have beat her ass. And she knew that, and I knew that. Because I don't care if she was 35 years old or not, I'd have whooped her behind with a belt across my knee. And she knew it. So she got on the phone with me and started railing me and telling me what a crappy mother I had been all her life. How I was never there for her when she needed me, which is totally wrong. I was always there when she needed me. I just wasn't the one she needed me to be. That makes sense.
yeah, that's all part of elder abuse.
Right. And so when she had this come undone on me, I was so hurt. I can't even explain how hurt I was.
That's because it's emotional. That you see, the children can hurt you in a way that if this was a stranger or someone you knew saying this,
I wouldn't have cared less. I could have cared. Yeah.
But it's your own child doing this.
But she was, and I told her during the conversation, I said, I know that for a time, I was not the mother you needed. And I have spent the last 20 years trying to make that up to you. I'm sorry that I wasn't who you needed me to be. But I did better as I knew better. I did. And she's like, well, I don't understand why you can't even get emotional about this. Because there was some things that she felt like I could have prevented that I couldn't have. And I know that now. And anyhow, point being, I said to her, the reason I'm not emotional about this is because I don't live there anymore. And you are 34 years old, and you need to learn to not live there anymore. That was 20 years ago. You need to live now.
Mm.
Well, 2 days later, I had a heart attack. And I will never forget waking up in the recovery room after my procedure to put the stent in my heart and everything. And I
Do you
woke
think
up
that
and
could,
she was
Charlotte,
there.
yeah, but
She was
Charlotte,
there.
do you think that contributed to your heart attack?
No, but my husband does.
I do too.
No. It certainly wouldn't have helped.
Now, see, my wife's oldest child is a daughter, and it's the exact same thing.
Really?
Vicky got knocked up in
The
high
guilt.
school. She got knocked up in high school. You know, high school kid with a kid. You know,
Right.
Mama had to help a lot and everything like that. And every
Right.
chance,
My grandmother
every
helped
chance
me
her daughter has
tremendously.
to throw it up,
Mhm.
she lets her know what a rotten mother she was. And,
Yeah.
and I keep telling Vicky the same thing. I said, look, she's just going to have to get over it.
Right.
She's in her late 40s. If she wants
She needs to get the fuck up. Oh.
you need to just stop
Ugh.
being part of that bullshit.
Right.
Charlotte,
What?
it's your own channel. You can swear if you want.
I know. I just don't like saying that.
But you know, so
But it
I know
just
what
came out of
what
there.
you're talking about. And part of that is why she can't pull herself away from Corey, because she said, well, he's
I
the only
understand. I
he's
do.
the
I
only one
understand.
that have anything to do with me now. And I says, when the handouts stop, he's not going to have anything to do with you.
Yeah.
Mm.
So you're
That's so heartbreaking.
you're just pouring gas on an ember to keep that fire going. And
Right.
the inevitable, you know, if you
And
think
you know,
if you
It's
think
look.
like
look,
I say,
I understand that so well because
But I think it's something unique to mothers and parents
is.
in general. If you've got a child that does that, it's a whole different ball game.
heartbreaking.
That's what makes it is a crime, I believe. That's what makes it so unique and so difficult a problem to solve, because it's not just the one person. It's not like someone gets attacked in the street that's easy to see who's right and who's wrong.
Right.
Because both parties are contributing to it.
Well, and
Yeah,
what?
because
my
look,
point-
it's the whole. Sorry, just to finish the thought. If you
It's
let
okay.
a bully, if you allow a bully to bully you, guess what? They're going to bully you.
They're
And that's
right.
what it is. That's what
Right.
it is. It's a form of a bullying. But bullies are renowned for choosing, just like a shark in the water or whatever. They're not out for a fight. They want to pick the easy targets. A bully's never going to pick on
The
someone
vulnerable one.
bigger or better. So when it's a child doing it to a parent, it's easy. It's easy pickings. They know they've got all the emotional hooks
Because
in them.
they know we
and the
love
rest.
them no
And
matter
it's-
what they do.
And not only that, the parent is they know already. The parent is very unlikely.
To report it.
My boss is a female, and ever since I worked for her, she's got kids, and she had an example of a child that was working in her company who was a drug addict and stealing from her and all sorts of horrendous things. And I've watched firsthand what she went through because I was working for her the whole time and saw the abuse. And it got to the point, in the end, it got that bad. She had to do something. But if that had just been any other employee, it would have been gone in 5 minutes. But it was
absolutely,
absolutely. And I couldn't. I'm sort of her manager, right? And I'm seeing what's going on. I know what's going on. She knows it's going on. It's destroying the business. It's destroying lives.
And she's in
Right.
denial.
And she was, but
Right.
eventually, it came to that line in the sand where she was going to
That's
lose
right.
everything.
That's
she had
what
to
I was
do
about
something.
to say, Patrick.
She had, and she did something, and it worked. But it was that awful for her, right? And I don't even. I mean, so anyway, that's just an example of how bad it can get.
And see, I thought we were there when she finally got pissed off enough to kick him
And
out
put
of the
him
house.
out. Mm-hmm.
So did I.
And I was happy that she'd finally come to this realization that maybe he can
Maybe he
move
needs to-
on and we can move on. But
Right.
it's flipped. It's gotten even worse than it was when he was here. At least,
Sucks.
at least she had his head up his ass and he was close to home.
Right.
Now his ass is all the way across town, and she got to go that far just to poke her head in it. And what makes it equally hard for me is, she's been married to 3 pussies.
Oof.
Didn't do anything as far as helping her raise them kids. They were
Right.
abusive to the kids, all this kind of stuff like that. I'm a chivalrous person. I still open car doors. I'll slay the dragons, whatever it takes. And I've also got this. I've got this machismo, chauvinistic vein in me that, in my mind, I know what a man should be and how he should act.
Exactly.
Not only does her kids not know how to handle that, she doesn't know how to handle it because she never had a man before that would stand up for her.
See, and that's all I ever wanted, and I got one.
She only
Finally.
wants me to stand up for her when it serves her purpose.
When it's right.
And I tell her, it's not a switch you can turn on and off.
That's right. That's right.
If I would fight for you with a perfect stranger, if I see
then
one
you'll
of your
fight for
family
her
members,
with her family as well.
Your own family members hurting
Yes.
my life, they're my enemy. I don't care if they're blood related or not.
That's right.
And
if they're abusing her, they're your enemy.
That's what men do. That's what I'm trying
That's
to teach
right.
your son, to stand up for himself and be his own man.
Right.
She still wants to continue doing what she's been doing.
I think we all know that he'll never do that unless she stands up first.
She has to do it. This is all her.
This is all her.
But will she? Will she?
I don't know if she'll ever do it.
But then what do you do?
Probably not.
What do you do?
I don't know. That's where I'm at. I don't know.
I'm so sorry.
I mean, it can't be, because I believe me, my story is very similar. It's to do with my mother and watching her being abused, and then wondering, well, how do I?
This is why
she's allowing it, right?
This is why I handle. This is why I handle all the finances. The house is in my name. Both cars is in my name. I'm doing everything I can to keep her from giving shit away.
Right.
Yeah, but ultimately it
end up holding nowhere to live.
Exactly, because ultimately it involves you with that. I mean, it's your future too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
and it's so hard when because it's not like it'd be easy if you just watched, if your wife, your wife or your mother or whoever it was, you saw them being attacked, you stop the attack. But it's different when they're allowing it.
Yeah, the only thing I can do is try to stay as debt free as I can. So if I end up by myself, I can make it.
You can make it.
Oh,
because you in a way you're sort of powerless, thinking, because if you intervene, you're the bad guy no matter what, because she's going to say, and whether it's your mother or your wife or whatever, oh no, you can't do that because I love you and all the rest of it. But yet you can see what's going on, and this person's allowing themselves to be abused.
Abused, right.
And it is abuse. It's abuse.
It's hard to sit. It's hard to sit up in the bleachers and just watch it.
Right.
Well,
that's the hardest thing about it. Just not being able to do anything about it.
That was one of the things I said to my daughter after all of that happened. Like I was going to say before, I remember waking up in recovery, and she was there. She was the first one there. And she looked at me and said, well, you would go and have a heart attack, wouldn't you?
That's a good one.
I said,
yeah, you did it just to make her feel bad.
Yeah. It's all you. You went and had a heart attack.
I did this to spite you, right? So when I got home from the hospital, mind you, we didn't speak very much when she was there. She just showed up and made her presence known and said that it was I was doing that to spite her, basically, by saying what she did. I mean, she wasn't argumentative or anything. I know she was scared. I do know that. because I could see it all over her. She was oozing fear.
Yeah.
But I didn't say anything, and I didn't try to start an argument with her there. But when I got home, I spent about a week thinking about everything that had happened. And I called her. And I said, whatever you think of me is irrelevant to me. I'm your mother, and I love you. Regardless of everything we've been through, I'm still your mother, and I love you. I love your kids. And it's just what I do. I'm the mom. And she said to me, well, just because I'm angry with you doesn't mean I don't love my mother. And I said to her, I said, well, I'm happy to hear that. I said, but I want to let you know one thing. Nothing I ever do for you again is going to be for free. I spent 20 years trying to make up for all of the bad decisions that I made when you were a kid. I have spent so much money on you thinking that it would help
Buying the love.
repair some of the damage. I've paid for your car insurance. I've paid your car payments. I've paid for your apartments. I've paid when you can't pay your rent. I'm done. I said, I've watched your kids for free.
I think you'll find that if you do a bit of research into criminal behaviour, a lot of them start with their parents. That's just the beginning.
Yeah.
And when scenarios like that come up, the criminal.
Well, I put it into it, Patrick.
The criminals.
I've got $140 in my Cash App for babysitting her kids for the last month.
Well, good.
It's not a lot of money, and I'm not going to ask her for a lot of money. If she calls me and says, hey, Mom, can I bring the kids over to you for a couple hours? I've got to do so-and-so. Yeah, but that's going to cost you $10. It's
not about the money. It's about respect. But
exactly.
What I was going to say was, with criminals, they may start with their parents because they're easy targets, and that's what criminals do. They look for
right, and then they move on.
Money, right? Then they'll move on. But it's up to the parent at some point to realise that they're a victim of crime. But of course, because it's their son or it's their daughter, getting them to realise that.
It's too emotional, and you're in the middle of it.
If they were in their home and a burglar who comes in and steals their stuff and ties them up,
right?
Oh yes, we'll report that to the police.
Right.
But they're not. But their own son or daughter will do it over a period of months or years.
Right.
It becomes normal, and then it's a crime, but it's so hard to police. It's really up to the individual. It's up to the parent. It's up to the.
It is up to the parent. I agree.
Stand up to it and to stand up to it and say no.
Put down, and you're done.
No.
And the first year that we lived here in Mississippi, my kids followed me here, and I told them, if you want to come here, I will put down a deposit on your apartment and pay the first month's rent. That will give you a month to get a job, get a paycheck, and start taking care of yourself. My middle daughter and her boyfriend at the time, they're now husband and wife. They came here. I put a deposit on their apartment. I paid the first month's rent, and they got jobs, and they took it from there. The oldest twin, I paid their rent for 6 months. Her boyfriend went back home, left her stranded. We went and moved her out of that house, cleaned it for her, the apartment, excuse me. Moved her into our house. She sat on our sofa smoking cigarettes for 3 months, not waking up till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, crying because she couldn't find a job. And I said to her, you can't get a job at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Get your ass up at 8 o'clock in the morning and start pounding the pavement, girl. That's the only way you're going to get a job. The job ain't going to come knocking at the door saying, hey, Erica, hey, why don't you come work for us? She didn't want to hear that at the time. So she decided to leave and go back to Virginia. No job, no home, nowhere to go, couch surfing with her friends until she finally got a job at a bar that she was familiar with and started making money. And that's when she met her husband, moved in with him, and her life got a little bit better. And I didn't have to pay for it anymore.
There's a woman in Australia. There's a woman in Australia called Gina Reinhart. She's a billionaire. She's the richest woman in Australia, richest person. Absolute amazing, right? But her life is like a Shakespearean tragedy, and they'll make a movie one day. And if you Google her, because she has got all her children, it is disgusting that she's constantly in court. They're all estranged from her. They want her money, and they're all suing her for money and this and that.
Parasites.
And they all want her money. It's disgusting what she's been through.
Damn
this woman.
Parasites.
She is the most amazing businesswoman. She's just an amazing person. But you just see, I mean, what the money does. It just, she's lost. She has no one. Her entire. I think she might have one. She might have one daughter. I'm not sure that's still on her side and all that. But she's lost everything. She's lost everything. Her whole family, all over money. And I just think it's not the money. It's that all the money's done is expose who these people were, and it's irrelevant that they're daughters or sons. They're all criminals. They're all crooks. They just want money. And the thing that shits me about it, sorry to say that word, Charlotte, I just said a swear word.
No, it's okay.
But the thing I don't like about it is the fact that, you know what, she's not a young person. They were going to inherit the frickin' earth, these people.
Yeah.
If they just did nothing and love their mother and have a good time,
right?
They are eventually. How many people have got a billionaire mum?
Right.
That's not good enough for them.
Isn't that pathetic?
They want it now.
Pathetic.
Whereas I would think, you know what? I love my mother. I'm not going to hassle her, even if I don't really love her. I think I'll just sit back and wait, because sooner or later she's going to die unless I do something stupid. I'll get the money anyway. That shows you how corrupt these people are and what scumbags they are. That they would do that to their own mother, even when they don't need to. That's how they want it now. I can't get my mind around it.
I'll tell you from my own personal experience.
But who raised these sniveling entitlement brats to start with? That mother did.
And
see, there's one fact in my life that I am so proud of. I left home at 19 years old and never took a penny. In all of these years, there's been times it's been tough. There's been times money's been offered. I never took a cent from my parents.
Well, Grumpus, I'll tell you this.
When I moved to Texas, I called down here and had a job first before I moved.
Before you got there?
I made sure I had a place to go when I got here, so I could go to work. I left my wife in Indiana for 6 months. And when I had an apartment rented down here, I went back and got her, so we had a place to move to when I brought all my stuff down. So I didn't come down here and have somebody just pay my rent and pay my deposit and everything like that. I did it on my own. And it's doable. It can be done.
Yes.
If you want it bad enough. If you don't want it bad enough, you should just stay home to start with, because you're not ready to be out on your own.
Exactly.
Enough said.
My parents
are
in their 70s, and they are, I don't want to say they're well off. I don't know what their financial situation is, but I know I know for a fact, my dad has 24 acres on a beautiful piece of property. And it's what I am striving for. I want what my parents have. I want that 20 acres with the pond in the backyard. Hey, Dwayne.
My dad's got 2.5 acres. It's full of junk cars and golf carts.
My dad is too.
Rotted out boats. He's a hoarder, and he's leaving all that mess for us to clean up
For
when
you
he's
to
gone.
clean up.
I don't want no part of none of it.
But you know something, and I'm much like you are, Grumpus. I left home at 17 years old.
I never look back.
I had to at one point. And
Well, by the grace of God, I didn't have to.
the only reason I did is because I had 3 kids. Excuse me. I had 5 kids. And I had left the situation I was in. And I was in oh God, I'm so embarrassed.
Look.
I was in a shelter for battered women with my 5 kids. And my baby son was 11 weeks old.
Yeah, I'll just interrupt. I'm going to interrupt you, Charlotte. There's a clear line in the sand. There is a massive difference between someone that's a genuine person doing the right thing and that needs help, as opposed to a freaking criminal. And that's what we're talking about here with these children.
Yeah, and I get that.
That do this to their parents. They are criminal because if it wasn't for their parent, they'd move on and find someone else to victimize.
Well, the only thing my parent did for me was give me a home to live in.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're in a desperate situation and you need help and you ask for help and it happens to be your parent that helps you.
And you know, I was 30.
That's okay.
I was 32 years old. I left home at 17 and never asked for a thing until I was 32. And I said, Dad,
single mom with kids. You had
I'm
to
in
take
this
care of the
situation and I have no place to take my kids. Can you help me? And he said, oh my God, I just rented that house. He said, let me call you right back. Give me 15 minutes. He called the woman that he'd rented the house to and said, I'm sorry, I can't rent you this house. My daughter's in trouble and she needs it. And he let us live in that house for 3 years without paying any rent. And I was stupid. I was an idiot. And I let the dude back into our lives. And he ended up at the house.
Well, everyone goes through that sort of, that's life.
Well, that's just.
It is.
That's
it
not,
is.
That's not
And you know, at the time, I was a single mom and I had 5 kids and I really didn't know what else to do.
Well, what are you going to do? But the point is, you're not a criminal trying to rip someone off.
I wasn't trying to rip anybody off.
We all need help.
I was just trying to give my kids a home.
Exactly.
And my wife was single with 3 kids, 3 babies to raise.
Right.
So,
right.
But like you said, there comes a point in time where you have to let go of that guilt. Because I tell my wife all the time, I says, look,
because you don't live there anymore, Grumpus. You don't live there anymore. And
kids don't come with instructions. And parents don't get instructions either.
Right.
So you give your kids breaks sometimes because you did the best you could without instructions. But that tree has both ways. Them kids need to grow up as adults. And realize, my parents did the best they could with no instructions.
With what they knew at the time. And,
if they let it go.
I will say this.
Manipulating
my dad was not always the best dad.
I'm not either.
And but you know what I know about my dad?
My dad never
he worked his ass off to provide for his family.
Do you know what?
He never lied a day in his life. If he promised you something, it was going to happen, whether it was good or it was bad.
Do you know what a classic line that you'll find with criminals will say to their parents? It's, Well, it's not. I mean, it's not me. It's you. I mean, you brought me into the world, so
So it's your
it's not my.
responsibility.
No, well, it's not my fault. I might be a fuck up or whatever. Sorry. I was just.
I didn't ask to be brought into this world.
I did not. There's a classic, and if they start saying things like that, you've not got a child on your hands. You've got a criminal, because what they're doing is looking for. Because I've never, and I can honestly say that, ever used that one.
Me either. Because I'm grateful to be here.
But I'll put it this way: in my family, I've heard it used.
Oh my God.
Towards my parents, and I find it the most offensive thing that you could say to anyone, because you just said it, Grumpus. There's no instructions. They did the best they could, but to go ahead and you've got problems in your own life, and then to put it back on your parents and say, well, it's not my fault. You brought me into this world, so now it's your responsibility to do everything that goes wrong in my life. It's all your fault, because you know what? Without you, I wouldn't be here. How screwed up is that? How screwed up is that? But that's just the mind of a criminal. The problem is when it's a child saying that to a parent, we don't think about that as being a criminal act. But it is.
No, you don't.
Because what it is it's manipulation is what it is.
Yeah. Exactly. Because
it's
as a parent,
child trying to manipulate their parents.
You know, my father said something to me a long, long time ago that makes so much sense to me today, because I am a parent. But he said this to me when I was a teenager. He said, Charlotte, it is against a parent's intuition, the essence of a parent, to do anything that is against the best interest of their child. And I know that now, because everything I ever did, even if it was wrong, if it was right, if it was stupid, if it was smart, no matter what it was, everything I did, all I could think about was, how is this going to affect my kids?
Right.
And what Dwayne said there is true. There's there's a lot of negligence with parents, but
yes,
I think that the whole I think the whole elder abuse thing, in comparison, is way underreported.
I think the elder abuse thing is because parents are too good to their children.
But the main reason is because when a child is taking advantage of a parent, the parent is very unlikely to report it. The last thing they want to do is call the police. They're not going to call the police on their own child.
Not on their child, because you know what? Let me tell you something. Something happened here recently. There was a situation in the U.S., and I forget exactly all the details, but the gist of it was, the mother is being prosecuted, or the parents are being prosecuted for not reporting their child or turning their child in, or something to that effect. And I said to Wesley when we were discussing it, he's like, oh my God, those crappy parents, they let this happen, and this child wreaks so much havoc, and why didn't they do something? And I said to him, you know what? If that was one of my boys, I would die before I would turn him into the police. I don't care what he did. I don't care who he killed. I don't care. My instinct is to protect my child. I don't care if my child is 2 or 102. That is my instinct. Because I'm a mother, I'm a parent, and that is my job.
That's why it's a difficult, it's a complex situation. Because if you put the child and the mother thing out of the equation, if you have a child that's got criminal instincts, that they're a criminal, right? And they grow up,
right,
and they're living a criminal life. Unfortunately, unless they really, really love you, they might, and especially if you've got lots of money, they might look at you as an easy target. So therefore, they'll start with you, the mother or the father, the parents. They'll start extorting you, saying,
Right.
you know,
And then
can I
it
have
goes
some
on
money?
to other,
And it gets worse and worse and worse.
because
it goes
just the
from there.
parents is not enough at that point. They need more.
Well, they're just criminals. But
Yeah.
but the point is, it's not the fact that they're criminal that's the problem. It's the fact that the parent is that they just don't want to sort of comprehend that my child is doing this to me. My child is not a criminal. They're beautiful. I remember them as children. So
Right,
it's
they're
just
my
it's the
baby.
emotional. Yeah, it's the emotional hook, the attachment,
Right.
and that's the evil part of it.
Right.
With
Well, and that's one of the reasons I said to my daughter, nothing I ever do for you again will be for free.
Well, that's beautiful. That's a great arrangement, because it's just all it's doing for you is just saying, hang on, I'm not going to be a victim.
Right. That's basically what I said. You're
Treat
not
me with a
going
bit
to
of
abuse me
just a bit of
anymore.
respect.
You're
Just a bit
not
of
taking
respect.
advantage of me anymore.
No.
I'm not going to be guilted into doing for you. You're going to
And-
pay for my services, and I love you still.
And I bet whatever you're charging her for your time is way less than what she would have to pay a stranger to do.
Oh yeah. Just recently,
More principle than it is money.
It's the principle of it. That's it.
she quit her job last week. She gave her 2 weeks notice. She trained a new employee, but every Tuesday I was going to her house for the past 2 or 3 months. And I was helping her take care of her son while she worked, because, you know, he's almost 2. He's very distracting. He wants to cry and hang on her. And when he would do that, I would take him outside and play with him and distract him so that she could get her job done. And I didn't mind doing that. I love hanging out with him. I like hanging out with her. We would have lunch together. It was great. But I charged her $25 every time I went.
Well, it's like when Corey lived here, I wanted to charge him rent.
And you should have.
Mom thought that was horrible, because I wanted to charge him $50 a week.
Oh, come on!
I'm feeding the son of a bitch. I'm driving him to work.
You're paying for his electricity, his water, his food, his shelter.
I told her, I says, all I want to do is set that money aside, so when he finally gets his own place,
He can have it.
We've got a deposit here. We got a first month's rent. It is making him learn to start budgeting some money now. And she came between us, and that never happened.
$100,
and I said, it's
$200 a month.
I said, it's the principle. How's he going to learn that he's got to start saving some money for rent and stuff if he never has to do it? You're telling You're telling me how's he going to do?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Patrick.
$200 a week.
You're right, Dwayne. There are parents who abuse children. Yeah. That's what we're talking about, is the elder abuse, and how parents don't necessarily report it or call it that, because they are the parents.
But the other side to it altogether is the side that probably, by the sounds of it, Grumpus and me I will definitely, Grumpus is, and I know I'm definitely in, is when you're the person. It's all very well to say, okay, you've got the victim, the elder abuse, and all that. We know who all those players are, but then you've got the people like me and Grumpus, who it's almost its own form of torture to have to sit there, and it's like
to sit and watch it happen.
Being forced to watch a train wreck.
Exactly.
Right.
And not being allowed to do any, there's the button there, you could stop the train.
Right.
But you're not allowed to push the button. You just have to sit there.
But you're not on the train, you're just watching it from the outside of the train.
You know what's happening. You can see it, and you're powerless.
I'm on this ride.
And you're on that train, Grumpus.
I'm on this ride.
Yeah, but you're not really, because you're still a passenger. You're able to see things
I agree, Patrick.
Objectively, right? And that's its own sort of torture.
It affects me.
Because you know what?
control.
Look, and Wesley kind of gets this to some degree. Not as much as I would like him to, but there's nothing I wouldn't do for my kids. Nothing. And there are times when Wesley will step in and say, that's enough. In fact, I didn't tell Wesley that I put $20 in my son's account yesterday.
So then you already know.
I knew that if I told him, he would have a come undone.
Well, that's where we're at my house.
But the thing is, I'm putting $20 in my son's account, not 250.
I'll tell you how bad it is.
$10 and $20 at a time. It's not an exorbitant amount of money.
One night a week, we have some alone time. I'll go somewhere after work, usually have a few drinks or something like that. She stops and has supper someplace. And I got to be careful. I don't give her, I want to give her money so she can go eat someplace.
Sure. But you don't want to give her enough for two.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
I can't spoil my own wife because her kid would take it away from her.
Right.
But she won't say he's taken away from her.
And she won't even tell you that that's what she's up to.
And I'll put money in the account.
That's unfortunate.
Is this going to feed one? Is this enough for one?
Right.
So I don't know.
I get it. And eventually, look, by the time the weekend's over, Wesley will know that that's what I did. I don't normally keep things like that from him.
She hides it from me.
I usually I'll do it, and then a couple of days later I'll say, yeah, so and so called me and asked me for $20. And then he gets a little pissy about it, and then I say, well,
and again,
one day it'll quit.
It's not the money; it's the principle.
And I get that. I do. I get that.
There's
someday it won't be there. It'll quit. But I've been hearing that for almost 5 years now.
Yeah.
In one particular instance, it'll quit. Win-win.
Well, and my 30, I've got a son who's 31. And when he was 25, he used to call and ask for money too, because he didn't know how to manage it. Where he worked was feast or famine. During the summer months, he would make tons of money. And then during the winter months, it was 20 hours a week at his job. And so he struggled to, and I used to tell him, look, when you're making all this money, this $1,000 a week during the summer, you need to put some aside for the wintertime when you know you're going to be hungry.
I just told my employees last week.
Yeah.
I got big orders come in. They're kind of a rush. I charged extra for the orders to cover the overtime, and I told them they could work the overtime.
Yeah.
But don't forget, Christmas is coming. It may just be, April, but Christmas is coming. Don't be surprised when it's on top of you and you're crying to me you ain't got no money.
That's right.
This is free money. This is extra money on the table. Tuck it away someplace.
Put it absolutely. Take
Christmas is coming. Don't act so surprised. The 1st of January, Christmas is coming.
That's right. It's the same day every year.
Do you know, I just want to say, Grumpus, there's for people like us in our situation where you're forced to sit and watch a train wreck and, then who knows what that's doing to our mental health. There's a movie, an old Stephen King movie called The Dead Zone. Don't know if you have seen it. And you know what it's about. That it's about a guy that can see the future, but ultimately, it's like a form of mental illness because but no one believes him.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how it is.
I see it.
Yep, Christmas.
That's my Christmas fund. Actually, this one's only $930.
But I
is that all?
only brought that up because you were talking about, him working all these hours, and then he's down to 20 hours.
Yeah, and that's what happened to him years
And
ago.
the hard time is coming. We don't know when the hard time's coming, but it's
That's
coming.
right.
The
The
gas price
famine will come.
Tune up your
That's
car.
right.
Get your best gas mileage. It's going to go up.
Yep,
Paint your house while you can still buy paint.
that's right. Hey, guys. Speaking of paint, Grumpus, I don't mean to change the subject,
That's all right.
but I want to ask you guys
Beat
something.
that horse enough.
Poppy and I are considering, this is crazy. This house is not insulated very well. And there's a lot of noise from the outside that comes inside. And we have looked at a lot of different insulation options to soundproof at least my bedroom, so I can, since when I go through these periods of not being myself, sometimes I like to sleep during the day. And I'll take a nap from maybe 11 to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or kind of like a baby does, 12 to 2 or what have you. And the music thumping through our neighborhood comes into my bedroom. And Wesley was looking last night on some kind of paint that is supposed to help insulate. And I wondered if any of you were familiar with anything like that, or had.
Are you, Charlotte? You're renting, right?
Yes.
Because if you weren't renting,
but Patrick, my landlord told me, make it your home.
well,
Do
good.
whatever you want.
Well, good, because then get your landlord to put. Have you got double glazing on the windows?
No, I don't know.
Well,
I
you probably
honestly,
don't.
I
You
don't
probably,
know. How do I tell?
You probably don't. Because
I'd be willing to bet she does not.
Yeah, get your landlord to double glaze well, good luck. I mean, it cost a fair bit of money, but
I'll pay for it
Yeah.
myself. I intend to
Well-
stay here another 5 years.
well, okay. We'll put it. Okay, in Australia, when I moved into my place in this flat here, I don't have many windows, but there's two very large ones, and I live right on the main road.
Oof.
Very, very noisy, 24 hours a day. So the first thing I looked into was, I can't deal with the noise. Can I put roller shutters? I don't know if you have them. You'd have them over there, the ones that on the outside of the,
Yes.
you can press a button, they come up and go down and all that.
Oh yeah,
I wasn't allowed to do that because of body corporate and the rest. But anyway, I got a company to retrofit double glazing on my windows, which means they just come in and put another layer of glass. It's not even glass; it's some sort of plastic perspex. And the difference, it's a 70 to 80% reduction in noise, and not only that, the amount of heat and cool that comes through glass. I in the winter here, I don't use my heating ever.
Oh
I've
wow!
Probably
See,
insulated.
and that is something that I considered too, because
but Charlotte, the big thing is the windows with the noise.
yeah,
So even if you put heavy blankets over the windows or something, that would make a difference. But double glazing would make a massive difference.
And if I could expand on that, I was in the window business for 18 years.
oh,
So,
There you
Patrick, are you talking about replacing the single glass with a double glass?
okay.
They did,
Say
or
that
did
again.
they-
What was that?
did they take the single glass out and put a double glass sandwich in there, or did they put another
No.
window top of the existing window?
They put a second window.
Okay, they call
Right.
that storm windows.
Yeah.
Here is what.
So in other words, there was the original windows, and they've just come in and installed
With another window. With
right?
another
And it's
window.
vacuum. I can open it and close it, but when I close it, it's vacuum sealed, and it's the double glazing. Basically, I can't even. It's quiet. This is the quietest place I've ever lived.
That gives
And
you
I'm right on a main road.
that gives you about an inch and a half of dead airspace, which is the
More.
insulation.
It's more. Yeah.
So that's what I was
One
going
of
to
the
suggest.
things that Poppy and I looked into was replacing the windows in our bedroom. Because one thing, whether they're glazed, double glazed, whatever, I don't
But hang
know.
on. Just to finish that thought, though, before you go on, Charlotte, that was the other option, was to get just the whole windows replaced with double glazed windows. But it was easier and more cost effective for me to do it this way, and it's the same result. So that's what I did.
Better, Patrick. You get a better insulation by adding the secondary window on top of the existing window. Yes. Because right now, if you only replace the glass, you haven't replaced any leakage coming around the frame. If you put a storm window on top, that's a whole nother window on top of the existing window.
Let me tell you what we did, Rumpus.
Rip the brick off. You don't have to do anything like that. You're just attaching one more window. And Patrick's right, it'll make it very, very quiet. And then if you wanted to, you could put wall-to-wall draperies all the way across that wall.
Oh, you could do that.
Sound.
But Charlotte, the windows are the thing. The windows are the thing.
The windows are a big thing.
Yep.
We put a year ago, when I thought I was going to go crazy, we put 1-inch foam insulation on the interior walls against the road. And it has only decreased the sound about 25%.
Yeah, you got to do the windows. The windows.
We covered the wall, the windows, everything with that 1-inch foam insulation.
Well, but even if you think just logically that you got to, like, if it's a brick home, the brick is this thick. The glass in your windows, what that thing? I mean, you've got to. That's where all the noise is coming and going from your window.
Well, and I called a window company and I told them what I was after. I said, I need the most soundproof window you have, and they told me it was $300. And I have 2 windows, so it's going to be about $600 to replace the windows, which is fine. I don't mind that. I'm willing to pay $600 for 5 more years of peace.
The question is, does that pull the old window out and put a new one in it?
Yeah.
You want a secondary window on top of the existing window.
Okay.
It's called storm window. Just tell them you're looking for a storm window.
Storm window.
Storm window. It's a window with the glass and the screen in it, and it fits on top of the existing window that has glass and screen in it.
Christina, you go watch your movie, honey.
Watch Gran Torino.
You have a good weekend too, my dear. Bless her heart.
Patrick's right. It's the window is the key.
Okay. So get a storm window.
Ask about a storm window.
Over the existing window. Okay.
It doesn't make any sense to rip a window out of the wall and then put another window back in to replace it. It may have an insulated glass in it, but if it's insulated glass, it's only got 1/4 inch of dead airspace in it. If you put a secondary on top of that, you're gaining an inch and a half.
Okay. Charlotte, in the private chat, I've put a link to the website of the place that I used here.
There you go.
To replace to do the double glazing, but obviously they're just in Australia. But have a look at that, and that's the sort of thing that I've done. There'd be equivalent companies over there that do it, and it's easy to do. It's easy to install, and that's what they call it retrofit here.
Okay.
So that, in other words, I had it installed and it hasn't affected anything to do with the infrastructure of the building. It's just an internal layer of glass, perfect if you because they didn't want the external part of the building altered in any way, and this was a great solution for me. But I'm telling you, it's that it wasn't expensive, and the difference it's made to my life. Because if I opened the sliding window now, that's the secondary glass. If I opened it, I'd be shouting at you, right? Because of the traffic.
Gosh!
So right now, I can't hear nothing. There's nothing. I just can't hear anything.
I remember when we first bought our house in Virginia, it had the old windows in it. And after a few years, we ended up doing a second mortgage, and we replaced all of the windows. We got new gutters. We got new appliances. We did a lot of things to the house just to upgrade it. And we had 9 windows in that house. I can't believe that. It was a 2,500 square foot house. We have 9 windows in it. That's colonial architecture for you.
That's not very many windows.
Huh?
It doesn't sound like very many windows to me.
It wasn't. It wasn't very many windows at all. And I would never own another colonial style home again. But I do remember we were on a corner lot on a main road that went past the high school. And the difference after we replaced those windows was phenomenal. Phenomenal. Not only in our electric bill, but in the noise reduction.
Look, it's an investment in everything because it saves money.
And I do know that the windows in this house are probably builder grade, bottom of the barrel.
Well, of course they are.
Throw a window in there because there's a hole in the wall type windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, see what you got there, Patrick. That looks pretty interesting there.
Oh, well, it was easy, and it was a few $1,000s, but Jesus, it was well worth it,
I'm having a hard time. There you are, magnetite.
I've been here for 8 years, nearly going on 8 years now, and I've had very little. I mean, the only thing I did when I moved in was put an air conditioner in, put some insulation in the ceiling, and put this stuff on the windows, and that was it.
Yeah.
And it's been paradise ever since. Like I say, I've lived in the middle of the country with nothing, and it's been noisier than it is here.
Wow.
And I live on a main road. The different, because on that website too, I think they've got videos where they'll show you. They'll open a window and show you the difference in the sound.
Oh wow.
And they're not making it up.
And they're just calling it double glazed.
Well, it's retrofit. They call it double glazing here.
Okay.
It'll be called something different over there, but it's all the same. It's just they come in and put a second layer on your windows internally, and you can open and close them. If I want, I can open anytime I want. Open the windows, do whatever I want.
Are they easy to clean?
So these fit in the inside.
On the inside, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
That looks like a good solution.
I'm telling you, it's
well, when
brilliant.
I was telling my dad's been in insulation for his entire 50-year career. And he told me, he said, Charlotte, it's not the windows, it's your house doesn't have any insulation.
Well, you've got to have both. You've got to have both.
I don't know what to do about it, but I'll tell you this.
Well, have you got insulation in your roof?
The ghetto blasting music, I could scream.
I gotta let this cat out.
Okay.
Have you got? You'd know if you've got insulation in your roof. Do you have?
I know. I don't know. The attic space.
Well, you should check it.
I'm not going up there.
No, not you, but just if I'm tipping. How long have you lived there?
For 2.5 years.
I'm tipping that whatever insulation's up there needs to be replaced anyway. And if that was done, it's fairly cheap to do, and it would make a massive difference to your power bills.
Do you think we could just blow it in?
What's that?
With a hopper and...
Oh, I don't know. There's lots of different ways of insulating your roof, but it'd be well worth getting your landlord to either pay for it or come to some arrangement, because it'll save on your power bills. and he could put the rent up. You know, if you move out, it'll be same with if
right. Well, and
if
that's
he
what I
puts
said to
double glazing.
Wesley. I told him, I said, you know, whatever money we spend on soundproofing this house is going to make it easier for the landlord to charge more money when we leave.
Well, you could do it. Do you have a nice relationship with him?
Yes, he's wonderful, and
well, maybe you could do a deal where you say, well, look, if we do put some insulation in the roof and retrofit the windows, we've got the bill here. Maybe can you meet us halfway or something like that?
Right.
Do a deal with him because it's
But he
benefiting
probably
you
would.
both.
And that's
It's
another
benefiting
thing I
you
want
both.
to do. I want to get a shed, a great big shed. We are paying $131 a month for storage. And I told Poppy the other day, I said, you know, if we would get a shed of our own, hook it up to some electricity so we could put an air conditioner in there for climate control. Our climate here is so humid.
Yeah, awful. Yeah.
That if we
that would
put
help.
something in a shed without climate control, it's going to ruin. It's going to get moldy. It's going to get mildewed, what have you. So I said, if we could get the shed hooked up to electricity so we could put a little window unit air conditioner in there and at least have some degree of climate control, we could save our stuff.
Save a fortune, yeah.
And save so much money. That's $131 a month we could stick in our travel
That's
budget.
just common sense. I mean, if you think like when I moved in here, I put that double glazing stuff in. That has meant that for 7 or 8 years in a row, every winter, I have not. I actually 2 years ago, I think I turned on. I've got an air conditioner just above me here. That's a split system. It heats and cools.
Oh yeah.
I turned it on for the first time 2 years ago and put it on heat just to see if it actually worked because I'd never used it. And it doesn't get that cold here, but it gets cold enough where you need heating. I've never, since putting that in, the windows, never turned the heating on, which must have saved me a lot more money than it costs to put the windows in.
Right. And actually, we plan, barring anything else happening, we plan to stay here at least another 5 years.
Oh, well, I think it'd be worth it.
I do too.
Yeah.
For peace, look, I'll pay a lot of money just to have some peace. A lot. It's worth that.
There is no point doing, if you're worried about noise, if you're not doing the windows first, you may as well not bother.
All right.
I agree.
Makes sense. And you know what? That was my first instinct, was to replace the windows. That was my first thing.
Replace them or get this stuff, but do something about the windows first, and you'll notice
whatever. Yeah.
You'll notice a huge difference.
But Poppy was looking around at this paint, and it has an insulative quality to it, and it's supposed to reduce noise by 60 to 70%.
I don't know how that can work.
I don't either. It's some kind of something sells.
That sounds like a scam to me.
That's what I think. That's what I told him.
I mean, if it had a reflective, some sort of reflectum to it, to where it would bounce radiation off or something like that on the outside, I can see maybe.
Yeah.
But no, I don't see it.
I
think I'd have better luck buying foam panels, acoustic panels, and putting them on the interior walls. You know what I mean?
If you check some of these YouTubers that have their live stream studio set up, a lot of them there's some sound dampening material like drape and stuff like that.
Well, but here's the problem.
Maybe you can run a pole from wall to wall and hang this soundproofing on top of the whole wall.
Right.
Pull it off your existing wall a couple of inches.
Well, and I will say this. Under normal circumstances, I think that would work. But bass frequencies travel through everything for miles.
That is true.
Yeah.
It's basically sound propagation. You have to know how to.
Well, the only thing I can hear.
I don't think there's any way to completely.
No, there isn't. I've got a bus stop right outside my place, and the only thing I hear is that bus taking off because it's the low.
Right, because of the low
Frequency.
frequency of the sound.
I'll hear that. But if you've got that problem with them playing, the bass music all the time, you need to go over there and destroy their sound equipment.
What
Yeah.
I would like to do is go
shotgun.
there and set off a bomb in their house.
Oh,
But I
that'll work.
can't say that on YouTube, can I?
I don't know.
There are, look, I have been in my backyard and screamed at the neighbors, shut the F up. Turn
I am
the
with the
F
dogs.
down. I mean, I have cussed them from one end to the other. I have begged. I have pleaded. I can't even tell you. There's one house in this neighborhood that is over a block away from me.
You can still hear
Who
it.
has stereo equipment in their car that's worth 3 times the amount of their car.
Yeah.
And it's thump, thump, thump at 8
Well, I think
o'clock in the
it's obvious
morning.
you just have to change your taste in music.
Either that or move. But I can't move yet. My kids aren't finished with high school. I have to stay here until the kids are done with high school.
Yeah, the worst thing is the bass thumping sound. That's hard to.
It's so unbearable. 2 nights ago, I had to call the police on them because they were doing it from 2 in the afternoon until 11 o'clock at night. And finally, I said, I've had enough. I've got to go to sleep. And the thing is, when I lay down on my bed, I could hear it. No.
You can feel it.
Yes.
You feel it.
I can feel it. And it just, oh God, the rage.
Yeah.
Y'all.
Oh, I can understand.
The rage. I called the police and I said, it's 11 o'clock at night and I feel like there's a bar in my bedroom.
Well, you might have to call them every single night.
We do. Every time it happens past 9 o'clock, we call them and say, look, nobody in this neighborhood is getting any peace. Can you please go tell them, whoever it is, I'm sure you know who it is, shut up. Oh, we'll try to make them be quiet. Try? Don't they pay you to have the big guns? Don't tell me you're going to try to do a damn thing.
Time to call a news station or something in.
It's insane in this neighborhood. The thumping that goes on in this neighborhood is.
You bring a reporter in there from a TV station, that's going to make the cops look bad if they can't get it under control.
You know what? There used to be a sign. There's a street that runs just north of my house, and it goes from one end of town. Actually, the end of it is about a block away from me to the west. It goes all the way through town to the east of my town. There used to be a sign about 3 houses away from me on that main road that said, no, oh God, what did it say? Something about no loud music.
No loud
They
music.
took the sign down because apparently they weren't enforcing it. And I don't know what else to do. I live here. I have to live here. I'm going to live here. I pay $800 a month in rent, Rumpus. I'm not trading that $800 a month of rent for 2 blocks away paying $1,600 a month in rent.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not doing it.
You can't force them to run you off and spend more money.
No, but there are times when I'm like, I don't give a frick how much it costs. Let's get the hell out of here because I've got to have some peace. I can't even tell you how many days a week that I feel sick to my stomach from the noise in this neighborhood.
Somebody can make it stop.
Who?
If the cops can't do it, then there's got to be some public officials that are above them.
Well,
Like
there's
I said,
me.
Reporters in there and make some noise. I mean, if they're making noise it's bothering you, you need to make an equal amount of noise in a different way. Stop.
So call the zoning office, the ordinance.
Somebody can evict them. That's noise pollution.
Well, they own their home. They own their homes, though.
No,
Nobody can.
There's people you can get to go around and have a chat to them.
I can't sit in my front yard in my underwear with a shotgun in my lap. Somebody would turn me in, and somebody would do something about it. There are rules that are being broken here, and somebody can. You just haven't made the noise in the right direction yet.
Mm.
I'm not sure. I've called the police every time I get irritated enough to call.
Well, you could pay for me I'll fly me over there and I'll stop them.
My son said the same thing. He said, "Mom, just."
I've dealt with this. I've had an ongoing problem with it downstairs. Directly below me, this person lives, and they've got a big dog, and it's right there outside my window, my double glazed window. They leave it out there, and it howls constantly when they're not there. That's been going on for years, but I've stopped it. But I had to get creative because they were the sort of people that's sort of not taking me seriously.
Well, and that's what's going on here. These people are so.
All I'm saying to you is I had to do a few things that meant that they eventually took me seriously. And the dog just stopped howling. I don't know because it's still there, but it doesn't do anything now. I don't know if they've drugged it or I don't care. I love animals. I don't want to see animals.
Lots of Benadryl.
To be honest with you, whatever they've done to it, I could care less because I sort of put it to them in that way that it sort of mattered to me what they did. Because my initial response was, well, what do you want us to do about it? And that was not what they should have said to me. Now, I'm going to them saying your dog's barking and you need to do something about it. And they said, well, what do you want us to do? And that didn't work well with me. That's not what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear, I'm so sorry. Yes, we'll do something about it. It's not fair on you. Not fair on you, is it? Because, one of the things I said to them was, well, you're treating me like the dog.
Right.
And I said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, because the dog's down there howling because it doesn't know when you're coming back. And you don't leave me a timetable either. So I don't know whether you're gone for 5 minutes or 5 weeks. How long is this fucking howling going to go on for?
This horse crap.
Right. So in other words, you're treating me like the dog. And I don't like that. And so there was lots of things that went on. And this didn't happen overnight. It's been a nightmare. Sure. But I think out of it, I've learnt a few things. And if you want the noise to stop, just pay. I'll come over and deal with it. I'll enjoy it.
There you go, Charlotte. I know a guy.
Pay your damn plane ticket. How you like that?
I quite enjoy it.
Because
and you'll find you don't need the double glazing. I even told
my neighbors, I said, look, I don't give a shit what kind of music you listen to. I don't care how loud you want it. As long as I don't hear it in my house, we're good. And I think that's fair.
It's a lack of respect.
Yes, it is. And it's not just me that they're bothering. It's every house within blocks of me. And when
you see what I'm wearing right now. I wear these when it gets dark. I pretty much anything I'm doing online, I'm listening to music, all headphones, and it's because it's out of respect. I mean, I've got people on that side of me, below me.
Right.
It's out of respect for them that I do it.
That's what I do. Do you know why I have mine? So I don't hear theirs.
Well, there's that too. I mean, it can go both ways, and that's a good tactic. But
it helps.
It doesn't take much, in other words, for you to be respectful. You can be living in confined spaces and just be mindful of other people's rights.
Right.
But some people, it's just it blows my mind. They just don't. They live in their own universe, and they're not even aware that they're not even necessarily bad people. They don't get it. They don't get it that that's causing me distress.
It's right back to entitlement.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like I've said to this woman downstairs, you go out and the thing's howling. It's you're not hearing it. Do you
Right.
get that? Do you understand that? You're not the only person in the world not hearing this dog howling is you.
Is you. Mm-hmm.
But then when you come home, the dog's wagging its tail and it's like this little angel.
And happy as a pig in slop.
I even got her initially saying, "Oh, you're really sure that it's my dog?" You know, I've got hundreds of hours of footage and audio of it. You know, it's been years. Honestly, I couldn't. You can see how I'm getting angry. But it's resolved now.
And I get it.
I get it.
I do.
I just can't believe, because if it was me doing something like that, I would stop. Like if someone said, "Oh, mate, the music's a bit loud," whatever I'm doing, I'd stop it immediately. I'd be embarrassed.
Exactly. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
It won't happen again.
Yeah, I didn't realise. No?
Yeah.
You know something?
And you know what?
I would understand
You know what?
this kind of
She-
noise, pollution,
hang
and
on,
bombardment
but
if I lived
hang
in
on.
an apartment.
Charlotte, I just got to get this out of my system. She's a freaking lawyer. I just wanted to say that. And you know what? I want to say this too. She's got a personalised number plate. I hate. Her name is Zoya, and a number plate it says Zoe Zoe. I hate people that do that. Personalised number plates. Why do people do that? You've probably got a personalised license plate, have you?
I do not.
I do.
Grumpus one.
It says Grumpus. And my wife bought me a frame to go around it that says YouTube.com.
Oh God!
But you see that the difference is that's classy. This bitch. Don't get me. Anyway, it's not the dog. It's the lack of respect.
Yes.
Well, there's no
the
way.
The lack of
principle.
respect.
There's
The
no way I
principle.
would have grump on my car.
Grump, grump. But look, I need one. I need a personalized license plate for me and Poppy's car.
I saw a classic one the other day, and I can't even.
Sure you can.
I actually can't. I can't say it.
Sure you can't.
Maybe
Well,
should I type
spell
it into private? I'll type
Spell
it into private. I'll actually type what it was into private chat. I
Oh,
thought it was.
come on.
I nearly. Well, okay. I'll type it first, and then you see if I. But I nearly
All
drove
right.
off the road. It was that good.
Go ahead, type it. I'm ready. How do I get to private chat? Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Really?
That was the line. Now, normally there are restrictions. I mean, I couldn't believe they got away with that one because they do review them and they don't allow anything.
You didn't get
But
it.
Yeah, I thought this was fantastic.
Perfect.
I need that one.
Ah,
I think I'm
That's
gonna.
great.
I think I'm gonna do mine Karen 1.
I was wishing I could have taken a photo of it, but I'm driving.
Oh, right.
I
That's
thought
classic.
that is sensational.
Yeah,
I
it is.
some woman posted a picture that she took at the back of my car and put it on Instagram here a while back. It said,
What?
and she wrote down, I passed this guy on 45 South the other day. Check him out. It
Oh,
was up
that's awesome.
for a couple of
Free
days and then it
publicity.
was off. I couldn't find it
Hey.
again.
Look, did y'all see how many subscribers I have? What's it say now?
One
Don't know. Tell us.
I don't know. I can't get my computer to work worth a flip.
2.
It's dead.
Why have you had a surge in subscribers? Have you?
I have.
Well done.
And I've had a surge in watch time. I'm getting more than 400 minutes or 400 views per 48 hours,
Wow. That's
which
great.
for me is fan-freaking-tastic. And I know it's
Nice.
because of, huh?
I just said that's nice.
Can I brag for a
Yeah,
minute?
it is. But it's all because
you-
of one video.
Oh, you've
God
gone over
damn it.
3,000.
Excuse me.
I finally went over 3,000 last week.
Whoop,
Yeah, you
whoop, whoop, whoop. That's amazing.
Forever to get there.
How many years?
Be 4 years. It'd be 4 years coming up September, 1st of September. I think my first video went up the last day of August. So
My first video went up July of 19. I bet July 11th will be 3 years for me.
I think mine was 2018, I think.
Congratulations, Grumpus.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's cool.
Taking a real long.
I just crossed over the 1200 mark.
Woohoo!
I know, right? I have a feeling if I had been consistently posting videos once a week for the last 3 months, I might have more.
Well,
but
that's all crap.
I haven't done anything the last year.
You think that's all crap?
No,
yeah,
no.
Well,
if I'd have been more consistent, I'd have kept my viewers up.
Right.
Yeah, it's a lottery, you know. It's a lottery.
It is. It is. God dang! I need a new computer so bad.
August 30th, 2018.
Do you know how tempted I am just to go buy a cheap Chromebook?
Well, you got $1,000.
No, that's for my trip. No.
Well, maybe the dude could buy it for you.
Tell the dude to put that on his credit card.
Well, no, look,
it's only going to be about $250.
I don't have to tell the dude. I just do it.
For the El Cheapo.
Well, El Duderino might not like the idea you're buying El Cheapo. Maybe we should go for something a bit more expensive.
I just don't think he'd like buying a bunch of junk.
Neither do I.
It
goes against the grain. No,
okay, I always bought the Black Friday Samsung Chromebook.
Right. Well,
and it has worked beautifully.
He might be slack, but he's not cheap.
Well,
that's right.
I'm cheap. You know? Call me cheap.
Well,
show me that cheap note.
Did you do a beer review, Patty?
I haven't had time, dude, because this week has been a nightmare.
That's the same way with me. I bought the beer, but I didn't have time to do the video.
Well, I always drink beer, but no.
Y'all don't want me doing no damn beer review.
Haven't had
time. I don't
time.
like it. I can't get it past my nose.
Oh, I love beer.
Well, I actually bought
However,
I
do like some Fireball. Just saying. If nobody knows that already.
Well, you said try something you hadn't tried before. I bought something. I'm afraid to even try it.
I would try
8.5 or something. You said 8.5.
Look, I really need to try some lambic. Lambic is not bad.
Beer is beer, Grumpus.
I don't know. It seems like
guys. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get my cat.
Like 114 on the bitter scale.
114.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
You can at least you can at least try it.
Well, I'll have to try it.
Yeah,
y'all, I just looked at my garden and my solar lights are still on.
Is it light out yet?
No. Not here.
Well, you want them on, right?
Well, yeah, it's nice, but I'm surprised because usually they fizzle out at around midnight.
Yeah, they usually don't last more than a couple hours.
Yeah, well, I need to go get a couple of more spotlights. And what I want to do is put them in the bed so that they light up the side of the raised beds. Because I don't know how to explain it, but when the lights are shining on the side of the bed, it makes it glow bigger, if that makes sense. Instead of just having the little lights out there, like path light.
More?
Yeah, it just, the light is bigger.
I got you.
And I really like that look. So I'm going to go get a few more this weekend. Yeah. It's going to be great. Of course, if I can ever look. Did you see my peppers, Grumpus?
Yeah, I saw them when you held them up there.
This is insane. Why do I have this many peppers?
What are you waiting on?
Do what?
What are you waiting on? Mine's been planted.
I am waiting on the nights to get above. I'm waiting on the nights to get above 55 degrees.
Okay, we've had that.
No, we have not had that here.
Oh, okay. I've had it here.
But I'm not worried about the peppers because our season is so long, and I don't normally even get any really good peppers until fall anyway. I'll get the occasional pepper throughout the summer, but they really start producing after August. And so I'm not too worried about it. They'll just grow and grow and grow until they start putting out peppers. But I'm very excited about a new pepper that I've got. Hang on, I'll show you.
This is my coffee.
Nescafe. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Now
I love Nescafe. That's the one my grandma used to drink.
Do they still?
Well, that's a five.
Yeah, that's the one. It was kind of a nutty flavor to it, and I loved it.
That's a 500 gram, which is probably what, a pound or whatever.
500 grams is.
There's probably a couple of hundred cups of coffee in here.
Yeah.
That was $20. So, I mean, it's like 20 cents a cup or something, you know?
$20? Shut
That's
up.
great coffee.
Hang on. Nescafe espresso. I'm looking this up. Excuse me. Give me a second.
I can't help. I'm just saving so much money. Love it.
Saving so much.
Love it.
Uh-oh.
She's gone.
Did I do that?
I don't know, man. I can't be sure what's going on here.
I'm going to have to hit the sack here, but it's after 6 now.
Yeah, I keep waiting for you to pull the pin. I'm amazed.
Tell you what, I'm going to have to go take the trash out because my garbage guy shows up early on Saturdays.
Well, yeah, it's getting on.
I usually hear him on the street next to me, and he'll wake me up, and I'll run out there and beat him.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to tell you, Grumpus. It's getting late.
Point now to where I'll probably feel worse if I go to bed. Be better off staying up, taking me a little nap in the afternoon.
A power nap.
That's it.
Yeah. Oh, I can relate to that.
Prime it with a couple of buds.
Yeah.
Well, that was stupid, wasn't it?
Oh,
No, I didn't do anything.
I
no.
did it. Oh, Lord, help me. Y'all, I really need some technological education.
You seem to be doing okay.
Well, we're here for you.
Thanks, Grumpus. I thought I was going to look up the Nescafe on my Google on my phone, and it, like, totally...
Oh, that's what you did.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry
And
about
I didn't
it.
know you couldn't do 2 things at once on the phone, because I do it all the time.
Not that
Apparently-
interesting anyway.
You can't StreamYard and do other things on the phone.
No.
And my computer battery's dead. And it's been dead for hours.
And this cafe coffee is not that interesting, really. So
Well, it
don't worry
is to
about
me. It is to me.
No, it's not really that nice.
I have Bustelo instant. Have you ever had Bustelo?
No.
Actually, Bustelo, if you want to speak Spanish about it.
I thought that's
Because it
something.
is kind of Cuban coffee. I love Cafe Bustelo. I use the mocha pot to make it. It's like having a espresso without the espresso machine. You just do it on the stovetop, and it's delicious. I have a video, by the way, if you want to look it up. I think
I
it's
must.
called.
I really must.
I think it's called espresso without an espresso machine or something similar
I'll
to that.
look that up.
But
Yeah, absolutely.
you use a mocha pot. It's MOKA, mocha pot. And Cubans use it all the time. And the reason I know that is because I dated this Cuban guy many, many years ago. And his mother taught me how to make Cuban coffee, flan, and oxtails. And I love, and she taught me how to grow roses.
Yeah, I love oxtail.
And she was an amazing lady. I loved her. Her son wanted to marry me, but he wouldn't work. And I loved his family more than I loved him. So, yeah, I didn't marry him.
I wouldn't have either.
I told him, I said, I got kids. I need a man who will work. Okay.
Yep.
But, what I was going to show you is this. God dang it. The lipstick pepper.
Wow.
I think I saw some of those at the nursery.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Lipstick pepper. I'm planting it from seed right in the garden. Also, birdhouse gourds. How awesome is that? I was going to grow them last year, but I didn't have a trellis. This year I have a trellis.
Phil and Florence used to hang those up for his birds.
Who?
Channel name was Phil in Florence. He was in Florence, North Carolina.
Uh-huh.
His name was Phil, so it was Phil
In Florence.
Florence.
Okay.
And so he called himself Piff. P-I-F.
Oh!
His wife Janet, they called her Jiff.
Jiff.
And then the little dog Toby was Tiff.
Tiff.
But
And
Phil,
then I want to plant these.
golden beets.
Yeah.
That just don't seem right.
Yeah.
It doesn't, but you know what? I keep thinking, well, one thing I know about golden beets is the germination rate is very low. But I want to plant them hoping to get some beets this time. I've been trying to grow beets for over 5 years, and I've never been able to get a beet.
I don't do very good with the root vegetables here. They rot in the ground.
Well, I always get leaves and no roots. I get the the greens, but I never get the roots, except for carrots. Now I have grown carrots, but any other roots really don't work for me very well. But I'm going to try again. Look at there.
That's that guy Phil in Florence. He sort of. I was a YouTuber for maybe a month or two, and he passed away. But I knew enough people then to remember that was caused a huge. There was like so many channels doing tributes to him.
Oh yeah, he was a. I did.
He was
massive. Him. Me and him were buddies, and
yeah. I was just. It was so sad for me because I just knew how much he was loved, and I never got the opportunity to.
What you saw, if you saw any of his videos, he was like that in person.
Yeah.
He.
I saw some emotional videos of people doing tributes.
When he died, he was around 8,000 subscribers.
Oh.
He's at 11.7 now. His wife Janet went ahead and left the channel up, and he's gained, what is that, 3,000 subscribers?
3,000 and something, yeah.
Since he died.
Oh. See, that's what's going to happen to me. I'm going to die, and then my channel's going to take off, and Poppy will be independently wealthy for the rest of his life.
He'll be rolling around all that big YouTube money.
That's right.
Then I can finally make my move on him.
Right? Because he's a keeper. He really is.
I tell you.
He'd take a woman with all them kids. I know he'd take a slacker.
Right? Yeah. He'd love a slacker. Actually, Patrick, I hate to
So-
tell you this, but you're going to have to change your name because,
I'll change it to anything. I don't care.
okay, you need to change it to Hardworking MF
I have no. I'll do whatever.
because that's the only thing that man respects.
Well, I work pretty hard.
He,
For a slacker, I work pretty hard, I must say.
right.
I work a lot harder than I want to.
It's not easy being a slacker.
I'm going to tell you something. I am really concerned about him because this physical therapy is not working at all. And the reason is because he's got a torn meniscus in his knee.
Yeah.
And physical therapy doesn't cure that, and we all know it. Even the physical therapist knows it. But they have to put him through it to get him to the other side, which is surgery and recovery.
He probably needs to slow it down a bit.
I'm sorry?
He probably needs to slow things down a bit, man.
He does, Patrick.
Take it easy,
He does.
man. He needs to start watching my cousin's channel, the dude.
Go with the flow.
I'll turn him on to it.
Just slack out, man.
He won't.
You gotta know your limitations, like Clint Eastwood said. Every man's gotta know his limitations.
And it's hard.
Gotta love Clint.
I feel for him.
Well,
You know, the other day we had to clean out my son's room while they were on their trip to their competition. Because my son is a pig. And he tries. He really tries. He picks up his laundry and puts it in the hamper. And every week or so, he brings the trash out of his bedroom. But it was just looking really bad. And I told Wesley, I said, we got to clean this room while they're gone. Because if we don't, he's not going to let us take anything out. Because he's somewhat a hoarder, too. At 30. So we go in there and we're cleaning the room, and I came out of the room and I was in the laundry room trying to start a load of laundry, and I came into the refrigerator because I was looking for something to cook for dinner. Excuse me. And whatever I was looking for in the fridge was not there. Not where it was supposed to be. So I hollered and I said, hey, honey, I need some help in the kitchen. Well, honey, not thinking, decides to jump off the loft bed onto both feet. Dumb idea, especially for somebody with a torn meniscus. So for 2 days in a row, he paid for that mistake and limped around the house like he was some kind of handicap, God love him.
So it's your fault for being so needy?
Yeah, how did you know? How did you know?
That's the argument I was having.
Well, I jumped out of the bed because I thought you needed my help really fast. All I said was, honey, I need some help in here. That doesn't mean it's an emergency. I said, you're the one with the torn freaking knee. Don't you know how to land on the other one?
Moving forward.
Be really, really, really happy.
He
Poppy decides.
World.
Do what?
So he didn't ask to be brought into this world.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, it's all your fault. But moving forward.
It's his mother's fault, that bitch.
Well, moving forward, get your son to, dare I say it, clean his own room.
Dare I say I agree with Slacker?
I mean,
yes. And I
hang on. Slacker number 2.
Slacker number 2. I have to say I agree. And also, we're talking about a 13-year-old who doesn't really understand the meaning of the word really clean. Look, when I went in there,
If anyone could teach him, I reckon it'd be you, Charlotte.
You think?
You could teach him if you really wanted to,
Um,
because you've got a fairly robust teaching. You know, you're eloquent. You can get your point across fairly effectively.
thank you, Patrick. You recognize.
You're no shrinking violet. You say what you think. I think you'd be able to explain to him very specifically.
Well, I'll tell you what I explained to him
What he
last
needs
week
to
when his
do.
teacher wrote me a note and said he's failing math.
You would have explained things to him.
I said to him, look, this is unacceptable. You are too smart to make messed up grades like this. What is keeping you from doing your work? And that's all it is. He's not doing his work. Well, blah, blah. I said, nah. You're going to pass math because I'm not going to spend one extra year parenting a child that should already be grown.
Right.
Get your ass in gear, get your shit together, and pass your freaking math class. So in response, what I did was, from the time he gets home from school at 3:30 until 8 o'clock, he gets to work for me. Because kids who don't get an education have to learn how to work really hard for a living, because that's all you can do when you're uneducated. So I make him pull weeds, and I make him cut the grass, and I make him do all the outdoor work, and I make him clean the bathroom, and I make him do the dishes, and I make him do whatever it takes to keep him busy. He's even cleaned baseboards.
Well, how about his bedroom?
Yeah, it sounds like you got him cleaning everything but his room.
Well, yes, because I already
Let's
cleaned
get
it
into
this
that
past weekend.
We'll get him
But
to clean it
today
again.
he did have to go in there, put all of his clothes in the laundry hamper, and get all the trash out of his room. Because I promised him if I ever saw another food item in his room again, I was going to make him sleep in the yard.
My job is cleaning, and we do a lot of domestic cleaning in people's houses.
Oh, in individual houses?
Individual houses, maybe like yours, Charlotte.
Okay.
And, you know, we
Would
see
you
a
come
number
do
of.
mine? Because I'm tired.
Yeah, but we're not. Yeah, but we're not cheap. We have to be.
It's
top
okay.
dollar.
I'll pay
But
your
the
plane
point-
ticket and the cost of the cleaning.
Wow, fantastic! The dude will be happy to hear
The
that.
dude will be happy to hear.
But the other reason I said that was because we've got several clients who have, and this is, I just can't. I mean, yes, it's good. They're clients. They're paying us to go in and clean, but they have children
Sure.
who lie around. There's one house in particular, sulking, sniveling children, and I'm not
Video
talking little
gaming
children.
kids.
I'm talking teenagers
Yeah.
who get their, like, we clean their rooms. They don't even look at us. They don't even talk to us. They turn their nose up.
They don't
It's the
even say
attitude-
thank you.
The attitude of, oh, you're in my way while you're here. And I'm thinking, these are teenagers, and the parents are paying big money. It's not cheap what we charge to go in and do what we do. And I'm just thinking they could save a bit of money by saying to these children, okay, well, we might want most of the house cleaned, but guess what?
Don't do the kids' rooms.
Your room, you're going to clean.
Yeah. You
And
know
I'm-
what? Oh my God. Oh my
Hang
God.
on. There's one house in particular where they've got two children, and they both have not only their own bedrooms, their own private ensuite bathrooms.
Shut up.
Right? So they've got their own self-contained areas of the house that they don't have to clean. And I'm thinking, and these kids are the most sulking, entitled, just sort of sour attitude sort of thing. I'm like,
These are the kids, those are the kids that want their inheritance early.
I know, right?
That's exactly
Look.
right.
You know
And
what?
I'm just
One
thinking,
time I
these children-
hired a housekeeper just for my benefit. She was to do the kitchen, She mopped my floors. She cleaned my bathroom. I forget. Not much else, really. I didn't require a lot. I paid her $50 every time she came. And she did what I asked her to do. She cleaned, if there was an extra dirty spot, she would clean it. But I wouldn't let her do the kids' room. Well, I told my daughter, I said, she was only, I think, probably in about the 7th or 8th grade. And I told her one day, I said, hey, you need to go in there and clean your room. She said to me, don't we have a maid? I said, no, sweetheart, I have a maid.
Yeah,
she does
exactly
what I tell her to do, and it's not your freaking bedroom, so get your butt to work.
I
can't believe she said that. Don't we have a maid? No.
Yeah.
We don't have anything. I do.
Mm.
I had a neighbor up the street. This years ago, and she had a child late in life. In fact, he had a vasectomy reversal.
What?
And they had a child that she was 48 or 49.
Oh my God, that poor woman.
No, I take that back. It was probably closer to 45. But
still,
anyway, only child, little boy, and it's a tight knit neighborhood around where I live. Everybody knows everybody. We've been friends for years. I've been at the house here for 39 years now.
Yeah.
And she was an original owner also.
Oh.
Middle of summer, I look down there and she's out there pushing a lawnmower.
What?
And at this time, her son was 14. Well, it's none of my business, but me being the way I am, I went down there and said, hey, what's going on down here? Well, the grass is getting kind of high. I said,
where's the boy?
I said, you're 8 boy. What are you out here pushing that mower for? Why isn't Joey out here? You know what she told me? It's too hot.
What?
It's too what?
It's too hot.
Too hot.
I said, you got a 14-year-old in there in the air conditioning, and he's letting his mom push a lawnmower?
Nuh-uh.
And I told her, I said, you should be out here mowing because you didn't teach him better.
You didn't teach him no better.
You shouldn't let his mom out here in the heat pushing that lawnmower.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And I could not believe those words come out of her mouth. I could not believe it.
That is a metaphor.
You know what? I will say this. My son is 13, and he weighs a whopping 70 pounds. Last year, I did not allow him to mow the lawn because I was afraid the lawnmower would run over him.
We had 3/4 of an acre for a front yard growing up. We had a push mower, and I pushed it like this.
Push it like this?
Me and my brother, I would have been 8 or 9 years old, so Gary was 6 maybe. It would take us all day Saturday and most of the day Sunday to push that.
Darn right.
But you think my dad come out and said, "Man, boys, it's too hot. Let's not do it today." No, we knew.
No.
Well, I will say this.
Hang on. Can you imagine your father coming out and saying, "Oh, listen, boys, you go inside into the air conditioning, and your mother will come out." And
Yes.
How about that?
Now my dad would come out with a belt and say, "We're taking
You're
too
gonna
long."
have me on the floor.
He would come out with a belt and say, "We're taking too long," but he's not going to come out
Right?
and break.
Hurry up, guys.
Me 14 years old, and it's too hot for him to push a mower.
It's too hot, my behind. I did.
I wanted to spank her.
When Wesley's knee started acting up, and I guess it's been maybe 3 weeks ago, the grass started growing. And I told my son, I said, well, time for you to learn a new trick. He said, what do you mean? I said, go get the keys to the shed because you're going to learn how to mow the yard.
There you go.
And mind you, we have a self-propelled lawnmower with a mulching blade and the whole 9 yards.
Now you're bragging now.
All right. Okay, maybe. The only reason I got the self-propelled with the mulching blade is because Poppy has a hard time, with his arthritis and everything. I just wanted him to have something that was easier for him to push.
Mine's self-propelled too.
Is it?
Yeah. If I'm going to push it, it's going to be.
Right.
In fact,
So a couple of weeks ago, I went outside with my son and I taught him how to use a lawnmower. And guess who's doing the yard tomorrow?
There you go.
You.
The 13-year-old. He's old enough.
Good.
And no, Poppy ain't doing that crap. Not with that bum knee he's got. No.
You got to keep him outside long enough so you can clean his room.
I'm not cleaning his room no more. That's the first time I've cleaned his room in 5 years. I'm not doing it no more. Hey, the reason I cleaned his room is because I couldn't stand it, not because he couldn't stand it.
I'm glad we're all friends here. I'm just messing with you.
It's okay. I understand. I do.
Have you heard?
I don't mean
Grumpus, have you heard of a guy called Jordan Peterson?
Jordan?
Yes, I love him.
Yes.
Shut up. I love him.
He's written plenty of books. He's a phenomenal.
Oh, he's amazing.
He's written a book, and I think chapter 1, it's like it's ways to live your life or whatever the hell. The first chapter is how to clean your room, because he's a psychologist, and he says,
yes,
the first way you can get all sort of fancy about how you want to, live your life and all that, but start with cleaning your room.
Right.
And he's helped a lot of young men, millions of them, sort of mentally sort of get their act together and say, well, okay, but don't worry about wanting to be an astrophysicist or a rocket scientist.
Learn to clean your freaking room.
Clean your freaking room first. And once you've done that,
then you can be what you want to be.
But that's getting your act together, as a man.
I love Jordan Peterson.
As a person. Just clean, just literally, not a figure of speech, actually do it.
Right.
Clean your room.
Look,
that's what I was saying to you. These clients that we have, these sulking children, you just look at it and you say, this one particular people that I was talking about before, they've built a house to accommodate these children, with they've got their own bedroom, private bathroom, that they don't, I can just tell where it's headed. It's headed for disaster. Those children will still be there when they're 30.
Yes.
They might never leave house. I mean, why would I wouldn't leave home.
I wouldn't want to leave if
I wouldn't either. Look here, the
up.
worst mistake I ever made was leaving home at 17.
Well, but these people.
I should have stayed till I was 25. Like my brother, my youngest brother, he didn't leave home till he got married when he was 30 years old.
But I never had my own growing up.
Me either.
I never had my own private bathroom.
Now I have my own room because I was the only girl out of 4 kids.
Eventually, I got my own room, but you never even.
But I didn't have my own bathroom. We all shared a room, and I had to clean that bathroom up after 3 boys.
We did.
Yeah.
That peed all over the toilet, and
we had.
It's not so much. I mean, people have got money and they're entitled to do what they want. It's just that you go into these situations and you see. I can see objectively, sitting on the fence, that's not good. This family, it's not. This is going to go pear-shaped for them. These children are already sulking, entitled.
They're not being raised.
They're not. We go. I can't. I've got to say this. We go to this house once a week, right? And the mother rushes around, and the children are there making them sandwiches, and we've got Jerry's in his room, and so we can't go up there now because he's doing something, and he's getting lunch, and she fawns over the bed. It's absolutely astonishing to watch.
They don't understand. They're treating them kids like pets. They're feeding
you know what I did today?
them, but they're not training them.
But see, it's even worse. But hang on, it's even worse because
go ahead.
we're not I mean, we're cleaners, right? My staff are cleaners. We're going in there
Right.
to clean. But you can just tell these two kids, they won't even, they just don't want to. And it's sort of they roll the eyes if you go into their room, oh, you're here sort of thing, you know. And we're told by her, the mother, go in there, and little Johnny's in there. But little Johnny sort of gets sort of a bit you're in my way sort of thing. It's that sort of attitude. And these children have got everything, you know. And I just think this is what are they going to be like in 10 years? I'll tell you how they're going to be. They're going to be no different.
No.
They're going to still be sitting in that room, and mummy and daddy will still be paying for everything.
Today,
Like a good gig to me.
Yeah.
my son was supposed to clean the cat litter box. That's his job every day. It doesn't change. Do I have to remind him every day? Probably. So he forgot to do the litter box down the hallway because I have 2 litter boxes for my cat. And he did the one in here, but he didn't do the one back at the other end of the house. And I said, did you do the litter boxes? He said, yes. I said, did you get the one at the back of the house? He said, oh. I said, okay. And I unplugged the PlayStation. And I said, you can have it back when you get your job done. I don't know how hard this is.
Maybe you'll remember to plug it back.
I didn't. I'm not doing it. He can do it if he wants to, but I'm not doing it. But I told him, I said, you know, I don't know where you got the idea that it's okay to play before you work, but that's not the way it works around here. Do you think I play all day before I get your clothes done, before I clean your house, before I pay your bills, before I do everything? No, I work first and then I do what I want to do. I don't do what I want to do till 10 o'clock at freaking night.
Yeah,
And I wake up at 6 o'clock every morning.
I just wonder about the kids, like kids that I've just described and what you're saying, just their resilience to move forward in life. If you're doing everything for them,
Truth.
what are they?
Truth. What ambition do they have?
How are they going to cope?
To experience life.
To me, the scariest part of all of that is that they'll soon be old enough to vote.
Yes.
And they'll be making the decisions on how things are run.
That's scary.
I really don't know that I want to be around to see all that.
But you know what? Look, Grumpus. Now, you know the generations ahead of us said the same thing about our generation. Because in the 60s, when your generation was smoking weed and going to Woodstock, how do you think your grandparents and the grandparents of that generation felt about the youth of that day? When in actuality, the youth of that day turned into pretty decent human beings.
Not all of them.
Not all of them, and not all of them will.
But not the whole generation was like that.
Well, and that's true because my dad wasn't like that either.
And I wasn't either.
My dad was 18 with 2 kids and bought a house.
Let me tell you, I never got into trouble with the police or.
Well, no, I'm not insinuating that all those kinds of people.
I got into mischief, but I never got into trouble because I knew the beating at home would far surpass anything the legal system could do to me.
Exactly. I wasn't scared of the cops. I was scared of my daddy.
That fear of the beating at home kept me out of trouble and made me get a job and be responsible for myself.
Right.
And not be a burden.
You know what? And I love that you said that because I'm really struggling with something right now with my daughter. My daughter is, you guys know, my daughter is extremely dedicated to band. And it takes up a ton of her extra time. after school, every day, band practice, band camp, band this, indoor session. It's just nonstop.
All choices.
Yes. But choices that will get her a scholarship and free college, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Not only that, but she's made a 25 on her ACT, which will get her even more scholarship. But I told her a couple weeks ago, after she told me she needed $120 for her trip to Oxford for the state competition to eat, when me and her father haven't been on a date to eat but twice in the past 4 months. And I said, really? You need that much money to go eat?
She just needs to watch a couple of your videos, Charlotte. She could do it for about $10.
I know, right? Well, I told her, I said, you know what? When band is over, you need to get a job. And now I'm second guessing that because she's 17, or well, she'll be 17 soon. Part of me thinks that I need to let her be a kid for as long as she can be a kid.
She will be 18, so what's going to prepare her for that?
Not sure yet.
And then when she's 19, what's going to prepare
And
her?
believe me, Grumpus, I'm thinking the same thing.
So you got to start now.
And also,
Don't
the
wait till
only
she's
time
40.
that she can really work is between now and July 11th when band camp starts. Because band camp and band is going to take up all of her evening time after school until December. And then in December, indoor session is going to take up her time until April of the following year. So she has between April and July to work. Do I make her do it or not? I don't know.
Is
I
she
don't
part of this decision making?
Is she?
Yeah. Are you? I
Well-
mean, how does she think she could? What does she think she could? If it sounds to me like she's pretty good at juggling tasks, how would she juggle one more task thrown in the mix?
I'm not sure.
Well, it might be good to give her that mental exercise and see what she comes up with.
Because, you know, she's full of anxiety and piss and vinegar and PMS.
It sounds like a little bit of. You got to get her ready for the world because we don't want to deal
Well,
with it.
I keep thinking that too. And this is a kid. Look, I have spoiled her, and I didn't even realize I was doing it because I felt like I was just doing the things that moms do.
Preaching to the choir.
That look, and part of it has to do with the oldest daughter and how I didn't take care of her like I probably should have. So I overcompensated with my redemption children that I was going to do this the right way this time. You know what I mean?
Redemption children.
That's what I call them, my redemption kids.
I would not be a parent for. Oh God.
I don't. That's
But
not
what
I want.
what I've done her whole life is walk in
enough
her
for you to
room
raise
at
everybody
6:30 in the morning and say,
Yes.
Violet, it's time to get up and go to school. And then 5 minutes later, I walk in and say, Violet, get up and get dressed. It's time to go to school. And then 5 minutes later, I walk in. This is every morning.
Well, let me
So-
ask,
Violet, are you going to get your ass up or not?
let me
Get
ask,
up and go the fuck to school.
let me ask you something. She's pretty self-motivated as far as getting good grades and
Yeah.
and peer pressure and all that
Yeah.
stuff, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what would happen if she had her own alarm and it was
Well,
up?
we have one, but she turns it off.
Okay, so let's say she misses a day.
She's done that before too. She likes that.
Okay, so
Honest,
Be
swear
like
to God.
blackmail to me.
And then she calls her sister and says, Erica, I missed the school bus. Can you take me to school? Because I can't drive her to school.
Well, how long do you think it's going to take before Erica gets tired of that?
Well, Erica's tired of it now.
Well, I'd say get that and
I
let
told her
know
the
you're
next
not
time she
picking her up.
misses the school bus because she's too late to go to school, she's going to have to walk her silly ass to school.
Well, that might be what
And it's 2.5 miles down the road.
you're saying. She's going to move off on campus. Who's going to wake her up?
I don't know. That's what I asked her. I said, what the hell are you going to do when you go off to college and you don't have drill sergeant mom to wake you up?
Wouldn't you be able to handle the situation better if you knew what was going to happen ahead of time?
Who, me or her?
You. Because you said you're having a hard time knowing she's going to be on her own. So
I'm
what about
petrified.
the trial runs here?
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
a
yeah.
trial run, Charlotte. Do it.
Look,
I'm gonna. I
y'all,
tell you
I'm
what.
struggling. I'm really
You know what I'm-
struggling.
Well,
Because
you know what I'm gonna do?
look, my whole premise is I created this monster.
Right. So you've got to back off and let the monster
Charlotte.
and itself.
Charlotte, what I'm going
Yeah.
to do, I've realised what's going on here. Grumpus, he's got great advice, but I
Yes.
feel that he's offering it for free. So I'm going to get the dude to pay for a weekly counselling session with you and Grumpus.
She already has one of those too.
Yeah, but Grumpus needs to be paid. This advice is
It
This
costs
is
me
$50.
$46 a week.
This is $50 an hour minimum, right? Because
God
he's making.
dang it. That's with insurance.
Well, we can forget all that. The dude's paying for it because this is what you need
And
to
the
do.
psychiatrist is $100 a month.
No, forget the psychiatrist. Grumpus is your man, but not for free.
Because she
'Cause
thinks she's crazy. Holy
What?
Jesus.
I'm just. Who's
I
crazy?
can't.
No one's.
I can't.
Oh, I've touched a nerve here. She's lost it.
You
But
done,
Grumpus,
you done pushed
$50 an hour. $50 an
I'm
hour.
so freaking done being a parent.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I'm
Let
so over it.
your
Yeah.
parents overrated.
I'll be so glad.
Overrated.
Can I quit now?
But see, Grumpus and people like myself, we can sit on the fence. We can look at, we can be objective. We can say, well, this is where you're going wrong.
Yeah.
Just get
Yeah.
them to
In the game.
get them to clean their room,
Yeah.
and it'll all be fine. But that's
Yeah.
$50 an hour. $50
Yeah.
an hour. I'm saying that Grumpus, you're already owed about probably $1,000 bucks.
Probably.
We can round up.
I don't know
We can round
anymore.
it up. And so I'll put that on the credit card.
I lost my mama mojo. I should be the bitch I was 20
Oh,
years
this is where we're counselling you back.
Because let me tell you something. My
You're
first
getting
three
your mojo
kids,
back.
they got jobs when they were 16 years old. They got their driver's license. They paid their insurance. They paid for everything.
We're just trying to talk you off the ledge. That's all.
I'm on the ledge. I want to be done. God dang it. I'm
Don't
so
jump.
over
Don't
it.
jump.
I'm tired, y'all. Been doing this for 36 friggin' years. I'm so tired.
Well, this is where we come in.
I told Wesley when she was born, I looked at him and I said, I'm 40 years old. He said, yeah. I said, well, I hope that you're ready to parent a teenager because by the time I'm 55, I'm going to be too old and tired.
That's right.
Well,
And he said, what? Well, now I'm over 55. I'm too old and tired, and he's having to do a lot of the work.
Told you.
And he don't know what to do. And I'm like,
well,
figure it out, because I'm done.
we know what you should do. So for $50 an hour, that's good value, and the dude will be
Like
happy
I
to pay
said,
for it.
Patrick, I'm already paying $150. No, $46 a week plus $100 a month. How
You
much
get-
is that?
You get
Is that $300 a month, give or take?
You get me and Patrick
$300 a month
for one low price, both of us.
for one low price, getting my kid on
So
track.
there's more.
A set of steak
I
knives.
can't afford this shit no more. You hear me?
Well, but
Do you know how
hang on
much
a
I
minute.
can save? Hey, how much money? How many honeycomb challenges could I fill up with that $350 a month? Okay.
Wait a minute. All jokes aside, what's this money you're saying you're paying? What's that for?
For her therapist and her shrink.
Oh, for God's sakes!
Yeah.
Forget it.
Stop
Leave her.
it immediately.
You need to lay on the couch.
Yes.
But the thing is, she thinks she needs it. I don't.
No,
I'm fine.
No,
I'm great.
no.
Mom, I need a therapist. What?
Are you serious? Are you being serious? Is that you actually pay that for her to? My God. I mean, like, laughter stops. I actually didn't take.
Right?
I can't.
Laughter stops. We're serious now. It's fucking expensive, okay?
Yeah, but well, Grumpus, say something.
What is he telling you for $300? We're telling you for free. Is it the same thing?
Yeah, we're the ones getting ripped off, Grumpus.
Well, Grumpus, we discussed this. We discussed this last week. Remember the issues?
Yes, I understand.
And there are some issues, Patrick. There really are. She's got some really severe anxiety that she's had since she was little, and the doctor seems to think she might be a little more affected with some other things than I think she is. I think I think the kid's the poster child for severe PMS. The doctor thinks it might be something a little more severe. We will see by the time she's 20 what it really is. So, I don't know. They've had her on 4 different medications in the last 6 months, and none of them have done a damn thing for her.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving medical advice, but I'm very skeptical of the medical profession.
So am I. But
I just think it's a money-making juggernaut, and I love drugs. Drugs are fantastic. We live in a modern age.
Great.
If it wasn't for drugs, most of us would be dead by now. However, I think it can go the other way, and it can get extra.
and that's one of the things I'm very, very concerned about. And
I think there's a lot of people taking a lot of drugs that shouldn't be taking those drugs, and it's mainly because the bottom line.
What I did a couple of weeks ago was I said enough. We cut down all of her medications, completely cut them out, except for the ones that help her sleep at night because she has terrible insomnia. And the other one is
I got to interrupt.
one of the medications that they gave her back in September caused her to have neurological tics. It was a side effect of the medication. Yeah. They're not gone yet. So she has a medication to stop the tics.
My opinion with all of this is that I don't like our generation. We're a different generation, right? We're a lot older than her,
right?
But I don't think that the human evolution has changed that much in 30 or 40 years to the point where we're that biologically different. So, in other words, I can't ever remember taking drugs of any sort of drug as a child.
No, I didn't either.
I never even knew what it was. I mean,
either.
Now the kids are on all sorts of things, and I'm thinking, I don't think the medical profession in general likes to treat the cause. They like to band-aid things rather than sit down with the child or whoever and say, well, what is the reason why you feel the need to take this in the first place? Because cynical me thinks if they find out the real reason why the child needs to be on it, and figure out, well, how can we get them off it? Then no one's making money. She's not.
Right.
You're not spending money on these drugs.
Right,
And
because we're paying $100 a month for her to go to the doctor because can't figure out her medication. If they would get the medications right, we could go every 3 months and pay $100 every 3 months.
Why is your daughter's life that much harder to the point where she needs to be medicated than mine was, or Grumpus's was, and I didn't need to be medicated?
You are asking the same questions that I asked my daughter.
We were learning.
My daughter, look, and I'm going to be very forthright here. My childhood was shit. Yeah. My mother was killed when I was 8 years old. I lived with a stepmother who treated me like the redheaded stepchild of the family. I never felt like I belonged in my house. Should I have had grief counseling and maybe some anxiety medication when I was a child? Probably. But I survived.
You overcame it.
I overcame it. I went through teenagehood and came out of that fine.
Yeah.
A little battered, but fine. Look, I told my daughter, I said, you know what? You're insane because you've suffered no trauma in your life.
Exactly.
You have had it so easy. Me and your father have protected you from every evil that it could ever even surround you. There's nothing wrong with you. You're a teenager trying to grow up. Now grow the fuck up.
Yeah.
And get through it.
But every one of us had parents that didn't understand us when we were teenagers.
Sure.
Well,
and I try like hell to understand mine.
That's just part of
growing up.
You never will. I always feel like nobody understands me.
Right.
I mean, every teenager
but
goes,
I had parents who did not support the things that I loved, didn't care to talk to me about what I wanted from life. They weren't concerned with what their kids were interested in. And here I am trying to be the mom that's like, okay, what do you want to do with your life? How can I help you achieve that? What can I do to help? Because I'm here. I'm the mom. I'm doing my job. That nobody did for me.
I think it comes back to education, and children they're not taught resilience. They're not. Maybe on a parental level, you try your best, but then they go to school.
Sure, but you can't teach resilience until there's a hardship.
Not being taught anything at home. They don't even know how to behave.
Well, now mine do know how to behave.
Some do.
That's one thing I can tell you. They ain't going to go somewhere and act a fool.
Exception.
Yeah.
They know their mama will kick their behind.
But I think it's maybe it's the fault of because now if a child has some sort of a problem, it's just easier to medicate them.
Well, and that's part of it, I think, is
just give them
and Patrick, let me say this. And see, I'm caught between two worlds. Back in the 70s, when I was a kid, going through all of that trauma and hardship, it was not normal to take your kids to any kind of counseling or help with bad things. Because back in the day, that was just not a normal thing.
It was embarrassing.
Yes. And my situation to this day, if I discuss it, it embarrasses the F out of me. Because I feel like it's a reflection on me. What happened in my family is me. Because I am my family. Even though I know in my head, I had nothing to do with any of that.
No.
Does that make sense?
I think we've all lived in an age where it's gone from one extreme to the other. I think, it's not right to have no counselling and no help for children. But now it's gone to the other extreme.
But now it's overkill.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just that we need the balance to be brought to the middle and be common sense. Like if your child's struggling at school, it's not necessarily a reason to medicate them. But I think now it's, the child's got 500 different
ADD
mental issues
or whatever.
ADHD,
she doesn't have that issue, thank God.
But it's it's gone a bit the other way. So all I ever say is just let's bring it back to a more sensible
Well, and
middle of the road.
the initial reason that I took her to the doctor to start with was because of the panic attacks that she was having.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
as a child, I've never heard of a panic attack. And I know. Let me tell you, the first
I've
time
never
I had
seen a child with a panic attack until I had my daughter.
Well,
she started having them when she was about 3 years old. And I recognized it because I didn't start having them till I was in my 30s. But I knew what it looked like, and I knew what she was going through. And I recognized it. And it took, she'd been doing this her whole life. And I would try to teach her, look, your body cannot have a panic attack and exercise at the same time. It's physically impossible. If you feel like you're having that anxiety and that panic, do 50 jumping jacks. I promise you it'll go away. True story. I do it myself to this day. I go for a walk around the block, sometimes at 3 or 4 in the morning, but it helps. What happens is a panic attack is an adrenaline dump. And your body responds to that by doing all the physical anxiety things. But if you're exercising, you're using up the adrenaline that your body's pumping and it goes away. Does that make sense?
No, I've had panic attacks. I know what they're like. But yeah, it's just more of the case where...
The problem is it takes practice to recognize what's going on and start doing the things that fix it.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of practice.
Yeah.
And so I tried doing that with her, and I would tell her how to breathe, and I would tell her how, all the things that they teach you to cope without going on medication.
Exactly. And I think that's, keep coming back to that, the resilience that people need to be taught. It's not necessarily something that's in you. It can be learned. You can learn resilience. Right.
You can learn, and I'm living proof of that. You can learn.
You can learn, but it's also about a broad education about life. About history. What's previous generations have had to go through. The kids today don't. Most of them, I don't think they're taught. There was a recent survey done here where most children in Australia don't even know who Hitler is.
Yeah.
So, nothing.
And, I just said to her the other day, she was telling me about how bad things were for her. And it was just a big conversation. And I looked at her and I was a little bitchy about it, to be honest with you. And I looked at her and I said, do you realize that there are children in Ukraine right now whose homes are being destroyed by bombs? They have nowhere to live. They're cold. They're hungry. And you're sitting here complaining. I said, you need to understand that this is not a bad thing. Where you're at is not a bad place.
Yeah, it's just about teaching people a bit of perspective. That's all. When it goes to either extreme, it's not good. If you're not teaching them anything about that, then it's bad. But you don't want to overload it either and make them depressed. Oh, everything's,
Yeah.
It's just about a balance. And I've just felt for a long time that the balance is out of whack. It needs to be brought back to the centre where you teach them a bit of resilience, you teach them history, world events like Ukraine. But Ukraine's not the only war.
No, it's not. But it's the thing that's happening now. But
it's funny how, though, even since the Ukraine thing, the number of people I've talked to about it comes up in conversation where people are surprised. This is horrifying. We never thought that we'd see this again. And I'm like, what? Another war?
Another war?
Right. You thought that was over? Oh, the conventional wars where people go in and kill each other. I'm like, right. So what made you think that was over?
Right.
And that's only in the past, 20, 30 years.
Because human nature never changes, does it?
If we just thought we were over that no, there's going to be no more wars. That's not, are you kidding me? So I don't know. Yeah, it just people need to be brought back to a bit more reality. Children need to be taught common sense, how to clean their room, how to do all that sort of stuff. Get a job. That'd be good. Things like that. Pay their own way, and even if it means starting at Pizza Hut.
Right.
Just go.
Where you
and
have
do
to
a job
dump
at Pizza Hut.
pizzas in the guy's laps.
Just do that. Start there and work your way up and have a nice life.
Well, there's 2 places that I know she can go to work. I want her to go work at the local grocery store because I think they will work around her hours and her obligations to the band. The other place that she wants to go work closes up at 5:30 every day. So the only opportunity she'd have to work is on Saturdays or Sundays, which is not acceptable to me.
Even if she gets some type of work, even if it's part-time, even if it's just for a couple of months, it's teaching her the value of $1. So the next time she puts her hand out to you and say, "Mom, I need $20,"
she'll know how hard her daddy had to work for that
and you'll
crap.
be able to tell her, "Remember how long you had to work for this?
Right?
Don't take it for granted. This is a gift."
Common sense. Yeah.
It is
right.
yeah.
But you have somewhere along the line, the present is here. The future is here along the line. Because I keep hearing here, well, it won't be like this all the time. It's going to be better later. Well, later, you don't want later to be 40 years later.
No, hell, I don't.
You want
I
later.
won't be alive in 40 years.
You want later to be now, while you're still in the picture. You still got a little bit of control. You still got a little bit of guidance. You can let them veer off a little bit. You can kind of.
That's what I keep telling her, Daddy.
Get them back over here.
Let her screw up while she still lives at home, so we can pick her back up and show her, or at least show her how to pick herself up when she falls on her face.
Still got a lifeline here before she is on her own, and maybe that'll take some of the worry off of you.
Right.
Knowing that she is familiar with what's happening.
Right.
You saw it.
Well, and she told me the other day, she was saying something about when she gets to college and paying for something. And I looked at her and I said, well, how are you going to pay for that? Well, I'm just going to have to get a job. And I'm like, well, you can't get one now. So what makes you think you're going to be able to work when you go to college? You're telling me you don't have time to work now. Are you going to have more time when you get to college? No. Have you ever been to college before? No. I have. I know how much time it takes.
Charlotte.
And my older daughter worked full-time and went to college full-time and took care of her damn self.
Charlotte.
Yes.
I'm keeping tabs. What Grumpus just said to you before, that was worth about $77.
I know.
So it adds up. I mean, before you know it, it's hundreds, thousands.
Stop it! I'm broke.
Visual cost.
Broke. Just because you saw a bunch of colored squares does not mean I got a whole lot of money.
Oh, I forgot about the squares.
You can owe it.
I can owe it. Oh, thanks, Grumpus.
It's all going on the dude's credit card, Charlotte. Don't panic. It's okay.
All right then. All right.
He's the one going to
I
have to
can't
work.
do that. I can't do that. You know what? I hate owing a debt. I can't do that.
Once in a lifetime.
I've been debt free for 13 years. I ain't starting now.
I'd rather you owe me than cheat me out of it.
Tell you what. When I go to Spring, Texas to visit, I'll take you to the Italian place for dinner.
Hey, we're on.
Yeah.
Now, see, I would rather get advice like that from Grumpus than from any psychologist.
Oh, yeah.
I think that made more sense right there.
You don't know how much I struggled to actually make an appointment for her to do this. Because I kept telling her, the only thing wrong with you is that you're a teenager, and this is how teenagerdom feels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is get through it and grow the hell up.
They won't get it till years later.
Being a teenager is not a handicap. It is not an illness. It is a struggle of change that you go through in your life. But she insisted that she needed a therapist to talk to get her through things.
Oh, well.
Whatever that means.
And then they go
And I
up
honestly cannot see how my $46 a week is improving my daughter's life. And I'm about ready to have a conference with this therapist and tell her as much. What are you doing for my kid? Because I'm not seeing any results.
What were you expecting? I mean, what was the result you were expecting, though?
First and foremost, I want her to know who she is.
That's a long reach. I still don't know who I am.
Look, I know what I'm made of. Some people do, some people don't.
But I still don't know what I want to do.
But I know who I am, and I know exactly what I'm made of. And maybe that's because of my life experience. And maybe that's what Violet needs to know who she is and what she's made of, is some life experience.
I think you're
Instead of
right.
a therapist.
That's how you learned it.
That's exactly how I learned it.
That's how we all learn it. Trial by fire.
Right. I will never forget. Look, y'all, I did 9 years of therapy myself. I didn't start it till I was 35 years old. And I knew things needed to change for me, and I was ready and willing to do the work that it took to change my life. And it did. It helped me tremendously.
But you did that as an adult.
I did that as an adult. And I knew what needed to happen. And I was expecting results. My daughter has no clue what she's doing, why she's doing it. And it bothers me. It bothers me that she thinks she needs a therapist and she don't even know what a therapist is supposed to do for her. It bothers me, and it bothers me that I'm paying for it.
Did you have a clue when you were her age?
Not a clue. I knew when I was her age.
That's part of growing up.
See, but the thing is, Grumpus, we had completely different life experiences.
So what happens if you suddenly stop the therapy? What would happen?
I'm not sure. I think she would be disappointed.
Well, life is a series of.
But I also think I honestly don't know. I can't even. I don't know. Maybe I should ask her. In fact, that's probably what I'm going to do tomorrow: is sit down and talk to her and say, "What do you think about?"
Here's my 50 cents worth. I think that what you're putting her in therapy is not doing any harm. It doesn't sound like she's going backwards because of therapy.
Right.
Just depends but at the same time, it sounds like, well, is it necessary or not? And it's certainly not doing her any harm, but is it worth your money? That's basically what.
Well, and that's where I'm at. I don't
if it
feel
was
like
free, it wouldn't matter, I suppose. But
she's getting the money's worth.
If you're paying for it, what are you getting out of it?
Well, if she said she needed a therapy pony, would you just go out and buy her one?
Oh, no.
The dude would.
What? We can tack that on, maybe.
The dude would say, "No."
Okay, no.
Really
How about a therapy? Look, I need an emotional support badger. Can somebody help me with that?
I thought that you might need a therapy kangaroo, actually.
No, it has to be a badger.
No, the badgers are overrated. Kangaroos are really quite nice.
I don't want nice.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Ooh.
see, I need a
You don't want
personal
nice.
support, an emotional support Wolverine.
Wolverine or a
Ooh,
Tasmanian devil or something.
Yeah,
ooh, ooh. That could
that's
get
what I
nasty.
need. Or
That could get
skunk.
nasty.
Maybe a skunk.
Oh,
That'll
oh,
keep
no.
people away.
Yeah. Well, if that's your objective.
Talk to
definitely.
the dude for me. I'll take any of them.
All right, kids. I'm gonna have to pull my plug.
Are you done? Come
See you
on.
later.
Fixing
Such
to,
a lightweight.
I'm gonna miss my trash man.
You don't want to miss your trash. You get trash pickup on Saturday?
Yeah, and they show up early.
Shut
I
up.
hope I haven't missed
Better
him.
get out there.
He's
Better get
Do
usually-
you
out
have 2 a week?
Yeah, Wednesday mornings and Saturday mornings.
I am so jealous. We used to have 2 a week, and they cut us down to 1 a week. It's on Mondays, which is a good day if you're gonna have trash pickup.
But they
But
usually show up between 6 and 7:30.
well, you better run.
Well, I need to get out there. I got everything out there but the stuff from the kitchen.
Well, get going, Mister.
So,
Well, it's been a pleasure, Grumpus.
Slacker number 2, I'm leaving this in your hands.
Take care, my
well.
dear.
Don't mess it up.
Thank you, Grumpus.
Happy
I'm
garbage.
about done. I probably should go to bed. Shit, I don't know.
I think I'm probably going to stay up because I'll feel even worse if I go to bed.
Yeah.
Shoot, I'm gonna go to bed and sleep till 2 in the afternoon. Let Papa
No, I
take
can't
care of
do
the
that.
jungle shit around
I
here.
can't lose my whole day.
You young,
Oh,
you
I can.
youngsters.
I think I'm going to throw some ribs on the pit after a bit.
Film it.
Grumpus.
So I don't know if I got it in me to film.
Guys,
Do
you know
that.
what? If I didn't
I'll
have
tell
to
you
put
what.
on makeup and get myself ready to make a video, I probably would make a lot more of them.
What do you think I'd read
Oh,
it?
yeah, that's just
So
an
I'm
excuse.
thinking maybe I could be a guy and not even worry about all that crap and make a video anyway.
Hey, I'm not going to tell you you can't be a guy.
Now look,
No,
I
not
do
these
have to
days.
wear-
No,
I'll be a
no.
guy and wear some lipstick.
Well, I do that all the time.
even
See?
that's okay.
Grumpus, do the video and do the skull and have that beer at the same time.
Oh yeah,
8.5%. Yeah.
that'll be fun.
I'm almost afraid of that beer.
Ah, no. Be not afraid, my friend.
What you do is you make a video and you take a big old swig and you go.
That's
I've
what I
got
do.
two.
That's
I've got-
crack's horrible.
I've got 2 videos in the can. I'm trying to get edited and put out. Believe it or not.
Mm.
Wow, I'm impressed.
It's what I was working
Well,
on when you popped up live. I thought, man, I'm ready to take a break.
I'm surprised you weren't in Carla's live this evening.
No, I was working on my video. There wasn't nothing going on over there
Look,
anyway. That's
I
kind
was
of
listening a little bit while I was cooking dinner and getting dinner ready for them.
that's getting more and more immature. I don't want to be that guy, but it's not funny. It's not cute. It's not really worth my time. To be honest with you.
I'm feeling you. I'm feeling you.
I mean, I'll jump on to show Carla a little support, but
And I do that too. But
I'm not hanging around as much as I used to.
sometimes her choice of panelists.
They've got some characters on there that's
You know who I really like though? I really like Colin.
Colin's salt of the earth.
I really like him.
Very, very sensitive guy. But
And he's a smart guy too.
he's a good guy.
He's a smart guy, and nobody on that whole panel appreciates that.
Well, get him to come on to your channel then.
I wish I could. I
You
really
can. Just
do.
Tell him.
I bet he would.
I'll tell him.
Yeah, we'll throw an
Okay.
invite out there if you want us to.
All right.
Yeah,
Tell him to come hang out with us on Friday nights because
yeah.
I'm telling
much
you,
better.
I
Much better.
enjoy some of his stories, and his knowledge of history is pretty phenomenal. And he knows a lot about literature, and those other folks who shall remain nameless have no clue what he's talking about.
Bunch of basement.
So,
Well,
I'm
so
sorry.
he's a lot.
I didn't say. Did I say that out loud?
I think you might have.
So he's a lot like me.
Well,
That's
yeah, Patrick. He's really brilliant like you are.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if he can cook or not,
It's a no-brainer. Get him on here.
but I think we should get him on my on our stream because I think he would add a lot
Throw
to the
invite out.
conversation. I really do. Yeah, he drinks a lot, but so the rest of us.
What a
Now
shot.
that I'm a live streamer and everything.
Mm.
All right, you guys. I got to go.
All right.
Good
Good night,
night.
Rumpus.
Good
Have a
morning,
great
everybody.
day.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you
later.
so much.
Bye-bye.
Mwah.
He's gone, man.
He's gone. Oh my! What time is it there? 7, 8, 9, 10. About 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 20 past 10. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
So do you never sleep, Charlotte?
Never. I wish I could. I just can't. I don't know.
Mm.
It's cyclical. There are times when I do sleep, and then spring is usually a big fat no.
Mm.
But spring is when I get sounds crazy. I know this sounds crazy. It sounds manic is what it sounds like. But I'm not bipolar by any stretch of the imagination. But in springtime, I get a lot of energy and ambition, and I'm ready to do my garden. I'm ready to get outside, and I get very excited for spring. It's the wintertime that really messes with me really bad.
Mm.
And I don't know if it's a seasonal thing. Well, it is a seasonal thing, but usually most years I start getting really kind of restless and sleepless around end of October, and it lasts through about January 1st, and then it's over with. I look so forward to the new year. I'm like a kid in a candy store. It's like Christmas morning to me because it feels like a veil just lifts and everything's new again and everything's wonderful, and I get this burst of energy. But this year it didn't happen like that. This year I just stayed in a funk for about 3 months, and I don't know why. I just don't. So, but now I'm feeling a lot better now, and I'm starting to feel that energy and that drive and ambition and whatever you want to call it. And things feel better. But for about 2 or 3 months there, I was in a cloud and struggling pretty hard. But I'm better. And this happened to me the year before I had the heart attack. So it's been 3.5 years ago. That November in particular, it started, and it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad that year. And how do I make this private? Do you know?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But I've got to go anyway.
Oh, okay.
It's only Charlotte. It's only been 8 and nearly 9 hours.
That's okay. Thank you, Terry. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, it is good.
It is good. It is good that I'm better, because when I'm bad, I'm bad.
Mm. Well, that's right. I mean, I'm the same though. I think it's to me, it's a lot to do with the weather. To be honest, as I get older, I mean, I hate.
I think a
I'm the
lot of
opposite.
it is that.
I'm the opposite of you. I hate the like. I can't wait for what we're coming into now, which is autumn, winter.
Right.
I love it.
Well, I love the
when
fall.
Yeah.
As soon as the weather cools down, I love it. But I've also got some trauma triggers that start about November. My mother passed away the 18th of November, and it was violent, and it was gross, and it was terrible, and it was a family secret, and it was ugly, and I think that has a lot to do with it. It's happened to me every year since, and I try really hard not to let it affect me at all, but sometimes it just does. It just does, and it always happens at the same time every year, and sometimes I don't have a lot of control over it. And usually, like I said, it's gone by the 1st of January. It's just like magic. It disappears. And I look forward to things again, and like I said, this year it just didn't happen that way. And that's unusual. It's very unusual that happened.
Yeah.
But life goes on, man. I mean,
it's hard. Yeah, it is.
you
difficult
either get through it or you die. And I'm not dying, so not
I
yet.
certainly hope not. Certainly.
No,
hope
not yet.
There's too many more videos to be made.
Yeah, I know, right? And I need to get
Yeah,
busy on it, don't I?
Yeah, just one would do. Just one.
I think I'm going to try really hard to start this week with one a week. I don't know if it's going to be gardening. I don't know if it's going to be cooking, but it's going to be one a week. I have to, because I got to get back in the swing of this. It's very hard to get back in the swing when you've been.
Oh, I know.
It's very difficult. Oh, okay, Terry. I see. Wow. Anyhow, I'll let you go. You got things to do. I got things to do. I probably should clean my kitchen because my daughter didn't do that tonight either.
Oh, no. All right. Now, we'll
I wonder if I should make her do it when she wakes up.
You should. But having said that, I'm not the mother. I'm not the parent. I don't know how you do it, Charlotte. Anyone that has children is just, I'm in awe. I say things, I mouth off, but it's not me lecturing or anything because I honestly.
Oh, I get it. I do.
No idea how I would raise. I've never done it.
So and you know something?
I can't lecture people because I've got no.
I've raised every one of my kids. I've always been a huge believer in understand what language your child understands. Some kids respond to getting their tail tore up. And they will straighten up and act right till the next time. Some kids, doing that to them breaks them. It destroys them. And so you have to find another language, that they understand.
It's a complex thing.
It's very complex. And honestly, I used to understand Violet, and now that she's a teenager, it's just she's a different animal. And I'm still trying to figure that out. But I will. We will. It'll work out.
It's a full-time job and then some.
And it never ends.
Never ends. That's right.
The day you become a parent, you are a parent until you die.
I've never had I kept waiting for that to kick in. When you're younger and all your friends are saying, "Oh, we have children and families and get married and all that." I kept waiting. I thought, "Oh, that'll happen to me." It never did. But it doesn't mean that I don't respect the hell out of people that do it. Having parents, families. My God, toughest job in the world.
You know what I respect? I respect a person who recognizes that they are not parent material. Because I wish I would have recognized that in myself years ago.
Yeah, but you know what? If everyone did that, there'd be no parents because no one's ready for it. I don't think no one's.
Nobody is ever.
But I look at it like you enter into it and you just figure it out as you go along. But I'm just in awe of it.
It's scary.
I like that thing.
It is really a scary thing.
Oh yeah.
And it ain't no picnic sometimes. In fact,
No, that's why it's amazing.
Sometimes I think that there's more rough paths than there are easy ones.
Well,
because everything is a decision. Everything is, you always have to consider how it's going to affect other people. Whatever decision you make, how is it going to affect? And sometimes you just don't know, you know?
Well, parenthood is not black and white. It's just one big grey area.
Yeah.
That's what makes it. If there was a rule book for it, everyone would have the same rule book, and
right.
But there aren't any rules. It's just you can't be dealing with human beings. So
the only rule that I have is not to do anything that isn't in my kid's best interest.
Yeah. Well,
that's the only rule that I have. Well, and when it comes to my kids, I have 3 rules. Do not be disrespectful to me. Do not ever lie to me. And do not ever bring drugs in my house. Those are my rules. I'm easy.
Well, they're good rules.
There's no reason to lie to me. I'm not that parent. You don't have to lie to me. You can tell me the truth and we'll figure it out. And my kids have known that since the day they were born.
Yeah, I doubt it.
And as far as being disrespectful, I will punch them in the throat. Because that ain't happening.
No, well, you've got to have your standards.
And
that's all.
If they bring drugs in my house, I'm calling 911. There will be consequences. And not just...
Yeah, if you didn't have that sort of rule, it would end up just happening, and you'd be in it. You know, they've got to know what the line is.
Right. Well, and when they get to be teenagers, there's another rule. If you're driving my car, you ain't allowed to have nobody else in the car with you.
Mm-hmm.
No other teenagers are to ride in any of my vehicles that have my name on them or my insurance on them. Because I can't afford to lose everything I've worked for and me and Poppy have built because of your carelessness.
I hear that.
And on the other hand, they're not allowed to get in the car with any other teenagers either. Because teenagers are stupid in a car.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they think it's big fun. They think having a car is like, woo, hanging out the windows, acting a fool. No, I ain't tolerating that either.
Yeah. Well, you're the parent, you've got to be in charge, and they've got to have their rules and boundaries. That's just all normal stuff, and it's good. You know, if only more parents will like that.
And birth control, that's a must.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
It is my opinion that if a young lady is not on birth control by the time she's 16 years old, it is child neglect.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
that whole concept terrifies me. Just the thought of having a daughter and
doesn't terrify me. Mine's on birth control.
Yes.
Whatever they do, because you can't keep a teenager from doing what a teenager wants to do. Because they're going to find a way. Might as well protect them.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Good
So-
parenting.
And that's
All
a
right.
hard pill to swallow for a lot of people.
Mm. Oh, well, the whole thing is just beyond me.
Yeah.
But,
Because most parents don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about raising their kid. That's what I don't want to think about.
no.
So I'm protecting myself from their stupidity.
Of course, because I mean, the more stupid they are, you end up having to deal with it anyway.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
you may as well try and prevent it from happening in the first place.
that's right. That's right.
Oh yeah. Big
All
time.
right, Patrick. I'm off of here, y'all. Thanks, everybody. I think there's 3 of us in the chat. Thank you for hanging out with me for so long. You too, Patrick.
Been a pleasure. I love
Thank
it. I just can't believe it. I can't believe you're still awake.
I'll probably be
Amazing.
awake 5 o'clock. See.
Until the next live stream.
Yeah, because we do have to test Poppy's
Yes.
pickles tonight.
I
So
can't
yeah,
wait for
we'll
that.
probably be on.
Yeah.
We'll probably be here somewhere between 8 and 9
Cool.
our time, Central Standard.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll see you then.
All right, my dear. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.